Accumulate experience through the night breathing technique. Crossing over to the alien world, he became a fallen noble lord. But with the help of the proficiency panel, he started to gain EXP through his family's night breath technique and followed the footsteps of an ancient and mysterious sorcerer step by step. Thus began a mysterious journey. Chapter 1. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1003, Month of the North Wind, November. Emerald Kingdom, Montenegro Province, Lake County, Blackwater Valley. The valley plains were covered in snow, and smoke was rising from the chimneys. There were some short wooden houses scattered around. On a high ground, a castle that was not very majestic was built against the mountain. The collapsed towers and battlements revealed the desolation of the castle owner. On the hillside outside the castle, a cute snow rabbit was looking for food in a pile of withered grass half covered by ice and snow. At the same time, it was guarding against its predators. 70 meters away, a young man wearing a white fur coat, a white fleece hat, and brown snow boots hid behind a tilted tree, blending into the white background behind him. He slowly stretched out his hand and knocked an arrow on his bow. The bow was a military bow, not an ordinary hunting bow. Following the sound of the arrow piercing through the air, the snow rabbit fell to the ground in the next moment, and the iron arrowhead exploded its head. Archery Proficiency +1. Archery, Level 1, 9999/10,000. Level 1, Maximum. We can eat roasted rabbit meat tonight. Levi licked his lips and opened his proficiency panel. Levi Schneider. Archery, Level 1, Maximum. Horsemanship, Level 1, Maximum. Aristocratic Dance, Level 1, Maximum. Basic Combat, Level 1, Maximum. Basic Swordsmanship, Level 1, Maximum. Looking at the proficiency panel in his mind, Levi's lips curled up. I've also reached the limit of archery, which is the hardest to improve. Now, within the effective range of the bow and arrow and my field of vision, I can hit any prey that I set my eyes on. Looking at the kingdom's history, I can be called a master archer with my archery when I'm only a knight's page who has been practicing for 2.5 years. In 2.5 years, the knight's page boy needs to master 5 basic skills: horsemanship, archery, dancing, fighting, and swordsmanship. I've already trained them all to the limit and completed the task beyond my expectations. My physical fitness has also been trained to a point where I should be qualified to learn the breathing technique. Only by learning the breathing technique can one become a true knight. In this world where natural disasters and man-made disasters are constant, where the strong prey on the weak, and even supernatural forces are hidden, one can barely preserve one's life. After all, the original owner of this body might have been killed by an evil spirit. Levi was not a native of this world. He was a transmigrator who had been reborn as a noble disciple 3 years ago during the first millennium of the Holy Brilliance calendar. His cheat was the proficiency panel in his mind. According to the last memory of the original owner before his death, when the original owner was fishing in the Blackwater River, he caught a female corpse in white with empty eye sockets and disheveled hair. Her face was pale and swollen, and her bulging skin was leaking water. It was suspected to be an evil spirit described in the folklore of this world, Naiad. Then, the original owner fell into eternal darkness until he occupied his body. Later on, the Baron's retainer, Sir Fred, found himself drenched and sleeping by the river. There was a bunch of stinky seaweed, rotten fishes, and prawns beside him, and he was muttering something like "I don't have an air force" in his sleep. This real knight still thought that young Master Levi had lost his mind out of embarrassment because he could not catch any fish, so he went into the water to catch the fish himself, which led to this scene. Naturally, Levi did not tell anyone about the encounter with the evil spirit, or else it would be difficult to explain that he was still alive after encountering the evil spirit. However, the evil spirit had become a psychological trauma for Levi, and he did not dare to go to the Blackwater River. In fact, from what Levi knew, the legends of evil spirits had existed since ancient times. However, most people had never seen them before. It was as if there were legends of extraordinary existences like wizards in this world who could control the elements of nature, but no one had ever seen them before. Even Sir Fred, who had traveled all over the Emerald Kingdom when he was young and had seen a lot, only regarded wizards as legends. Wizards, what a noble and mysterious profession! No matter how strong knights are, they are just slightly stronger muggles. Compared to wizards, they are like martial arts practitioners and immortal cultivators. Levi yearned for them. Most legends were not groundless. Therefore, after seeing the real existence of evil spirits, Levi firmly believed that there must be wizards in this world. It was not as simple as the fictional legends of the bards. However, he also knew that with his current ability, pursuing a wizard was illusory, just like looking up at the starry sky. He still had to be practical. Therefore, since he was 10 years old, Levi had been constantly training his skills. Now, with the help of the proficiency panel, in less than 3 years, Levi had already trained all 5 knight skills to the maximum. Levi was confident that the vast majority of official knights, such as Sir Fred, were not as strong as him in terms of the basic 5 knight skills, especially archery, which Levi was proud of. The 12-year-old Levi was now 1.75 meters tall. He looked strong and muscular. Other than his youthful face, he was stronger than many adult men in other aspects. In this foreign world where productivity was extremely low, most malnourished civilian males who grew up on black bread were not as strong as Levi. This was a backward era where cold weapons were king. With a strong body coupled with a knight's plate armor that weighed dozens of pounds, their advantage in battle was far from what a weak body could compare to. Chapter 2. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was the breathing technique. Learning the breathing technique as early as possible did not mean that it would be better. If one's physical fitness was not up to standard, forcefully learning it would damage the body, and in serious cases, one would go berserk. This was also the reason why before becoming a knight's attendant, they required the knight's page to learn basic swordsmanship and basic combat to train their bodies. Levi picked up the snow rabbit on the ground and turned around to go home in a good mood. At the foot of the hill, a silver-haired middle-aged knight looked at Levi with a smile and said in a gratified tone, "If the old master was still here, he would be very happy to see your archery skills." This was Sir Fred, known as the Serpent Vulture Knight by his enemies and squires. He was a man that could be trusted, which the Baron had told Levi before he died. In fact, that was indeed the case. For Levi, the time he spent with the Baron was far less than the time he spent with Sir Fred. Therefore, to a certain extent, the relationship between a teacher and a student or a master and a servant was stronger than the relationship between him and the Baron. "You flatter me, Sir Fred. I haven't done enough. I want to learn the breathing technique and become a real knight as soon as possible. Winter has come, and the long night is coming. Wandering knights or bandits in the wilderness may invade our territory at any time and threaten our safety. I can't live under your protection forever. After my father's death, we have lost the Tulip Hill in the south, which is as warm as spring all year round, and the Stormy Hill in the east, which is rich in minerals. The barren and remote Blackwater Valley is our last home. I am the only descendant of the family. For the sake of the Schneider family, I must become stronger. Glory belongs to Black Snake. And I'm ready." Levi looked unwilling. He clenched his fists and tried his best to act. Black Snake with a candle was the emblem of the Schneider family, so the Schneider family was also known as the Black Snake family. His father, Baron Sauter Schneider, was not only the Black Snake Knight, one of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry, a real Grand Knight, but also the Earl of the Tulip Hill and the Lord of the Storm Hill. Compared to the Blackwater Valley, where it was difficult to develop farming in the winter for half a year, Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill were much more prosperous. When Levi was young, he was born in Flower City in Tulip Hill. The climate there was humid, the plains were wide, and the soil was fertile. It was extremely suitable for settling down and developing production. Although Stormy Hill often encountered stormy weather, it was extremely rich in minerals and was also a treasure land. When Levi was 10 years old, he was at the peak of his Black Snake Knight career. He had 5,000 soldiers under his command, and relying on the treasure land of Stormy Hill, he had 500 fully armed and valiant cavalrymen. In this world where productivity was lagging behind, some weak dukes might only have this kind of configuration. However, all of this was built on the personal power of the Grand Knight, the Baron. If a knight was a slightly famous master in the world of martial heroes, then a Grand Knight's status was comparable to the 5 uniques of the Central Plains, which shocked the entire martial arts era. Only the rare legendary knights, such as Lionheart Knight Rhine, Golden Knight Gregor, Blood Knight Brad, and Snow Knight Flare, could be above Grand Knights. On the other hand, existences like legendary knights had a status similar to Bodhidharma, Zhang Sanfan, the founder of Carefree Sect, Duga Kyubai, and other founding masters or martial arts legends in this world. In most cases, they could only be reduced to the ceiling tools in stories. Therefore, Black Snake Knights at their peak were at the top of the pyramid in this world. And such an existence had never returned after accepting the recruitment of the Emerald Kingdom and the Church of Holy Light for the Millennium Holy War against the Tuva Empire by the sea 3 years ago. In the end, Levi only received the unbelievable news that the Baron and all his soldiers had died on the battlefield. According to the laws of the kingdom, the title of nobility was hereditary. The 3 territories of the Baron should be inherited by his only son, Levi. However, before the inheritance, it needed to be certified by a special envoy sent by the king. Under the witness of the special envoy appointed by the king of Emerald Kingdom, Levi became the new owner of the 3 territories under the Baron's command, at least in name. In fact, considering the situation at that time, Levi took the initiative to return to the remote and barren Blackwater Valley, where Baron Sauter had made his fortune. This territory had been managed by Sir Fred, the Earl of Blood, and the Earl of Silver Silk, who had been coveting his father's territory for a long time, had actually taken over Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill with the tacit approval of their master, the Duke of Montenegro. The kingdom had turned a blind eye to this. Although the lord's territories were sacred and inviolable by law, the feudal system of the Emerald Kingdom had completely changed. It was common for lords to fight openly and covertly. Levi did not like the feeling of being remembered, so he gave up Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill, the 2 hot potatoes, to the Duke of Montenegro. As the largest territory in the north, the Duke of Montenegro province was also the most experienced and mysterious Grand Knight among the 7 northern flying cavalry. The Duke of Montenegro had long wanted to enter the south and develop his own forces. Levi's prodigal behavior made the Duke of Montenegro very satisfied. In Levi's opinion, without a Grand Knight and a sufficient number of fully armed elite cavalry to deter the foreign enemies, occupying Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill was tantamount to seeking death. With the proficiency panel, he might as well retreat safely and return to the small mountain nest in Blackwater Valley to be a small trash lord. Levi did not have any thoughts of becoming a king himself. He just wanted to quietly cultivate the breathing technique and rely on the proficiency panel to become a knight, a grand knight, or even a legendary knight. Then, he would follow the footsteps of the wizards. After all, based on his current understanding, only a wizard could realize his goal of immortality, and only a wizard could truly be fearless of those supernatural creatures. However, although he thought so in his heart, in front of Sir Fred, his father's most trusted retainer, Levi still had to put on an act. Moreover, the cultivation of knights required a large number of resources and wealth. It was the same in this world. Therefore, Levi's plan was very clear. He wanted to learn the breathing technique and become an official knight as soon as possible. Then, he would set up a territory and earn some money for his own cultivation. After he had enough self-protection power, he would travel to the 7 countries and embark on a journey to find wizards. The middle-aged Sir Fred quietly listened to Levi's young ambition, and a gratified smile appeared on his weathered face. "Baron Levi, my master, you are indeed ready now. Please follow me." Chapter 3. At the basement level of the castle. An underground secret room that Levi had never been to before. The mechanical stone table slowly emerged from the ground. An aged, tattered sheepskin scroll lay quietly on the ground. It was scribbled with all kinds of random little figures with scarlet paint. The figures' postures were strange, and their movements were different as they formed a circle. And around these little people was a large black-scaled snake that seemed to be able to surround the entire castle. The snake had an abstract appearance and was sticking out its tongue. There was an ancient candle standing on its chin. The candlelight dispelled the darkness and illuminated all directions. This is the Schneider family's ancestral breathing technique, Black Snake Breathing Technique. It is the foundation of the Schneider family, and the Schneider bloodline flowing in your body is the key to all of this. This breathing technique of excellent quality is even more precious than this Blackwater Valley. Sir Fred said solemnly. Levi's breathing was heavy. He could finally embark on the path of a true knight. As far as he knew, knights divided breathing techniques into 4 categories according to the degree of exquisiteness and growth potential of the breathing technique: shallow, excellent, perfect, and legendary. Among them, 90% of the breathing techniques were of the shallow grade. Many people who cultivated such a shallow breathing technique could only be mediocre at the level of a knight's attendant for the rest of their lives, unable to step into the realm of a knight at all. Being able to condense the life seed and become an official knight was already a stroke of luck. It was basically impossible to become a grand knight. For example, the serpent vulture breathing technique practiced by Sir Fred was like this. Of course, an excellent breathing technique was only a stepping stone to becoming a Grand Knight. To become a Grand Knight, one needed 90% talent, 9% opportunity, and 1% hard work. A perfect breathing technique was probably only available to the Duke's family. There were not many of them in the entire kingdom. As for the legendary grade breathing technique, like the legendary knight, it only existed in legends, so there was no need to mention it. An important feature of the breathing techniques above excellent quality was that most of the breathing techniques passed down by clans required the bloodline of the clan to cultivate. As for the specific reason, even knights didn't know. This kind of breathing technique was also called the bloodline breathing technique or secret cultivation technique. The black snake breathing technique was a bloodline breathing technique that belonged to the Schneider family. In history, there had been cases of knights snatching the ancestral breathing techniques of other nobles to cultivate. The final outcome was either to cultivate for a lifetime without achieving anything or to go berserk and die from all the blood vessels in their bodies exploding. Some people said that this was a curse that the ancestors of the nobles had placed on those who blasphemed their families. However, Levi was not worried about this. He was a noble, and the pure blood of the Schneider family flowed in his veins. He was the heir of the black snake. The black snake breathing technique was too precious, so Levi did not bring it out of the secret room. Instead, he began to cultivate it in the secret room under the guidance of Sir Fred. As a result, half a month passed. During this time, Sir Fred had been accompanying him. Although he did not know the black snake breathing technique, he was knowledgeable and had more than enough experience to teach Levi. On this day, Levi woke up in a strange posture. He did not seem to be doing any intense exercise, but he was drenched in sweat. His veins were bulging, his face was red, and his breathing was rapid. He felt his blood boiling and circulating at an extraordinary speed. The energy stored in his body was burning crazily. He felt extremely hungry and wanted to eat a whole snow rabbit. "I'm hungry." Levi spoke like a wild beast, his voice low and hoarse. Seeing this, Sir Fred was already prepared. He served a plate of roasted meat, a bowl of goat's milk, and a large white bread roll wrapped in a layer of fragrant jam, as well as boiled cabbage. Such a combination of food included carbon, protein, and vitamins. In fact, the nobles in this world rarely ate vegetables. They thought that the vegetables that grew in the ground were low-grade food, food for the poor. However, Levi knew the importance of balanced nutrition, so every time he asked the servants to cook, they would mix meat and vegetables. He inhaled the food and wolfed it down. His hunger disappeared and his expression relaxed. His appetite was twice that of a normal man, but he was only 80% full. On the proficiency panel in his mind, a new skill had appeared. Levi Schneider. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 1, 1/1000. According to Levi's previous experience, once the skill appeared on the proficiency panel, it meant that he had already started. The next step was to cultivate step by step to increase his proficiency. At the same time, mastering the basic breathing technique was also a sign of becoming a knight's attendant. Shield-wielding attendant, sword-bearing attendant, and quasi-knight. These were the three stages of an apprentice before becoming an official knight. They were collectively called knight attendants. In the shield-wielding attendant stage, other than the cultivation of breathing techniques, one also needed to learn the basic use of shields. Regardless of whether one would need a shield in the future, learning to use a shield in battle was a compulsory skill for knights. At the sword-bearing attendant stage, one would have to start learning real sword skills, not the basic swordsmanship that were child's play. In this world, what could be called skills were all extremely advanced combat techniques that required years or even decades of persistent practice. It was the most important thing for a knight to improve their strength other than breathing techniques. To put it simply, breathing techniques were internal cultivation techniques of martial arts. While sword techniques or other advanced weapon techniques were methods to unleash the power of breathing techniques, they were external cultivation techniques. When the breathing technique was cultivated to a certain level, one would become a quasi-knight. This was the most important step because the next step was to condense the life seed. If he succeeded, he would be able to become an invincible official knight on the battlefield. If he failed, it would be even more difficult to condense it again. Young master, it seems that you've already mastered the black snake breathing technique. Although it is much slower than your father's speed of mastering it in 3 days, it has reached an average level in the history of the black snake family. In addition, you should have also felt that after you truly learn the breathing technique, you will consume a large amount of food every day. Therefore, before you cultivate in the future, you must prepare enough food in advance. Otherwise, that exaggerated hunger would dominate your mind and destroy your will like a gluttonous demon. Driven by the hunger instinct, you might do some crazy and depraved things. Many of those notorious lunatic knights who were burned to death by the church were a result of this. These crazy wretches were basically commoners who wanted to cultivate the knight's breathing technique. They wanted to become stronger to protect their families and let them lead superior lives. They walked on the edge of madness time and time again, thinking that they were different. They thought that there would be many flukes and miracles in the world. In the end, some ate their old fathers, some ate their wives and children. Sir Fred said with a complicated look. He was a knight born as a commoner, so he knew how it felt. He was very grateful to Levi's father, who had saved him at a critical moment. Chapter 4. Lunatic Knight. Levi had heard of this term before, and it referred to those knights who had gone berserk in cultivation. Now, he had personally experienced the primitive desire to turn into a terrifying evil beast, eat raw meat, drink blood, and eat gluttonously. He was a little shocked and even doubted whether the path of a knight was correct. According to the standards of martial arts novels in his previous life, these knight breathing techniques were all proper demonic techniques. Should he continue to cultivate them? However, when he thought of those terrifying evil spirits, those greedy and sinister noble colleagues, and the continuous flames of war brought about by the disputes between the kingdoms, he immediately strengthened his path as a knight. Life and death were the most important things in the world. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. Knights were the only protective method he could come into contact with at present. I will be careful. Thank you for your reminder, Sir Fred, Levi said gratefully. He might have to think of a way to make money. If this continued, the barren Blackwater Valley would not be able to support 2 knights. He did not want them to become 2 lunatic knights and be eliminated by the radiant knights of the church. Fred nodded and continued, next, you need to wear armor every day and hold a shield to carry out weight-bearing cultivation to increase the difficulty. This way, you can unleash the power of the breathing technique in actual combat. You won't be dragged down by the armor, or you won't be used to wearing armor in battle. In addition, there's a formula for the Black Snake secret medicine on the Legacy Scroll. Young master, you must have memorized it, right? Sir Fred reminded. Levi nodded. In order to increase the speed of cultivation, most breathing techniques of excellent quality needed to be paired with the corresponding secret medicine. The formula of the Black Snake secret medicine was not complicated: 50 grams of snake blood, 1 snake gall, 10 grams of green turtle shell powder, 10 grams of plant ash, 3 mandrake petals, 1 drop of ambergris, 1 drop of liquid amber, and 100 milliliters of pure water. Other than ambergris, the other materials were not difficult to find and were not expensive. The snake blood and snake gall could be from any snake, but different snakes had different effects. Ambergris was a little troublesome. The ambergris in this world was not the product of the sperm whale's stomach in his previous life. Instead, it came from the glands in the mouth of a land beast called the earthly dragon beast. Earthly dragon beasts were known as one of the most dangerous animals in the wilderness by the traveling poets of the kingdom. They were extremely powerful and invulnerable. They frequently appeared in the stories of knights and traveling poets, similar to the evil dragons in the stories of Dragon Quest. In addition, earthly dragon beasts had another special characteristic. They liked to eat shiny things, such as gold coins and gems. Under normal circumstances, to deal with an adult earthly dragon beast, one would either have to use a human T-Rex Grand Knight with the best weapon to kill it, or at least 5 official knights would have to use traps and poison to trap the earthly dragon beast, and use armor-breaking crossbows to kill it. One of the legendary knights, Lionheart Knight Rhine, before he became a legend, was that he single-handedly killed an adult male earthly dragon beast that wreaked havoc in the northern part of the kingdom. Previously, 3 Grand Knights had gone hunting for this earthly dragon beast, but they failed. A young Grand Knight had even died because of it. In the end, the Lionheart Knight succeeded. He found a total of 8,000 gold coins and priceless jewelry in the earthly dragon beast's stomach. In the era of cold weapons, hunting earthly dragon beasts was not easy. Therefore, the price of ambergris had always been high. A small bottle of ambergris was worth 100 gold coins. It could be exchanged for 5 sets of well-made knight armor, 20 healthy young serfs, or 100 cows. With Levi's current financial resources, even if he sold everything and exploited the serfs to death, he would not be able to afford it. I'm just starting out, so I don't need any secret medicine. I'll take it slow. In the following period of time, Levi started to work on his experience, not feeling bored at all. Apart from gaining experience, Sir Fred would also introduce some basic knowledge of knights to Levi, which benefited him greatly. The knight's breathing technique was a training technique that stimulated the potential of a knight's bloodline by adjusting his breathing rhythm and making different movements and postures, thereby strengthening his body and improving his physique, strength, endurance, speed, and other physical qualities. This kind of improvement was far beyond normal fitness training, so he had to eat a lot of food to replenish his calories after every cultivation. After all, there was no such thing as spiritual energy in this world. Although it was an all-around improvement in physical fitness, different breathing techniques had a different emphasis. The black snake breathing technique focused on defense. After cultivating this breathing technique to a small success, one could begin to try condensing the life seed and advance to an official knight. After that, the overall physical fitness would be greatly improved, and one would have a resistance ability that was several times higher than ordinary people. In addition, a layer of light black fluid film would appear on the surface of the knight's arms, making the skin of the knight's arms as tough as rubber and resistant to grass. Although he was not at the stage of invulnerability, he could still neutralize most of the force from ordinary blunt weapons. This kind of thin film was known as black gas by knights. The official name given by the Church of Holy Light was Holy Power, saying that the power of knights came from the Holy Father. In this era of divine authority, the rulers behind the various kingdoms were often the churches. Levi felt that the church was just trying to make things easier to manipulate knights, and religion was the best at this. Since the god of the church was so awesome, why wasn't the one guarding the church a priest who knows divine spells? Instead, it was the radiant knights formed by knights. In short, the black snake breathing technique was not the only technique that could produce black gas. Other breathing techniques could produce it as well, but the quality, quantity, and effects were all different. If it was a breathing technique that focused on speed, the black gas might appear on the legs, giving the knight an explosive speed and agility that far exceeded the athletes in his previous life. This was the power of the breathing technique. It was not just a method to strengthen the body. After advancing to become an official knight and producing black gas, to a certain extent, the knight had already embarked on the path of the extraordinary. After reaching the level of a grand knight, the black gas produced by the black snake breathing technique would cover the entire body and become even harder. Apart from a few places like the eyes, grand knights could become invulnerable for a short period of time. Their resistance was comparable to earthly dragon beasts. In this era of cold weapons, this was like Superman. With such strength, coupled with armor, weapons, and war horses, with the powerful combat skills and combat awareness of a grand knight, he could easily defeat 1,000 on the battlefield and change the outcome of a small battle. Therefore, Levi never believed in the nonsense of his father dying on the battlefield. How could his father, who was already close to the peak of human combat strength, die on the battlefield? With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat thousands of soldiers, it would be easy for him to leave. Even a grand knight of the same level would find it difficult to stop him. As for the legendary knights, it was possible, but not likely. Legendary knights were elusive and almost detached from the world. Even kingdoms and churches would find it difficult to order them to act. Trees stand out in the forest, and the wind will destroy them. Levi was certain that his father's death was a conspiracy between the church and the kingdom. Therefore, he had to learn his lesson. Before he had absolute crushing power, he could just hide in the Blackwater Valley. Store up grain, build high walls, and slowly become king. Teju's 9-word policy of pacifying the world still applied to Levi. However, he didn't want to be a king. He just wanted to be a rich little lord. The game of power was not something that ordinary people were qualified to participate in. Levi had a good grasp of his political intelligence. Chapter 5. Black Snake Breathing Technique Proficiency +3. Black Snake Breathing Technique Proficiency +2. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 1, 233/1000. With the positive feedback from the proficiency panel, Levi silently cultivated the breathing technique day after day. Other than the necessary rest time such as eating and sleeping, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. It could be said that as long as he didn't die from cultivating, he would cultivate to his death. As a result, the other servants rarely saw Levi's figure in the castle. Occasionally, they would see the Lord twisting his body in a strange manner or wearing heavy armor and holding a shield, constantly defending against the storm-like attacks of the serpent vulture knight. Our Lord is so young, but he's so hard-working. This really makes me feel inferior. Seeing that Levi was training harder than them, the militiamen felt embarrassed to slack off. After all, there was no such thing as a boss working hard while his employees slacked off. If they did that, they would be fired sooner or later. The militiamen were forced to start fighting. What is it? The Lord is still training? Then I can't sleep either. This way, when the Lord sees that I'm still working hard after training, he might give me an extra piece of bread the next morning. Although the militiamen were working harder and harder, with Levi serving as a foil, no matter how hard they worked, they could not compare to the tirelessly robotic Lord. Seeing how hard-working Levi was, Fred was very pleased. When Levi was cultivating, he was responsible for handling all the matters in the territory with the butler. He did not let these trivial matters delay the Lord's cultivation time. However, some disputes between the residents of the territory still required Levi to personally step forward to administer justice. This way, he would not lose his dignity and authority as a lord. In his previous life, he was a lawyer, and this was the only thing he could do professionally after transmigrating. Just like that, the moon of the northern wind left in a hurry. The coldest winter month of the year, December, had quietly arrived. This meant that for the northern regions like Blackwater Valley, the cold wave would be even more turbulent, and the blizzard would be even more violent. Many of the wooden houses of the serfs had been in disrepair for a long time and were destroyed by the wind and snow and the cold wind. The mountains were sealed by the heavy snow. In such a cold winter, it was naturally difficult to rebuild them. The kind-hearted Lord, Levi, asked Sir Fred to temporarily settle these serfs in the castle and found them a job in the castle. The young girls or women were arranged by Levi to be maids, responsible for taking care of Levi and Sir Fred's daily life. He also selected a portion of young and middle-aged men and incorporated them into the militia. This way, the number of militia under his command reached an unprecedented number, 50 people. These militiamen were all led by Sir Fred, who taught them basic combat skills. After training, they were responsible for repairing the castle buildings, doing some heavy labor, and grazing and farming. They were not full-time soldiers. With the current level of the Blackwater Valley, they could not afford to support full-time soldiers. The elderly and children were responsible for some relatively light physical labor. Everyone could contribute their own strength to the territory and get their share of food according to their work, a piece of grey bread and a bowl of red bean soup. Grey bread was a little better than black bread, but it was not as fragrant and soft as white bread. In fact, with the productivity of Blackwater Valley, the exquisite white bread was barely enough for Levi and Sir Fred to eat. The powerful body functions of knights were bound to be accompanied by a huge amount of calories. Levi's daily food requirement was 5 to 8 times that of a normal person. Most of the energy was used by the breathing technique to strengthen his body, and a small portion was converted into excrement. However, it was this small portion that made Levi have to poop 3 times a day. On the other hand, Sir Fred had already passed the rapid growth period of his breathing technique. As an official knight, his appetite was only 3 times that of an ordinary person when he did not deliberately circulate his breathing technique. Levi's generosity made the serfs in the territory very grateful to him. They were grateful to this young, kind, and handsome lord for his gift. As for Levi himself, he was completely immersed in cultivating the breathing technique. He felt a sense of accomplishment every day as he watched the proficiency of the black snake breathing technique increase visibly. At the same time, he was also constantly on guard against the arrival of wandering knights or bandit groups wandering in the wilderness. After all, for those homeless dogs, a weak lord like Levi was undoubtedly a good target to rob. Of course, with Sir Fred around, Levi did not have to worry about ordinary enemies. As the right-hand man of the Black Snake Knight, although Sir Fred rarely fought, the name, Serpent Vulture Knight was still a deterrent in the surrounding areas. When Levi was not cultivating, he would occasionally check on the training results of Sir Fred's militia. From the beginning, they were just a bunch of useless people, but now, they had barely formed the ability to fight. With the guidance of the knight, their progress was visible to the naked eye. In the future, they would also become an important force to protect themselves and their territory. To be honest, the population of Levi's territory was still too small, and the production rate was also the lowest among the barons. After all, he had basically left the family with nothing and returned to the Blackwater Valley with nothing. For the weak Levi, this was a helpless move. Time passed by in cultivation. The coldest month of winter in the north of the kingdom had finally passed. Year 1004 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the first day of the first month, January. This day was the birthday of the Heavenly Father, and also the new year of the Emerald Kingdom. Coincidentally, it was also Levi's birthday. Baron of Blackwater Valley, Earl of Tulip Hill, and Master of Stormy Hill, Levi Schneider was 13 years old. The cold wind was still blowing in the Blackwater Valley. Inside the castle, Levi had completed a strange and twisted breathing technique. He stretched his 1.8-meter tall body and stood on the second floor of the castle in a jovial posture, looking at the residents below with a deep gaze. His entire temperament was completely different from a month ago. Beneath his sunny and handsome face, there was a gloomy temperament like a snake. His muscles were full and round, the lines were deep, and he was strong and powerful. He was as perfect as an ancient Greece statue. Seeing Levi like this, one could not help but sigh, was this what a 13-year-old looked like? He looked at the sky full of snow and ice, feeling exceptionally comfortable. It was a new year. The castle was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The young and freckled maids were busy with their work. Their little faces were red from the cold wind. They giggled and prepared for the New Year and birthday banquet of the Lord. The soldiers also drank hard liquor and chatted with Sir Fred. They thanked the knight and the Lord for their gifts in the past year and sent their New Year and birthday wishes to the Lord. The other serfs sent delicious ham, cheese, dried fruits, fruit wine, and other agricultural products to the castle to express their gratitude to Levi. Compared to the lords in this world, Levi, who had transmigrated from the modern world, had a much better attitude and respect toward these people. Therefore, although the serfs living in Blackwater Valley were poor, they were content. At least here, they could occasionally feel the dignity of being born as humans. They could also receive the protection of the Lord and Sir Fred. They still had basic security. Of course, this was not the only reason why Levi was happy. Most importantly, his black snake breathing technique had finally broken through to the second level after nearly 2 months of crazy, day and night experience. Chapter 6. Levi Schneider. Black snake breathing technique, level 2, 1/5000. Shield skill, level 1, maximum. Perhaps it was because Levi's foundations were too good, and he had a senior official knight's tutoring every day. Advancing the black snake breathing technique to level 2 was far easier than Levi had imagined. As for the shield skill, he had already reached his limit. The difficulty of this skill was far inferior to basic archery and basic sword techniques. As a person who had obtained the maximum 10,000 experience points on basic archery, these were nothing. From today onwards, Levi had stepped into the second stage of knight attendance, sword-bearing attendant. He was one step closer to his goal of becoming an official knight. The next step was to become a quasi-knight with a level 3 breathing technique. A total of 5,000 proficiency points were required. Levi estimated that it would take at least half a year to break through to the level of a quasi-knight. He had been practicing the breathing technique for too long, so he needed to rest his body and mind. He had to relax to a certain degree when he cultivated. Otherwise, if he maintained a high-intensity and tense state, he would easily go berserk. Now that he had become a sword-bearing attendant, he already had the basic strength. Levi's current physical fitness should be twice that of a normal man. With his bare hands, Levi could easily beat up 5 adult men with brute force. This was already an exaggeration. One had to know that Levi was only 13 years old, and he was still a child. According to Sir Fred, as a senior official knight, his physical fitness was only 5 times that of a normal person. This meant that the black snake breathing technique was indeed extraordinary. However, Levi lacked actual combat experience and profound combat techniques. Another important skill of a sword-bearing attendant was sword techniques or combat techniques with other weapons. Knights rarely used their fists in a fight, even though their fists could easily kill a person. However, as the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Under the circumstances of having a weapon, using fists and feet to fight was too stupid. Moreover, a body of flesh and blood was definitely no match for weapons. He would have to learn sword skills from Sir Fred. After all, even a genius like his father had to admit that Sir Fred was more talented than him in swordsmanship. This could be seen from another name that Sir Fred had when he travelled around the kingdom in his early years, the Dawn Swordsman. What a cool title! There was no rush to learn sword skills. Today was the new year. Levi wanted to give himself a good day off and enjoy the happiness of being a noble. At the banquet, Levi sat in the Lord's seat, and Sir Fred sat beside him. Other than that, there were no other nobles who came. They were all from their own territory. It was winter, and the road was blocked by heavy snow. Blackwater Valley was in a remote location. Although there were 3 barren territories in the surroundings, Boulder Territory, Frostwind Territory, and Silver Moon Territory, they were far away. Therefore, all year round, especially in winter, there was not much interaction between these lords. Only during the summer would there be some trade within the territory. All in all, the barons who could survive in this area were the more miserable ones. That was why the rise of Levi's father was so legendary. He started from barren land in the north and made great contributions to the kingdom's wars. The nobles in the neighboring countries knew about the Black Snake Knights and eventually became the lord of 2 rich lands. However, Levi did not like to deal with other lords. It was best for everyone not to cause trouble and coexist peacefully to achieve a win-win situation. At the outermost layer of the banquet were the shy, timid, and self-abased serfs. They enjoyed the same delicacies as the lord, but they did not dare to eat as much as they wanted for fear of angering the lord. In the territory, Levi was their king and could do whatever he wanted to them. At the same time, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the lord to be so mighty and majestic at such a young age. He didn't look like a 13-year-old youth at all. After 3 rounds of wine, Levi continued to eat by himself, enjoying the attentive service of the maids. The maids rubbed Levi's incomparably thick male body, their faces turning extremely red. These maids were all young farm girls who worked quickly. They were usually very lively when they chatted in private, but they were very reserved when they served Levi. Suddenly, a short and stout youth came to Levi and knelt on the ground with a thud. He placed a long cloth bag in front of Levi. Levi recognized this youth. He was the son of the old blacksmith Toby in the territory. Levi called him Little Toby, and his name seemed to be Milan. "Little blacksmith Milan, what's the matter?" Levi asked. Milan opened the cloth bag and saw a knight's sword shining with a cold light. "My lord, this is the best sword I made last year. I want to give it to you," he said with his head lowered. "Oh!" Levi took the sword. There were very few impurities on the blade of this sword. Whether it was forged from materials or sharpened, it was definitely of medium quality in this world with low productivity. It was worth 1 or 2 gold coins. "It is indeed a good sword." Levi was not stingy with his praise, so he accepted it without hesitation. The people in the territory were all his vassals. Their land and property also belonged to him, so he could accept it with a clear conscience. After all, he still had to protect their safety in this chaotic and dark world. "By the way, how is your father's health?" Levi asked with concern. He was not pretending. Old Toby was the most important blacksmith in the territory. The weapons and equipment used by the militia and the farm tools used by the serfs were all made by Old Toby's family. They were the talents of the territory. The young blacksmith Milan suddenly lowered his head and knelt on the ground. He sobbed and begged, "My lord. Yesterday when my father and I were pulling oars on the mountain, we encountered the wild boar gang. I ran away quickly, but my father was kidnapped. I had no choice but to seek your help." Levi's expression turned cold when he heard that. "The wild boar gang? The thing that I was most worried about still happened. I know about your father's matter. I'll handle it. Go home and wait for my news." Because of this small episode, Levi's good mood today was ruined. After the banquet, Sir Fred came to look for Levi with a murderous look in his eyes. The wild boar gang kidnapped Old Toby. It was obviously planned for a long time. After all, their gang has been developing recently and needs a lot of weapons, and Old Toby is an excellent blacksmith that they had set their eyes on. The leader of the wild boar gang is the wild boar knight Pyg. He used to be a blacksmith and was the junior brother of Old Toby. Later, he obtained a breathing technique from somewhere and was lucky enough to break through to an official knight. However, he shouldn't be my opponent. Why don't I take a team tomorrow and bring Old Toby back? Chapter 7. Levi shook his head. There's no hurry. The snow has blocked the road, and we don't know if this is a trap set by the wild boar gang. Old Toby is a talent that the wild boar knight values, but he's not the kind of loyal person. In order to save his life, he will definitely obey the wild boar knight and work for him. Therefore, he should be safe for the time being. Send someone to pacify little Toby. During this period of time, send someone to inquire about the information of the wild boar gang first, then we will make a plan. After my father passed away, any Tom, Dick, or Harry has been wanting to step on the Black Snake family. What a headache! Sir Fred, you can take a rest first. Teach me the real sword skills tomorrow. I can also try out the good sword made by little blacksmith Milan. Levi held his forehead. Under the dim candlelight, his pupils emitted a soul-stirring majesty. It was not the majesty of a noble lord, but a kind of pressure that transcended the mortal world as if it came from a legendary creature from a distant legendary era. Sir Fred looked at Levi as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast. He looked at the oil painting hanging on the wall behind Levi. In the painting, a black snake surrounded the entire castle with a candle in its mouth. It was mysterious and solemn, and its eyes were fierce. Looks like young master's talent is not bad. With this aura, his breathing technique should have made a breakthrough. Fred muttered to himself in shock. From Levi's eyes, he could see some of the glory of the Black Snake Knight. He remembered that Baron Black Snake had taken 3 months to become a sword-bearing attendant after he had mastered the breathing technique. Then, he became a quasi-knight in 1 year, a knight in 2 years, and a grand knight in 8 years. The young master had only been exposed to the breathing technique for 2 months. During this time, he had spent half a month just to grasp the initial stage of the breathing technique. This kind of talent was not very outstanding, but he did not expect that his cultivation would become faster and faster. He actually had the momentum of catching up from behind. Fred couldn't figure it out either. In the end, he could only attribute it to his young master's hard work. In the past 2 months, he had seen Levi's hard work and was sincerely impressed. Not to mention nobles, even commoners were rarely able to work so hard. Young master, the cultivation of a knight requires a certain degree of relaxation. Don't give yourself too much pressure. After he finished speaking, he slowly retreated and disappeared into the shadows. Levi touched his longsword and looked at the proficiency panel in his mind, sighing in his heart. I just want to cultivate silently and be a self-sufficient little lord. I want to live a peaceful life. However, without strength, all of this is just wishful thinking. It was 4 in the morning on the 2nd day of the new year. It was a long night, and the sky was still dark. In the territory of Blackwater Valley, whether it was the residents or the soldiers, they were all immersed in their dreams. On the training ground, Levi put on his heavy armor and held Frostmourne in his hand. This was the name he gave to the night sword he had just obtained to commemorate the world he could never return to. Sir Fred pulled out his longsword Daybreak and said, "The sword skill I'm teaching you today is a sword skill that I chanced upon when I was traveling around the kingdom in my early years. This sword skill doesn't have a name, so I call it the Golden Cross Slash. The Golden Cross Slash essentially uses an extremely mysterious and exquisite technique to exert force and unleash power beyond your imagination. If your realm is high enough, you can master it and use it on heavy hammers, sabers, spears, or even a pitchfork, and not just with swords. The Golden Cross Slash has a total of 3 realms, Vibraforce Slash, Ripple Slash, and Revolving Slash. The higher you go, the harder it is to comprehend. There are 3 kinds of force exerting techniques used here. The simplest is the vibration force, then the advanced ripple force, and the highest realm of the revolving force. I've been cultivating this sword skill for more than 20 years. Up until now, I've only completely grasped ripple force. However, its power is already comparable to the best exquisite sword skill. Therefore, the quality of this sword skill completely depends on the user's comprehension realm. If your talent is ordinary and you can only comprehend the Vibraforce Slash, then this is a relatively good shallow sword skill. But if you're talented, and you're able to comprehend the Revolving Slash, this will be a perfect sword skill that might even be at the legendary level. After Sir Fred finished speaking, Levi could not help but smile bitterly. Even you have only comprehended the ripple force. In that case, is there really anyone who can cultivate this sword technique to the highest level of the revolving force other than the founder? Sir Fred smiled. Young master, don't be discouraged. As long as you can comprehend the second stage and master the ripple slash, it will be enough. Your father only mastered the ripple force back then. Among the Grand Knights, his strength is already at the top level. Levi nodded. Of course, he would not give up. With the proficiency panel, he would be able to reach the highest level of this sword skill sooner or later. Sir Fred held Daybreak in his hand, and he emitted a powerful aura. His entire body shook in a way that was almost like a phantom, and then this vibration was transmitted to the knight's longsword. Buzz! 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 The longsword hummed. Daybreak's sword radiance split into two, forming a violently vibrating cross slash. Kaka! The black dragon wooden stake in front of Sir Fred, which was as thick as a bowl, split into four. Then, he sheathed his sword in one go. Levi was shocked. Although the black dragon wood was not as hard as steel, it was impossible for an ordinary person to cut through using a knight's sword made with the forging techniques of this world. Sir Fred could do it by transmitting the special vibration force to his knight's sword. This was the power of a knight, the power of a sword skill. He was too strong. Levi yearned for it. This was what he pursued. Sir Fred's face revealed a trace of pride. He had only used 30% of his strength. If he went all out and used ripple force, he could even cut through the knight's plate armor with the knight's sword in his hand. However, the damage to the knight's sword was too great. It was simply a wastrel's behavior. The vibration force was enough to deal with most enemies. This is the technique of exerting force. You might not understand it, so I'll demonstrate it to you again. Sir Fred knew that even a genius swordsman would find it difficult to grasp the basic technique of the golden cross slash on his first try. Levi nodded. It was too fast, and he did not see it clearly. Not to mention that it appeared on the proficiency panel. The proficiency panel could only give him a little bit of experience when he had already mastered the basics. It could not make him a genius who could learn it in one go. Just like that, after demonstrating it to Levi countless times, Levi gradually understood the basic technique of exerting force. He began to try to swing his sword. Practicing the sword was a process of constant repetition, learning, making mistakes, and comprehension. If the technique of exerting force was slightly off, it would be impossible to form that so-called vibration force. Sir Fred patiently taught Levi again and again. Levi did not bother to cultivate the breathing technique these few days. He was fully focused on practicing his sword. He had to at least have a basic grasp of it and it would appear on his proficiency panel. Due to his mediocre breathing technique talent, Levi was already prepared for long-term training. On the third day, when Levi was practicing his swordsmanship, he suddenly felt a weak and rhythmic vibration from Frostmourne in his hand, just like the breathing of a human. His face lit up. He had sensed it. Vibration force. Although it's very weak, it's indeed vibration force. I've entered the basics. A new skill appeared on the proficiency panel. Chapter 8. Levi Schneider. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 2, 5/5000. Golden Cross Slash, Level 1, 1/1000. Special Effect, Elementary Vibration. After 3 days, the Golden Cross Slash was finally mastered. However, Levi looked at the Special Effects column on his interface. Special Effects. This was the first time Levi had encountered such a situation. It was obvious that the elementary vibration referred to the vibration force mentioned by Sir Fred. This was the most powerful aspect of the Golden Cross Slash. It was an extremely ingenious technique that allowed the knight's sword to produce high-speed vibrations, thereby achieving the effect of cutting iron like mud. This also shows that this Golden Cross Slash is really very advanced. It's only at level 1, but it already has a special effect. Even the level 2 Black Snake Breathing Technique doesn't have a special effect. Levi was shocked. He did not know where Sir Fred had learned such a heaven-defying sword technique. He now seriously suspected that the person who created this genius sword skill was at least a Grand Knight, or even the legendary knight. After learning the sword skill, Levi was very satisfied, and he wished he could work his brain to the limit. He struck while the iron was hot and practiced the Golden Cross Slash a few more times. He had only grasped the basic method of using the vibration force. He could only produce a very weak vibration force, and he needed a long time to accumulate it. In actual combat, he would be killed before he could use the vibration force. Therefore, he still needed to practice diligently. Golden Cross / Proficiency +3. Golden Cross / Proficiency +2. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered it, but there was a lot of room for improvement. Every time Levi practiced, he would gain at least 2 points of proficiency. Levi only stopped when he was hungry. After resting for a while and eating something, he met Sir Fred, who had just returned from training the militia. "Young master, you've mastered the vibration force?" Sir Fred asked when he saw how happy Levi was. Levi nodded. It was not difficult to master the vibration force in 3 days. It was just average. There was a huge gap between the initial mastery and the peak perfection. Levi had just entered the rudiments. Moreover, Levi had a foundation in swordsmanship. He was a man who had maxed out his basic swordsmanship. The vibration force was originally the lowest level of the Golden Cross / technique. Even if one's talent in sword arts was not good, one could still master it if they were willing to spend time practicing. The ripple force and the revolving force were getting harder and harder. "Not bad." Sir Fred smiled. "It took your father 2 days to master it." Levi suddenly felt a sense of defeat. He didn't expect that his talent in swordsmanship was not as good as his father's. "Sir Fred, how long did you take?" Levi asked. Sir Fred extended 2 fingers. 2 days. "No, twice." "Pretend I didn't ask." Levi was greatly shocked. Was this a true genius of the sword? He had practiced nearly 100 times in 3 days before he could barely master it. However, Sir Fred only practiced it twice. At this moment, he deeply felt the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Even someone as strong as Sir Fred had been stuck at the ripple force level for 20 years. He still did not see any hope of comprehending the revolving force. If it was an ordinary person, Levi did not dare to think about it. "Fortunately, I have the proficiency panel. As long as I work hard and live, one day, I will reach the revolving force realm." Levi calmed down. "By the way, the people I sent to investigate the wild boar gang have returned. Guess what?" Sir Fred narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He continued, "The wild boar gang has joined the Wilderness Brotherhood." Wilderness Brotherhood? No wonder that Wild Boar Knight was so impudent. It turns out that he has found a backer. Levi sneered. The Wilderness Brotherhood was considered a rather famous force in the north of the kingdom. It was said to be an organization that believed in the Lord of the Wilderness. Most of the members were wandering knights, mountain bandits, and bandits who wandered the wilderness. The Wilderness Brotherhood advocated the theory of return to the wilderness, freedom of all things, and everything originates from chaos, and everything will eventually end up in chaos. They believed that all things originated from the wilderness of chaos, lived in chaos and disorder, and would eventually return to chaos. This was the best state for all kinds of frost to compete for freedom. The Lord of the Wilderness was the incarnation of chaos in the human world. For this reason, they advocated the overthrow of the tyranny of the church and the kingdom, the abolition of all power systems, the abolition of the aristocratic lord system, and the return to the original system similar to anarchism. Only in this state could all things continue to evolve under the creed of survival of the fittest, and finally everyone could become a god. There was no doubt that this was definitely heresy. Therefore, the Wilderness Brotherhood was the main target of the church and the kingdom. Originally, this organization had disappeared for a long time, but because of the turmoil caused by the Millennium Holy War 3 years ago, the kingdom and the church had no time to care about this small fry. Now, this organization had reappeared in the world. "What do you want to do?" Sir Fred asked. Levi said without hesitation, "Then let them take care of the old blacksmith Toby for us first, as little blacksmith Milan's skills are about the same. In a few days, arrange for more people to be apprentices for the young blacksmith. The production of weapons and equipment for the militia cannot be stopped." "All right." Sir Fred nodded. The world is getting more and more chaotic. It was not that Levi was timid, but his current strength was still too weak compared to the Wilderness Brotherhoods. The Wilderness Brotherhood had existed for a long time and had taken in many gangs or wandering knights. If it were not for the fact that they did not have any grand knights, the number of knights in this organization would probably be incomparable to those earls. After so many years of hiding, who could be sure that the Wilderness Brotherhood didn't have a grand knight? "I'm still too weak. If I had my father's strength and directly charged into the Wild Boar gang, I'm sure that the Wilderness Brotherhood wouldn't dare to stand up for me." Levi mocked himself and returned to his daily training. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1004, month of Germinal, February. It was supposed to be the season when all living things revived. However, the Blackwater Valley was in the north. Although it was not as cold as the winter month, it was still covered in snow. Levi was forced to live an isolated life. Fortunately, he had the experience of the black snake breathing technique and the golden cross slash, which kept him busy forever. Levi's daily routine was to practice the breathing technique twice a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. The rest of the time, he would practice the golden cross slash. The breathing technique was the foundation, so it was definitely the most important. However, the breathing technique consumed too much of Levi's energy and spirit. At the same time, it also consumed too much of the territory's food. The food stored before winter would not be enough if he focused on cultivating the breathing technique. Levi really found it difficult to swallow the black bread. However, at Levi's current speed, he could practice the breathing technique 6 times a day and gain 15 proficiency points. He would be able to break through to the 3rd level in about a year and advance to become a quasi-knight. This speed was already very fast. It was not inferior to his genius father. As for the golden cross slash, Levi practiced it every day until his body reached its limit. Sword techniques were not like breathing techniques, so he did not have to worry too much about going crazy. Hence, his improvement was still very fast. Of course, every week, Levi would give himself a day of rest to give his overloaded body a chance to catch his breath. It was also because of the transformation of his breathing technique that his body was abnormally strong. If it were an ordinary person, this level of training would have exhausted them to death. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1004, month of vitality, March. All things were revived, and the grass grew, and the orioles flew. Levi's golden cross slash successfully broke through to level 2. He opened the panel immediately. Chapter 9. Levi Schneider. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 2, 1002/5000. Golden Cross Slash, Level 2, 3/5000. Special Effect, Intermediate Vibration. The special effect has been upgraded. It became Intermediate Vibration. Levi pulled out Frostmourne, and his body and arms shook rapidly. He instantly unleashed the technique that had formed muscle memory. Frostmourne buzzed and tore through the air. Clang! Clang! A beautiful cross appeared. Levi divided the ordinary wooden stake into 4 neat portions. Golden cross slash proficiency +1. He changed his target to the black dragon wood pillar. The same strength and technique. This time, the cross slash only managed to cut an inch into the black dragon wood pillar before it could no longer move. Levi pulled it out forcefully and sheathed it. Phew, the effect of the intermediate vibration force is very obvious. At the very least, it can cut through an ordinary wooden stake with a single strike. However, the black dragon wood pillar is still quite lacking. Looks like I'll have to reach level 3 and master the advanced vibration force before I can achieve the effect like Sir Fred's. As for ripple force, I think I need to reach level 4. It did not take long to reach level 2 from level 1. After all, it only required 1000 EXP. However, from level 2 to level 3, the difficulty increased drastically. Whether it was the breathing technique or the golden cross slash, Levi had temporarily reached a bottleneck. The next breakthrough would be at least half a year later. He was not in a hurry. After mastering the intermediate vibration force, he felt that his strength had increased greatly, but he still lacked some actual combat training. Therefore, he planned to carry out actual combat training every now and then. It wasn't a drill like Sir Fred's, but a real battle. Levi decided to go to the back mountain of the territory to find an opponent. He had already thought of the perfect target for actual combat training. The reason why Montenegro province was called Montenegro Mountain was because of the Montenegro mountain range that spanned more than 1,000 miles. The Montenegro mountain range was covered with dense black forest all year round. There were all kinds of primitive conifer forests inside. Countless ferocious beasts were hidden in the forest and snowfield. The Blackwater Valley was located at the foot of a branch of the Montenegro mountain range. This place was at the periphery of the Montenegro mountain range. Compared to the depths of Montenegro mountain, there were not as many wild beasts. In the entire Montenegro mountain, the most representative creature was the mountain wolf. They were widely distributed in the wilderness of the northern part of the kingdom. Under normal circumstances, they would appear in groups of 3 to 5, making them a good target for Levi to fight. According to his experience with basic archery, he would gain more proficiency through actual combat training. The mountain wolf was undoubtedly a very good combat target. They were natural-born hunters with an average shoulder height of more than 1 meter. They were much bigger than the largest North American gray wolf in his previous life, and even bigger than the extinct dire wolf. They were even more ferocious and had thicker bones. This was because there were too many beasts that were stronger than them living in Montenegro Mountain. For example, the giant bear of the Northern Territory whose strength was comparable to that of a knight, or the wild beasts at the level of a king in the Montenegro mountain range, such as the silver saber-toothed lion and the armored mammoth, whose strength was comparable to that of a grand knight. Of course, Levi was only a knight attendant, so he did not dare to look for those powerful existences, nor did he dare to look for the large mountain wolves. His target was 3 small wolf packs or a lone mountain wolf. Anyway, with Sir Fred's protection, even if the giant bear of the Northern Territory appeared, he would be safe. As for those king-level beasts, they would only appear in the core area. Levi was only hunting at the edge, so it was basically impossible for him to encounter them. In front of him, a fat and strong snow deer was looking for food. This was a common herbivore on Montenegro Mountain. When Levi was training in his basic archery, he would go into the mountains to hunt one every 3 to 5 days. For a territory with low productivity, hunting deer meat was a good source of food. Most importantly, snow deer meat was really delicious. Sir Fred was also an experienced hunter. He was in charge of keeping watch on the surroundings. Levi knocked an arrow with his bow, and he easily pulled the bow to the full with his great strength. The effective range of this bow was 120 meters. Levi was now about 80 meters away from the snow deer. Separated by some dense forest, the deer had not discovered Levi yet and was busy eating grass. Whoosh! With his archery at the max level, Levi naturally could not miss. The arrow had pierced deep into the snow deer's head under immense force, piercing through its skull. Soon, the snow deer fell to the ground. I'll use it as bait. With the mountain wolf's nose, I'm sure it will smell the blood soon. Sir Fred, let's go up the tree. Levi sat on a tree, waiting for the rabbit to come. Time passed by. Not long after, a wolf's howl came from the forest not far away. Howl. Immediately after, there were different wolf howls in response. 4. Do you need me to make a move? Sir Fred asked. Levi shook his head. You can attack if I can't defeat them. With my armor, there shouldn't be any problem. After a while, 4 mountain wolves the size of calves appeared in the forest below. They sniffed the surrounding air vigilantly. Fortunately, Fred and Levi were both experienced hunters, and Levi had maxed out his hunting skill, so he had already dealt with his scent. In the end, the 4 wolves gathered around the snow deer's corpse. The strongest alpha wolf even started to dig its stomach. Without the permission of the alpha wolf, the other wolves did not dare to eat even though they were drooling. At this moment, a rope descended from the sky. Levi followed the rope and landed heavily on the ground in his armor. The snow seemed to be trembling. Boom! The snow and Levi's strong body allowed him to land steadily. The vigilant mountain wolf immediately realized that something was wrong. After roaring for a while, it was unable to scare Levi away. Under the leadership of the alpha wolf, the other wolves all charged at Levi. They were extremely fast. Even experienced hunters could only run up the trees when they encountered them. Golden cross slash. The sword light of the cross slash stirred up ice and snow. A mountain wolf was cut into 4 by the sword light, and its internal organs flowed all over the ground. Killing in one blow was extremely simple and crude. Golden cross slash mastery proficiency +5. This perfect cross slash gave Levi a 5-point increase in proficiency. This was something that had never happened before. The alpha wolf looked at Levi in horror. With its high intelligence, it immediately knew that it was no match for the human in front of it and immediately fled. You want to run after eating my venison? The taste of the wolf meat was not bad either, so Levi naturally would not let it go. The territory was too poor. Even if he was the lord, and if he wanted to eat freely, he had to hunt by himself. Levi did not use his archery skills. Instead, he quickly chased after them. Although he was wearing armor, his agility and speed were not much inferior to the mountain wolf in a short period of time. Very soon, he caught up with one of them. He used the golden cross slash. Another mountain wolf was dismembered, and its blood splattered onto its armor. Golden cross slash proficiency +4. Chapter 10. After killing the two wolves, Levi realized that the alpha wolf was gone. Suddenly, Levi felt a huge force behind him. It turned out that the alpha wolf had taken advantage of his lack of vigilance and ambushed him from behind. Levi lost his balance and was pushed down. The alpha wolf pounced on him and bit his head. Levi's basic combat skills were already at the max level. He instantly formed an elbow strike to protect his head and hit the alpha wolf hard. Then, he stood up again with another kip up. He held onto the big tree beside him and panted. He had underestimated the intelligence of these beasts. The alpha wolf stopped running and started to distance itself from Levi as if it could tell that Levi was at the end of his rope. Under its call, a few more wolves actually received a response and quickly rushed over. Not long after, Levi was surrounded by 5 mountain wolves. Even a quasi-knight could lose his life if he was not careful when surrounded by 5 mountain wolves. 5 wolves! Sir Fred's heart skipped a beat, and he was ready to attack at any moment. It's only been 2 months, and you've already mastered the vibration force of the golden cross slash. Young master's talent in swordsmanship is much better than I thought. The battle below continued. Levi wore his armor and tried his best to dodge the mountain wolf's attacks. However, there were still too many wolves, so he couldn't completely dodge it. Some mountain wolves occasionally bit the armor that covered his entire body, but they were unable to break through his defense. This was the strength of humans, and it was not Levi cheating. A knight's battle was inseparable from armor. Whether it was chain armor, plate armor, scale armor, or composite armor, good armor was a knight's second life. Therefore, he used the armor to train himself with weights from the beginning. This way, even if he did not wear armor in the future, his agility and speed would increase by a level. The black snake breathing technique was quickly circulated, and the energy in Levi's body burned violently. To use the golden cross slash so frequently in such a short period of time was extremely taxing. Levi decided to end the battle quickly. Frostmourne and his armor were already dyed red, and the ground was also dyed red. In the end, the fearless mountain wolves were killed by Levi. The crafty alpha wolf ordered its subordinates to die, and then it slipped away, only to be shot in the head by Levi. He looked at the corpses of the mountain wolves on the ground. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. In a head-on confrontation, he could now deal with more than 5 mountain wolves while wearing armor. If he did not wear armor, he could only deal with 3 at most. The strength of 3 mountain wolves in this world was even stronger than the Siberian tiger in his previous life. This kind of combat effect is still a little weaker than a quasi-knight. After all, when fighting a knight, my armor's advantage will be lost. My armor can only deal with these wild beasts. Levi analyzed the results of this battle. Overall, he was very satisfied with the actual combat training. Just the proficiency of the golden cross slash alone had increased by 30 to 40 points, which was equivalent to 1 or 2 days of hard work under normal training. During actual combat, the use of sword technique and breathing technique is in a more efficient state than usual, so there was an increase in proficiency. Levi guessed. However, safety always comes first. In actual battle, safety must be guaranteed. Otherwise, it's better to take it slow. With the proficiency panel, Levi did not need to comprehend and break through during life and death situations. He had used up a lot of his breathing technique and sword skills just now, and the intense hunger struck him again. Levi was already familiar with the situation and quickly took out the dry rations he had prepared to relieve his hunger. Sir Fred walked over and looked at the corpses on the ground. Let's pack up and prepare to go down the mountain. The smell of blood here is too strong. It might attract a large-scale mountain wolf pack or other ferocious beasts. If it was a pack of wolves with hundreds of them, even Sir Fred would be dead if he was surrounded, let alone Levi. It would be useless even if he wore armor. Armor was not Iron Man's armor, and it had weaknesses. The fur of these mountain wolves was great material. It was the most suitable material to make leather jackets. Moreover, their defense was quite good, and the meat itself was also an important source of food. After clearing out the unedible internal organs, Levi tied the corpses of the snow deer and mountain wolf to a sleigh that was made at the last minute. He and Sir Fred dragged the thousands of pounds of prey down the mountain. Right after he left, more and more wolf howls appeared and gathered in the mountains. Then, a mix of frost white and black mountain wolves appeared at the place where Levi was fighting, filling up the clearing in the forest. It was a super wolf pack of over 100 mountain wolves. Even an official knight would have to flee at the sight of such a wolf pack. These wolves formed a circle, lowered their heads, and whined in low voices. Then, a giant silver wolf with a shoulder height of more than 1.3 meters and a body size comparable to a polar bear slowly walked over. Around the giant silver wolf's neck, there was a lion-like mane that was flowing in the wind, making it look extraordinary. It was obvious that this was the leader of this pack of wolves. Judging from its size, it was far larger than a normal mountain wolf. It might be a mutant. It looked at the various internal organs on the ground with a complicated expression. Then, it directly began to devour the corpses of its own kind. In the cold winter, no food could be wasted. After eating its fill, the wolf lay on a huge rock. Its sharp eyes looked at the traces of the sleigh and the bloodstains in the forest. They were finally led to the foot of the mountain. Smart wild beasts rarely took the initiative to fight against humans as it was unwise. However, in recent years, the snow had been heavier every year than in previous years, and the number of prey reduced. As the overlord of this area, it was becoming more and more difficult for the alpha wolf to feed more than 100 wolves. The livestock behind the human fences was undoubtedly very tempting. After returning to the territory, the servants and soldiers looked at Levi, who had returned with a full load, and they cheered. Get ready to patrol because the hunt this time has caused quite a commotion. It might attract the wolves to take revenge. Get the blacksmiths to forge more arrowheads. Levi said coldly after resting for a short while. The main fortifications of the castle had been repaired, and there were 50 militiamen under his command. Although their weapons were basically farming tools like pitchforks, and their defensive equipment was simple wooden shields, with the combat skills that Sir Fred had taught them, it was not a problem for them to deal with a mountain wolf, right? Humans had extraordinary physical qualities, especially their endurance. Coupled with the tools they had, many ordinary beasts were not as terrifying as they thought. This hunt had increased the castle's meat reserves by a lot. Levi could finally relax and cultivate the breathing technique for a period of time. After sending off the month of vitality, the month of grass, April, came. The chill gradually faded, and the temperature was warming up. The snow on the valley plains had already melted, and the green grass sprouted. It was full of vitality. The serfs in the Blackwater Valley began to sow the spring wheat. The militia also joined the team to cultivate and sow after training. If the weather was good this year, they would be able to harvest in September. Spring was in full swing, and the territory was thriving. The snow had subsided, and the passage to the outside world was also open. On this day, Levi, who was cultivating the breathing technique in the castle, opened his eyes. Just 3 days ago, he received an unexpected invitation. Chapter 11. Dear Baron Levi Schneider, it's almost the month of flowers. The silver frost flowers of the Silver Moon territory are about to bloom. I sincerely invite you to attend the aristocratic dance ball I'm hosting this year. The letter was from Baron Fox of the neighboring Silver Moon territory. Do you want to go? Sir Fred asked. No. Levi refused decisively. Then I'll get someone to write a letter and reject it. Sir Fred turned around and left. I'm still too weak now. If I go to the ball alone and get targeted, I won't be able to escape. But if I bring Sir Fred along, who will guard this territory? There was no high-speed rail in this world, and the roads were inconvenient. It would take at least a day or two to go back and forth. Levi had no interest in the aristocratic dance ball. This was just a boring social activity that the nobles of this world used to show their superiority. When he was young, his father had brought him to the aristocratic dance ball organized by the Duke of Montenegro, and he had seen the hypocrisy of these nobles. If I have the time, I might as well focus on training my proficiency. After saying that, Levi continued to cultivate. Staying in the territory was safe and comfortable. Time flew by, and the month of flowers, May, arrived. After crossing a few mountains, about 200 miles south of Blackwater Valley, was the Silver Moon territory. Baron Fox was the owner of this territory. It was the day of Baron Fox's aristocratic dance ball. Within the Silver Moon territory, on a hillside where silver frost flowers bloomed. Noble boys and girls dressed in gorgeous clothes were admiring flowers, drinking wine, eating barbecued meat, dancing aristocratic dances, and chatting about some meaningless gossip. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Montenegro is engaged to Edward, the White Horse Knight of the royal family. Oh my God, isn't that great? The White Horse Knight Edward, a grand knight at the age of 25, is known as the most promising person in this era of the royal family to become a legendary knight. Although the White Horse Knight is not a legendary knight, he is already a legendary figure of the royal family. He has shown his talents in the Millennium Holy War and killed 2 Grand Knights of the Church of Storm by himself. He has now become the dream lover and Prince Charming of all the noble girls in the Emerald Kingdom. Last night, I dreamed that I was on the White Horse Knight's unicorn with him, he. Speaking of which, in the Blackwater Valley in the north of my father's territory, a genius who was no weaker than the White Horse Knight was born. Many people thought that he could become a legend, but he died in the Millennium Holy War. You're talking about the Black Snake Knight, right? The Black Snake Knight is too old-fashioned. Even when he died, he still couldn't forget his first love, his deceased wife. He didn't marry more women and leave more descendants for the Schneider family. He only left that prodigal Levi. That's right. Levi from the Black Snake family is a coward. He gave away my father's business to someone else. This kind of person can't achieve anything. Moreover, my father invited him to attend the aristocratic dance ball, but he didn't even come. He didn't care about my father at all. This is too rude, humph. One of Baron Fox's daughters said angrily. These noble children were talking and laughing. As they chatted, there was no lack of drunk little guys. Men and women ran to the small forest behind the hillside to do some embarrassing things to carry out more in-depth communication and connection. Although there were restrictions from the church, the nobles of this world could always turn some normal social balls into abnormal gatherings. In the conference hall of the Silver Moon Castle, 3 armored noble knights were drinking and chatting. The leader was a middle-aged noble with a long and narrow face and a thin body. He was the master of the Silver Moon territory, Baron Fox, but people usually called him the Silver Fox Knight. The other 2 were Baron Bill, the Rock Bear Knight of Rock Hill, and Baron Wolf, the Frost Wolf Knight of Frostwind territory. These 3 barons were Levi's 3 neighbors, and they were all official knights. Thank you for coming to my ball. Baron Fox smiled and said elegantly. Old Fox, just say what you want. Who doesn't know that the Silver Fox family has always been scheming? Our Rock Bear family doesn't like to beat around the bush. The tall and sturdy Rock Bear Knight said. His tone was not polite at all. He had been practicing the giant bear breathing technique of the Rock Hill family for many years, which made his body far larger than ordinary people's. He was 2.3 meters tall, like a small giant. His full and sturdy demonic muscles contained the same strength as a bear. Big guy, you haven't changed at all. You don't care about Silver Fox Knight at all. Frost Wolf Knight smiled and said. He looked around and said, speaking of which, why didn't anyone from the Black Snake family come? The Silver Fox Knight coughed and said, the little black snake rejected my kind invitation. I bet it must be the idea of that serpent vulture knight. But it doesn't matter anymore. Without solder, the Black Snake family exists in name only. With just a serpent vulture knight who is about to go down from his peak, it won't be long before it perishes. I've called all of you here to discuss the future of our 3 great families. For this, I've also invited an important person. After the Silver Fox Knight finished speaking, he clapped his hands. Then, the door of the meeting hall slowly opened, and a knight wearing plate armor with a meteor hammer hanging from his waist walked in with a rumble. His face was covered by the helmet. This is... The Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight's expressions changed slightly as they looked at the Silver Fox Knight. Don't panic. This is Wildboar Knight of the Wilderness Brotherhood. He's not here to fight with us this time but to discuss something. The Silver Fox Knight said with a smile. So you're the Wildboar Knight. I heard that you've cultivated the wild boar breathing technique and have boundless strength. Some people even say that your strength is even greater than our Rock Bear family, hee. The Rock Bear Knight sneered. It was obvious that he was not convinced. In terms of strength, many excellent breathing techniques could not compare to his family's giant bear breathing technique. The Wild Boar Knight glanced at Rock Bear Knight without saying anything. Silver Fox Knight, you actually invited people from the Wilderness Brotherhood. If the kingdom and the church find out, you know the consequences. Frost Wolf Knight's expression changed drastically. Only a few of us know about this. As long as you don't say anything, the church naturally won't know. The Silver Fox Knight narrowed his eyes and smiled meaningfully. Hearing this, the Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight's expressions changed drastically. Then, Wild Boar Knight blocked the gate of the castle's meeting hall. The Silver Fox Knight said apologetically, "I'm sorry, the two of you. I'm doing this for the Silver Fox family. You don't think you can keep the two of us, do you?" Frost Wolf Knight unsheathed his knight sword from his waist, and Rock Bear Knight swung his heavy hammer that weighed 100 pounds. Wild Boar Knight, who had been silent all this time, took out a black ancient snuff bottle from somewhere and chanted a strange chant. Lamp Spirit, quickly reveal yourself." Chapter 12. The lid of the black snuff bottle opened on its own, and a strange black smoke came out of it. The black smoke quickly rose and condensed into a distorted human figure, like a scream in an abstract painting. "What sorcery is this?" Rock Bear Knight was extremely shocked. He smashed his heavy hammer at the distorted figure. Wild Boar Knight watched quietly with a smug look in his eyes. The heavy hammer passed through the distorted black smoke and finally smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack. Frost Wolf Knight also slashed with his sword, but it also pierced through the body of the black smoke. He finally woke up and cried out, "Big guy, this is an evil spirit. Damn it, our attacks are ineffective against the evil spirit. Run! We must report this matter." Before the Frost Wolf Knight could finish his words, 2 streams of black smoke came out of the distorted human figure and entered the nostrils of the Frost Wolf Knight and the Rock Bear Knight. In an instant, the 2 knights were rooted to the spot, unable to move. The Rock Bear Knight's arm glowed with a black light. He used the power of black gas. Immediately, a terrifying and strange howl sounded from the Rock Bear Knight's body. It seemed like 2 forces were fighting in his body, but in the end, the Rock Bear Knight's face lost its luster, and the black gas on his arm began to dissipate. Although the black gas had the power to resist this black smoke, it was obviously limited to this. The situation of the Frost Wolf Knight was the same. It could not continue after resisting for a moment. In the end, the 2 knights fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and their expressions were distorted as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. It was as if their essence, chi, and spirit were instantly sucked out. Wisps of white gas surged into the snuff bottle's evil spirit, causing it to solidify. These 2 knights looked no different from ordinary people, but they had no aura. They were already dead. Burp. The snuff bottle's evil spirit seemed to have eaten its fill. It burped and entered the black snuff bottle, leaving behind a sentence that echoed in the meeting hall. "I am very satisfied with this deal. According to the principle of equal exchange, as a gift, I will help your wilderness brotherhood once. In the next transaction, you need to offer 3 knights." The evil spirit actually spoke. The Wild Boar Knight quickly lowered his head and said respectfully to the snuff bottle, "Yes, Lord Lamp Spirit." After doing all this, they looked at the corpse on the ground. "Just like we discussed at the beginning," the Wild Boar Knight said coldly, "when the 3 of you were participating in the aristocratic dance ball, you were attacked by the legendary evil spirit. Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight were unfortunately killed. You were lucky enough to escape because you were devoutly wearing the badge of holy light of the Heavenly Father. But will the people of the kingdom and the church believe it? Murdering other nobles is a serious crime." Silver Fox Knight asked. He was clearly not confident. "Don't worry. Whether they believe it or not, no one will pursue you. Instead, they might use this opportunity to spread the news and make their lord appear even more omnipotent. Moreover, the Millennium Holy War has exhausted the kingdom and the church. The lords below have long been restless. I think the king will not care much about the death of these 2 barons. Instead, he will secretly heave a sigh of relief." Wild Boar Knight sneered. "In addition, it is an indisputable fact that the 2 of them were attacked by evil spirits. You didn't lie about this. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the fact that the 2 of them were completely unscathed and died without being poisoned. However, they would never have thought that this evil spirit was controlled by someone. You have to believe that in this world, only our wilderness brotherhood has the ability to control this legendary terrifying evil spirit. Pleasure working with you. We've completed the task successfully. The only fly in the ointment is that the Serpent Vulture Knight didn't come. Here's 1,000 gold coins. I hope our cooperation will become more and more pleasant in the future. Chaos will eventually descend. May the Lord of the Wilderness bless you." After the wild-born knight finished speaking, he threw down a big bag of gold coins and turned around to leave. Only the Silver Fox Knight was left with an uncertain expression. In the end, he sighed and picked up the bag of gold coins on the ground. For a small territory like the Silver Moon Territory, 1,000 gold coins were almost 10 years of financial income. In this world, the purchasing power of gold coins was very strong. For Silver Fox Knight, who urgently needed to expand his military equipment, this was a huge sum of money. It meant dozens of sets of excellent knight armor. For this huge sum of money, even if he had to risk the church discovering the truth, he had to do it. That evil spirit is too terrifying. The two official knights couldn't fight back at all. However, the black gas seems to be able to resist the evil spirit, but the effect is very weak. Or rather, the quality and quantity of the black gas of the Rock Bear Knight and the Frost Wolf Knight are not enough. The Silver Fox Knight had a lingering fear. Whether it was that strange invisible attack or that illusory body that could be immune to attacks, it made the evil spirit invincible against the knight. The Wilderness Brotherhood has mastered the power of the evil spirit. Now, it's the kingdom and the church's turn to be in trouble. The real winter was about to arrive. No one could stay out of it. The only thing the Silver Fox Knight could do was to become as strong as possible before winter arrived. A few days later, through some traveling merchants in the territory, Levi learned that the Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight had encountered a legendary evil spirit and died suddenly. Levi couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. "Fortunately, I didn't go." Regardless of whether the rumors about this evil spirit are true or not, Silver Fox Knight definitely didn't have good intentions when he invited me back then. Levi muttered to himself. He was skeptical about the rumors of the evil spirit attack. He had encountered an evil spirit before and knew that the evil spirit was not just a legendary thing. However, this evil spirit killed the Rock Bear Knight and the Frost Wolf Knight, and only the host Silver Fox Knight was fine. This was a little strange. However, this was not something Levi should worry about. Even knights are no match for evil spirits. What kind of existence are these things? I have to put the search for clues to the wizards on the agenda. I have to use magic to deal with magic. Spring had passed, and the summer of the month of flowing fire had arrived. After more than a month, the Church of Holy Light's investigation results on the deaths of the Rock Bear Knight and the Frost Wolf Knight was finally out. The final result of the investigation was that they had died from an attack by an evil spirit. For a time, the entire country was in a state of panic. All along, everyone had thought that evil spirits were just ancient legends. It was a lie that adults used to scare naughty children who couldn't sleep. And now, its existence was confirmed by the world's most authoritative organization, the Church. In response, the Pope of the Church of Holy Light warmly reminded the nobles and civilians that if they wore the Church's badge of Holy Light, it had the effect of exorcising evil spirits. It was precisely because of this that Silver Fox Knight was protected from the attacks of the evil spirit. For a time, the memorial badges that were originally only worth 1 gold coin issued by the Church on the occasion of the millennium had been hyped up to a ridiculous price of 100 gold coins per badge. From the nobles to the rich merchants, they would not feel at ease without wearing a badge of holy light when they went out. After all, evil spirits were just legends in the past. But now, evil spirits really existed. Even the high and mighty knights were so fragile in front of the evil spirit. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with the peaceful Blackwater Valley. Chapter 13. Within the territory of the Blackwater Valley, there was a lush forest valley. The Blackwater River quietly passed through it, witnessing the changes in the territory over time. This year, the crops in the territory were growing very well. With the irrigation of the melted snow from the mountains, under normal circumstances, there would not be a drought. The sunlight in summer was also very sufficient. The only flaw was that they could only grow 1 crop. Everything in the territory was running in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, Levi was a liberal arts student in his previous life and knew nothing about science and engineering. He also did not know many scientific inventions that could improve productivity. Otherwise, he could be like the other transmigrators, climbing the technological tree in his territory and creating a scientific revolution. He might even be able to lead this extremely backward world into the steam age. He was not good at management, nor was he good at farming. He only knew how to immerse himself in obtaining experience. All the matters in the territory were handed over to Sir Fred and other professionals to manage. To Levi, Having the proficiency panel, he only had one goal from the beginning to the end, and that was to pursue immortality in this other world. The identity and status of a lord were just tools in the pursuit of strength. Wealth, power, love, and all the troubles in the world were just floating clouds. Year 1004 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of the furnace, August. During the month of the furnace, it was mainly hot in the south. The Blackwater Valley in the north of the kingdom had a higher altitude and the temperature was just right. Sir Fred led the militia to build irrigation canals for the territory and led them to the Blackwater River for irrigation, so the crops grew well this year. In addition, Lord Levi also called on the serfs in the territory to rely on the Blackwater River to fish when they were idle, which could also increase the income of the territory. Levi was afraid of being pestered by the evil spirit, so he naturally did not dare to go to the Blackwater River. Unfortunately, his dream in his previous life was not needing to work, and having a pack of cigarettes, a stool, and a fishing rod to fish for a day. As his strength increased, the amount of meat he consumed increased. He could eat more than 10 pounds of meat a day, but the production of beef and mutton in Blackwater Valley was limited, so Levi thought of eating fish. Most of the fish in the Blackwater River were cold water bass and salmon. Their meat was delicious and nutritious, and there were plenty of fish bones in fresh water. However, for Levi, the fish bones were just something that he could swallow directly, so it did not matter. Levi also taught the chefs in the territory some of the cooking methods from his previous life so that they could cook fish for him and the soldiers. Steamed, braised, and grilled fish had different cooking methods. The taste was definitely not as good as in his previous life. After all, the Emerald Kingdom was similar to medieval Europe before the great discovery of navigation. There were not many spices. Occasionally, some were shipped from other countries, but they were controlled by the nobles and the royal family. Even Levi could not afford to eat them. However, it was still better than the dark dishes they had made before. The water quality of the Blackwater River was excellent, and the fishy smell of fish meat was not strong. This could be considered as solving some of the meat problems of the soldiers in his territory. Sir Fred also started eating river fish with Levi. In fact, ever since he became a knight, Sir Fred rarely ate river fish. In the eyes of the nobles and knights in this world, river fish was only eaten by the lower class. However, seeing how Levi was thrifty and ate river fish in order to save money, Fred was shocked. Young Master Levi is destined to achieve great things. In the midst of peace, the days passed and the month of wheatfield arrived. The wheat in the territory was golden yellow, and the joy of a bumper harvest was overflowing on Lord Levi's face. Farming is a beautiful thing. It was a fixed rest day every week. Levi drank wine and watched the serfs harvesting wheat at the foot of the mountain. This year's weather was good, and Levi felt that the wheat production would definitely be much higher than last year. However, when the month of harvest, October, arrived, Levi was dumbfounded. Compared to last year, the production had increased by less than 1%. He called for Sir Fred and the butler of the territory. Looking at the data from previous years, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. No matter what year it was, the wheat production of the territory basically didn't change. After some research, Levi realized that there was a problem with the territory's policies. According to the convention of this world, the serfs in the territory were the private property of the lord, and the land was also the private property granted to the lord by the king. The serfs' income, whether it was wheat or other agricultural products, other than keeping a small portion for themselves, the rest had to be handed over to the small lord. After the small lord converted the food into money, he would hand over a portion to the big lord directly under him. Finally, he would hand it over to the largest lord, the royal family of the Emerald Kingdom. They called it assistance money. As time passed, many serfs began to slack off. Whether it was sowing or fertilizing, they were all very perfunctory. In any case, they had to give it to the lord in the end. No matter how much they harvested, it had nothing to do with them. Then why would they work so hard? As long as the yield was not too low, the lord would not blame the serfs. After all, everyone's output was not high. Levi felt that it was necessary to change the policies in the territory. He called Sir Fred over and told him his thoughts. Sir Fred was a little surprised. Since ancient times, I don't think anyone has done this. You're the lord. If you think those serfs are lazy, you just need to set a hard target for them every year. If they don't meet it, they will be severely punished. There's no need to be so kind to them. You're still too kind. Levi shook his head. The best way to motivate these people is not to punish them, but to make them eat their fill. Then let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the way we were. There's no loss anyway, Sir Fred said thoughtfully. Just like that, after the month of harvest, a new policy was implemented in the territory. The butler went from house to house, telling the serfs a piece of great news. The Lord has announced that from next year onwards, each family will only have to hand over 60% of the wheat harvested in the year to the Lord. Other than that, the rest of the wheat will belong to the serfs themselves. The serfs in the wooden houses all revealed expressions of disbelief. Is this true? Heavenly Father, our Lord is not lying to us, right? Are you questioning the Lord's authority? No, no. In the end, in order to dispel the concerns of these serfs, Levi had to give a speech in person to announce the implementation of the decree. Hearing that it was true, the serfs were overjoyed. For the first time, they felt that life was so promising and that their future was bright. Levi did not know if this move would work, but he felt that it was time to make some changes. Autumn in the Blackwater Valley was always too short. In the blink of an eye, it was the month of northern wind. On the training ground below the castle, Levi's body and arms trembled, and it created after images. He slashed out a beautiful cross with Frostmourne in his hand. The sturdy black dragonwood pillar in front of him, which was covered with all kinds of slashes, finally split into 4. The sound was crisp, and the incision was smooth. Golden Cross / Proficiency +1. The system notification sounded. Levi let out a breath, and with a pleasantly surprised expression, he could not help but jump up. He was so happy that he looked like a teenager. I broke through. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 2, 4502/5000. Golden Cross / Level 3, 1/10,000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration. Chapter 14. Advanced Vibration Force. Ha ha ha, this is Advanced Vibration. I've already mastered the first level of the Golden Cross / the Vibraforce / Levi could not help but exclaim in satisfaction at the pleasure brought by the increase in strength. The current me should be able to put up a fight against a quasi-knight. It's just a pity that I don't have the chance to test it out. After all, the Golden Cross / is a killing move. Once it's used, blood will be spilled. Levi sheathed his sword. It had been a year since he started practicing the Black Snake Breathing Technique. Now, he was not far from reaching the 3rd level of the Black Snake Breathing Technique. He should be able to reach it by the end of this year. At that time, he would be a true quasi-knight. One only needed to condense the life seed to become an official knight. Becoming an official knight meant that he finally had the ability to protect himself in this world and entered the ranks of the upper and middle class experts in this world. In short, the difficulty of cultivating the breathing technique was still much higher than the first level of the Golden Cross / Of course, Levi guessed that it might also be because his talent in the way of the sword was not bad. Next, I'll use the Black Snake Breathing Technique to break through to the 3rd level as soon as possible. After setting his goal, Levi once again activated the explosive training mode. This was how a lord's life was. It was repetitive, boring, and dull. However, every time he saw the +1 proficiency notification, Levi felt that it was all worth it. Year 1004 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of winter. It was the 3rd year after the end of the Millennium Holy War between the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire. Although the two countries no longer had major wars, small-scale conflicts continued. In fact, everyone knew that this was not a war between two countries. It was the conflict between the churches behind the scenes. The Church of Holy Light, which believed in the Heavenly Father, and the Church of Storm, which believed in the Lord of Storm, wanted to expand their territory in order to expand their influence. They wanted to expand the influence of the Church to the entire world. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve this. There were a total of 7 large kingdoms and empires in the world. The citizens and nobles of each country had their own faith in their own gods. The various forces were constantly fighting openly and covertly. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to destroy the other 6 countries and churches and unify the world. However, since the birth of the 7 churches, their purpose and significance were to spread the faith. Therefore, in the foreseeable future, the evolution of civilization would inevitably be inseparable from the struggle of these religions. Putting aside the war between countries, there was also a war going on in the mountains where the Blackwater Valley was located. In the dense forest, hundreds of mountain wolves surrounded a giant silver white bear that had just woken up from hibernation. The silver white bear's shoulder was 1.8 meters tall, and its body was more than 4 meters long. This was one of the most famous wild beasts in the north, the giant bear of the Northern Territory. They had the strength of a knight when they grew up, and the best among them had the combat strength of a high-level knight. It was easy for them to kill a giant elephant. This bear was actually a little smaller because it was a female bear. If it was an adult male bear, it would usually have the strength of a peak knight. Opposite the giant bear of the Northern Territory was a wolf pack that covered the mountains and plains as well as the mountain wolf king that led these wolf packs. Mountain wolves were the most terrifying existence in the Black Forest. Their individual strength was far inferior to the giant bear of the Northern Territory. However, they won in terms of team cooperation as there were many of them. However, under normal circumstances, even if there were hundreds of wolves, they would rarely take the initiative to hunt the giant bear of the Northern Territory. It was because there were too many wolves and there was a lack of food this year. This was originally the Mountain Wolf King's territory, but this spring, this female bear had intruded into its territory and fought with it for scarce food. From time to time, she would also kill its wolf pack. Today, taking advantage of the female bear's hibernation, the Mountain Wolf King had been considered for a long time and was prepared to kill this female bear and have a good meal. Unexpectedly, this female bear was still very vigilant. It seemed to have sensed the arrival of the mountain wolf pack from afar and actually wanted to escape. Of course, in the end, it was still caught up by the wolf pack led by the Mountain Wolf King. Now, the female bear, who was surrounded by a group of mountain wolves, stopped running. In terms of speed and endurance, it was impossible for it to run faster than the mountain wolves. These were the most patient hunters. They were one of the few who could compete with human hunters in endurance. It wanted to end the battle quickly. Its roar resounded through the forest. Its front feet left the ground, and it stood up. Its majestic body was as tall as a two-story building. Many ordinary mountain wolves began to retreat. Seeing this, the Mountain Wolf King roared toward the sky to boost the morale of its team. It was a rare mutated wolf king, an existence that could be compared to a knight, although it was not a match for the giant bear of the Northern Territory in a one-on-one battle. But it was not a lone wolf. Just like that, the wolf and the bear began to fight in the valley. Countless mountain wolves pounced at the female bear fearlessly. The female bear slapped down, and the mountain wolves that did not dodge were immediately turned into mud. Not to mention wolves, even knights wearing armor would not be able to withstand a blow from a giant bear of the Northern Territory if they did not have plate armor. Although plate armor could barely withstand a frontal impact, the huge force could still shatter the internal organs and bones of most knights that practiced non-defensive breathing techniques. In order to survive, both sides were doing their best. There was no right or wrong, just for the sake of staying alive. In the end, the giant bear of the Northern Territory was covered in mountain wolves. Its thick and hard fur was also covered in wounds, and countless blood dyed the snow red. It was already tired, but it did not collapse. Instead, it continued to fight. In the end, after losing a third of the mountain wolves, the female bear was on the verge of death. Only then did the cautious Mountain Wolf King make its move. Its sharp canine teeth bit the neck of the giant bear of the Northern Territory, and the other mountain wolves directly began to cut open its stomach. The giant bear of the Northern Territory's shrill roar echoed through the forest, and the birds and beasts retreated. The king of the forest was about to fall. In this region, there could only be one king, and that was the Mountain Wolf King. Not long after, the giant bear was completely silent. The battle was over. The Mountain Wolf King enjoyed the spoils of war. With the corpse of the giant bear and the corpses of its dead companions, it should be enough to last for a month. It had no pity for the dead wolves. As long as there was enough food, new blood would soon join the wolf pack. What the Mountain Wolf King didn't know was that in the cave of the mother bear, which was more than 10 miles away, 3 cubs the size of calves were looking sadly in the direction of their mother's death. They were running aimlessly and in a panic. They were born in the spring of this year. The giant bear of the Northern Territory needed more than 7 years to mature. They were less than a year old, and although they looked old, they had yet to learn how to hunt. Instinct told them that perhaps the location at the border between the deep mountains and the human settlements would allow them to survive. There, they could sneak into the human settlements at night to pick up trash and eat. They could also stay away from these dangerous wolves. Out of the 3 chubby bears, one was grey, one was pure white and looked like its mother, and the last one seemed to have mutated genes. It was mixed with black and white. In short, it was chubby and did not have the prestige of its mother at all. The 3 little ones were connected head to tail, stumbling towards the valley where the Blackwater Valley was located. What awaited them was an unknown new life. They had not learned how to hunt, and their bodies were not strong enough. There was a high chance that they would die young and not see the sun tomorrow. However, this was a cruel world. Living was difficult, wasn't it? Chapter 15. Year 1005 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the first day of the new year. Ever since the Rock Bear Knight and Frost Wolf Knight were attacked, there would be news of evil spirit attacks from time to time, but it was unknown if they were true or not. In response to the recent frequent attacks by evil spirits, the Church of Holy Light claimed that a bishop of the church had developed a holy water that was extremely effective against evil spirits. It was called Holy Light No. 1. One only needed to consume 1 bottle every 7 days, and after a month, he would be immune to all evil. Once the holy water was released, it was priced at 10 gold coins per bottle. The first batch of 3,000 bottles was sold out within a week. What was even more shocking was, it had 0 negative ratings. Levi felt that the nobles of this world were easy to deceive. However, it was understandable that he came from the modern world and naturally did not understand these people's fanatical faith in the church. Ever since that incident, the probability of evil spirits appearing has increased. Wizards, oh wizards, how can I find traces of wizards? Levi was rummaging through some books made of goatskin in his father's study. As of now, there was no paper making or printing in this world. Therefore, even for a noble family like his father, the collection of books in the house was very limited. In the end, he found nothing. Sir Fred hurried to the study and said to Levi excitedly, "Young master, I brought you a birthday present that you would never have imagined." Levi was curious as to why the calm Sir Fred was so excited. He saw that Sir Fred ordered his subordinates to push a cage with wheels covered with a curtain. Sir Fred lifted the curtain, and 3 furry guys could be seen curled up in a corner. Bear. Levi had a strange expression. In front of him were 3 bears the size of calves. Why did Sir Fred give him 3 bears? Young master, this isn't an ordinary bear. These are the cubs of a giant bear of the Northern Territory. What? Giant bear of the Northern Territory? Levi was shocked. He had heard of this beast before. It was a beast that was comparable to an official knight when it reached adulthood. Last night, a female farm worker found something sneaking into her yard in the middle of the night and ate her chicken. Then, she found this little guy. This little guy wanted to escape but was caught by the militia patrolling at night. Although it was just a baby, it took a lot of effort to catch him. Sir Fred took out a black and white bear and pinched the back of its neck. The bear bared its fangs and brandished its claws, wanting to attack Fred, but it was in vain. There were still some chicken feathers left by the little bear's mouth. It was hard to imagine that such a small fellow would become the ferocious giant bear of the Northern Territory in the future. The other 2 cubs whimpered as if they were worried about their brother. These 3 little bears were not fat. They could be said to be as thin as a stick for a bear. It was obvious that they had been starving for a long time. If they had not been discovered by Sir Fred, they might have starved to death in a few days. Where's their mother? Would it follow the little bear's scent to find trouble with us? Levi was a little worried. He was no match for the giant bear of the Northern Territory. Don't worry. It looks like their mother has died or left them behind. Usually, this is the hibernation period of bears. If they don't stay in the cave at this time, it means that something happened to their mother. The cubs of the giant bear of the Northern Territory are worth more than 100 gold coins on the black market. Many nobles want to domesticate these ferocious beasts from a young age. When they grow up, it's equivalent to having a competent knight-level pet. But I suggest that we raise them ourselves. The cubs of the giant bear of the Northern Territory are rare, but it's expensive to raise them. Sir Fred was in a good mood and tried his best to persuade Levi to keep the 3 bears. All right, let's keep it. Let's keep it in the castle for now and send some people to take good care of it. Levi came to the side of the 3 little bears and carefully sized them up. He said, "This grey one will be called Little Grey, that white one will be called Little White, and this one with mixed fur will be called Little fatty since it's the fattest. Levi asked the servants to take care of the cubs. These cubs would need at least 7 years before they could be put to good use. Moreover, he did not know if these wild cubs could survive. Therefore, he could not place his hopes on these external objects. The most important thing was to improve his strength. After sending the howling bears away, Levi looked at Sir Fred and asked, "Sir Fred, how's the search for books on wizards coming along?" Fred smiled. "You're really concerned about wizards. Don't worry, I've already sent people to look for them. They're basically biographies of rangers or novels. They can't be taken seriously. I found a book here that I got from a wandering merchant. It records a legend about wizards. You can take a look." Sir Fred handed over a sheepskin scroll. It was very old and shabby. Grimm's Travels. The author was a person called Grimm. Obviously, Grimm was a pen name, but no one knew who he was. Levi returned to his room, opened the book, and started reading from the beginning. Grimm described himself as a traveling merchant. The content of his travel notes was not much. It mainly recorded some strange things that Grimm heard on his journey, one of which was about wizards. In the year 847 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, on the sea east of Storm City in the Emerald Kingdom, the merchant ship that I was on crashed due to a storm. I held a wooden board and prayed to the Heavenly Father to survive the disaster. Perhaps my devout faith touched the Heavenly Father, and I survived. I was washed to an unknown island by the waves. I didn't know where I was, so I looked for food everywhere on the island. Then I saw many magical creatures that subverted my imagination. A 3-legged toad with a beautiful face on its back. There was a swan with 6 pairs of wings. It was pure and beautiful, like the 12-winged angel beside the Heavenly Father. There was also a red mushroom that could run. Damn it, that fellow could even speak human language. It even tore a piece of meat from its own body and fed me with it. After eating the mushroom, I fell asleep in a daze. I vaguely remember a beautiful lady sitting beside me. I don't remember what happened after that. When I woke up, I was already back on a fishing boat. The fisherman said that he found me floating on a wooden board and saved me. I think I might have encountered a wizard that only appeared in legends. Only wizards would research and create strange creatures. Moreover, I realized that after eating the mushroom's flesh, the chronic illness that had plagued me for many years no longer existed. I was younger and stronger than before. This must be the power of magic. It was that witch who saved me. Later on, I made a lot of money from doing business and wanted to go to that island to look for that beautiful witch. However, that island seemed to have disappeared into thin air. I went out to sea 7 times, but to no avail. Until now, my hair has turned white. In order to go out to sea, I became a pauper again. My family and friends left me. They said that I was crazy, but I knew that I wasn't. I really met a wizard. I regrouped and sold my mansion in the capital. I was determined to go out to sea for the 8th time. Before I went out to sea this time, I wrote down everything I experienced and published 100 books at my own expense. If I didn't find the legendary wizard, I hope that those who read this book can continue to look for her. Oh, right, I vaguely remember that in the conversation between the red mushroom and the beautiful witch, the mushroom called the witch Ms. Rollin. Chapter 16. Isn't Storm City the city from my father's stormy hill? Levi muttered to himself. What Grimm described perfectly matched Levi's imagination of wizards. Strange, powerful, and mysterious. But we can't rule out the possibility that Grimm is really crazy. No matter what, at least the sea near Storm City might be a clue for me. Levi silently noted this down and flipped through some other content of the travel notes. None of them had anything to do with wizards, and he did not find any useful clues. He burned the travel notes. If only there was the internet. Levi sighed. Then, he threw himself into cultivation. He was very close to breaking through to level 3 of his breathing technique. This month, he would be able to break through to become a quasi-knight. During this period of time, when Levi was not cultivating, he would go to the bear pens of the 3 little bears every day to check on their physical conditions. If all 3 cubs could survive, then he would have 3 knight-level giant bears of the Northern Territory in the future. This would be the only one in the entire kingdom. At that time, he would not need to ride a warhorse. He would directly ride the giant bear of the Northern Territory and even forge a set of exclusive armor for the giant bears. The image of him riding a giant armored bear on the battlefield made Levi extremely excited, and his blood boiled. It reminded him of the scene in the fantasy movie Golden Compass in his previous life. This was a mount that suited the world of swords and magic. In order to let these 3 little ones grow up healthily, Levi had spent a lot of effort. 3 militiamen were sent to take care of the cubs 24/7. They were fed fish, wolf meat, venison, goat's milk, and cow's milk every day. Occasionally, the cubs were fed vegetarian food to prevent them from stunting or dying prematurely due to the lack of certain nutrients during their growth period. Levi would interact with the bears every day, using the most traditional and effective method to tame the 3 wild bears. That was to let them familiarize themselves with him. In fact, no matter how wild many mammals were, they could still gradually establish feelings if they were raised from a young age. Levi also bought a book on beast taming, Introduction to Beast Taming in the Circus, which included some works by scholars who studied the giant bear of the Northern Territory. Then, to Levi's surprise, after reading the Introduction to Beast Taming in the Circus, a new skill appeared on his proficiency panel. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 2, 4899/5000. Golden Cross / Level 3, 56/10,000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration. Beast Taming, Level 1, 66/1000. It could work like that. Levi was dumbfounded. All this while, he had never been able to understand the standards of the skills recorded in the proficiency panel. The only thing he could be sure of was that combat techniques and breathing techniques could be recorded. Other than that, whether or not the other life skills could be recorded would depend on the mood of the proficiency panel. No matter what, Levi was very happy that he had an extra skill. Moreover, this skill was a practical skill. To him, it could be said to be a timely help. In order to verify his guess, Levi began to ask Sir Fred to buy books related to beast taming from all over the country. The Karen Beast Taming Manual. Royal Circus Beast Taming Notes. The High Mountain Tribes Hawk Taming Method. In short, he began to purchase all kinds of beast taming books at a high price. One had to know that in this era, books were very expensive. However, in order to gain more experience, Levi could only take out a portion of his savings. This puzzled Sir Fred. "Young master, are you thinking of becoming a beast tamer?" Sir Fred didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No, Sir Fred. I just want to use the right method to tame the 3 little bears. These little guys are too wild. Every time I go to them, they will roar at me," Levi said seriously. "All right, but we don't have much money in our account now. We only have 68 gold coins left," Sir Fred shrugged and said helplessly. "Don't worry, Sir Fred. I know what to do," Levi replied. It would take some time to collect the books, and Levi had been using his own methods to tame the beasts. The most important thing was the temptation of delicious food. Which bear could refuse the fragrant roasted venison covered in honey? On one hand, the 3 little fellows were still very fierce towards Levi, but on the other hand, they ate his food quite confidently. For a while, Levi even suspected that he was playing Pokemon games. 7 days later, Levi's breathing technique had finally broken through to level 3. He felt that his entire body was filled with energy. When he was using the breathing technique, his breathing rate was far higher than usual. A large amount of oxygen was inhaled, and the oxygen content in his blood increased rapidly. All aspects of his physical fitness increased explosively. In the cold winter, wisps of faintly discernible white steam pervaded the surface of Levi's body. 3 streams of white smoke came out of his mouth and nose, and his bones and muscles roared. Like a sleeping cat, it let out a faint roar of an engine. After cultivating for more than a year, Levi finally reached the standard of a quasi-knight. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi Schneider. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 3, 1/10,000. I'm finally at level 3. Levi heaved a sigh of relief. The next step was to continuously polish his body. When his condition reached its peak, he would condense his own life seed at the peak of level 3 and become an official knight. However, a quasi-knight is already a dividing line. For most people who practice breathing techniques, more than 90% of them are stopped at this threshold, and only 1% of people have the possibility of breaking through to become an official knight. Levi stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the explosive power in his body. The current him did not need armor. He could also use sword skills to kill 5 mountain wolves. After becoming a quasi-knight, his physical fitness improved in all aspects. It should be more than 3 times that of an ordinary adult male, especially his own skin and flesh. Levi lifted his clothes, revealing his rock-solid 8-pack abs. His bronze skin was glowing, and he punched his stomach with 30% of his strength. It hurts a little, but it's okay. After all, my strength is several times that of an ordinary adult male. If an ordinary person were to use their fists and feet in a normal fight, it would be very difficult for them to cause any harm to me without attacking my vital points. This is the power of the black snake breathing technique. This was only a quasi-knight. Levi estimated that his physical fitness should be 5 times that of an ordinary person when he first stepped into the ranks, similar to Sir Fred, who had been an official knight for a long time. The strength of the excellent breathing technique was reflected. Once he became a grand knight like his father, his physical fitness would be 10 times that of an ordinary person. He would simply be a monster. Chapter 17. Year 1005 of the Holy Brilliance Calendar, the month of Germinal. It had been some time since Levi's breathing technique had broken through to level 3. During this period of time, Levi had been carefully reading the miscellaneous books about wizards and beast taming that Sir Fred had collected for him. His beast taming proficiency increased rapidly. This was the first time Levi experienced an increase in his proficiency just by reading books. Not long after, he broke through in his beast taming skill. Levi. Beast taming, level 2, 1/5000. Levi had only read a small portion of the books on beast taming. There were many circuses in the Emerald Kingdom, and each of them had its own unique understanding of beast taming techniques. Every time Levi read these books, he would gain a lot of benefits. In addition, there were various ethnic groups, especially those who lived in wild areas such as mountains and grasslands. Many of them knew advanced beast taming techniques. Therefore, just by reading books, Levi felt that he could level up as a beast tamer. Apart from reading, he would also apply some of the theories in the book to the practice on the 3 little bears. These could also increase his proficiency. As for Levi's breathing technique, he had only gained a few hundred proficiency points this month. Under normal circumstances, it would take him about 2 years to break through to knight level. The black snake secret medicine has to be put on the agenda. Levi started to have a headache. The current cash flow of the territory was only a few dozen gold coins. In addition, there were dozens of cows and more than 100 sheep in the manor. The total value of these things was not more than 100 gold coins, and they could not be sold. These were the basis for the survival of the serfs and also an important source of daily milk and meat products for Levi. Levi would not do something like draining the pond to catch the fish. If Levi had not sold the mountain wolf hide he had hunted for a good price in the past, he might not have been able to make a living. How can I get rich? Or rather, how should I use my proficiency panel to get rich? At this moment, Sir Fred walked in and said with a worried face, "Young Master Levi, little blacksmith Milan asked about his father again. His father is living well in the wild boar gang now. He's already the chief blacksmith. I've already said that I'll definitely think of a way to save his father, but the current situation, wait." Levi suddenly thought of something and rode the only 2 horses in the territory with Sir Fred to little blacksmith Milan's house. At this moment, little blacksmith Milan looked worried. It had been more than a year since his father was captured by the wild boar gang. Although the Lord said that he would help him save his father, he had not seen any movement from the Lord. "Little Milan, are you still worried about your father?" Levi was wearing a black cape and knight armor. He was riding a large horse as he slowly approached. "My lord, that's right." Little Milan knelt on the ground and said. Levi helped Milan up. "I can understand your feelings, but your father is safe in the wild boar gang now. The territory is in a difficult period now. We can't start a war with the wild boar gang yet. If we have 50 sets of knight armor now, I can lead Sir Fred to kill the wild boar gang and save your father," Levi said calmly. Little Milan lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, 50 sets. In this world, 50 sets of armor were not something even a small earl's territory could afford, let alone a small baron's territory like Levi's. Moreover, little Milan's skills were not enough to forge armor, which required excellent blacksmith skills. That was something that only official blacksmiths could forge. However, in Blackwater Valley, the only official blacksmith was his father, Old Toby. Old Toby could only forge 2 sets of armor in a year. 50 sets was an astronomical figure. It required an extremely huge amount of manpower, materials, and financial resources. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help you. From tomorrow onwards, you will move into the castle and teach me the skills of forging and smelting. Levi said. Ah! My lord, how can I trouble you with such dirty work? Little Milan said in surprise. It's settled then. After Levi finished speaking, he toured the blacksmith shop and carefully read through the forging process. He then took the only introductory forging book from the blacksmith shop and left with Sir Fred. Do you really plan to learn forging? Sir Fred didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, Levi said. In this world, wars were constant and productivity was extremely low. Most of the territories were self-sufficient farmers. Levi had thought about it. If he developed other agricultural products, they would definitely not be competitive, especially since the Blackwater Valley was not suitable for agriculture. However, if he could develop forging, from the most basic farming tools to weapons and even armor, it would definitely have a very good future. As a lord, he knew how valuable armors and weapons were. If he could develop the forging industry in the territory, then he would not lack money for his own cultivation in the future. The reason why he was so confident was naturally because of his proficiency panel. As he spoke, Levi opened his proficiency panel. There was an additional skill on it. Levi. Forging, Level 1, 1/1000. All along, Levi had been limited by the knowledge of the nobles in this world and thought that these physical labors were done by servants, so he had never thought of using the proficiency panel to practice forging skills. However, he was too short of money now. There was no other way. The territory lacked talents and resources. Therefore, he could only do it himself. It just so happened that he had nowhere to vent the brute force and energy that came from cultivating the breathing technique. He had just observed the entire forging process in Little Milan's blacksmith shop. As expected, a new skill appeared on his proficiency panel, forging. As long as it can appear on the proficiency panel, it'll be simple. Train hard and it'll be done. In the next few days, Levi sent people to move the blacksmith shop and asked Little Milan and the other blacksmith apprentices to move the forging equipment near to his castle. He also made a local smelting blast furnace so that he could learn forging more easily. Little Milan was also flattered. He didn't expect the lord to be willing to be his apprentice. He was too friendly. Just like that, Levi had more and more skills that he needed to work on. However, he knew the importance of this. The breathing technique was always the first, followed by the golden cross /, then it would be forging and beast taming. In just a month, Levi's forging had reached level 2. The speed was much faster than he had imagined. Life skills like these required a lot of experience. It was much easier than a combat skill. In his previous life, Levi had heard that if a person could focus on one thing for 1000 hours, they could easily grasp many things that were difficult to understand. Time is the best teacher. The potential of humans is far higher than we can imagine. And continuous practice is the most important key to mastering all of this. Coupled with the extra effort, there would definitely be a reward, and the proficiency panel would always provide positive feedback. It was a piece of cake for Levi to learn these normal skills. 3 months later, he had successfully forged a fine-grade knight's sword, which was not inferior to the one that Little Milan had given him. Of course, this world's fine grade would only be considered trash in his previous life. After all, the smelting technology was backward, and it was impossible to produce high-quality iron. As for Levi, he did not know how to improve these, and his proficiency panel could not produce advanced smelting techniques from scratch. No matter what, this perfect forging directly increased his proficiency by 100 points. This made Milan, who had been a blacksmith apprentice for 4 years before successfully forging a fine-grade knight's sword, feel the difference in the world for the first time. Chapter 18. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon flew like shuttles. Cultivate breathing techniques, practice sword techniques, forge iron, cuddle bears, read some leisure books. This cycle repeated itself, and the days passed quickly when he was grinding for experience. Spring passed and autumn came, and winter was coming. It was the month of northern wind in the 1005th year of the Holy Brilliance calendar. On the training ground, Levi and Sir Fred were moving around and competing in sword skills. Sir Fred only used one hand, and the storm-like sword attacks were difficult for Levi to block. In the end, Levi was defeated. Sir Fred smiled and said, "Not bad. Last year at this time, you could only last a minute under my hands. This year, you can last 5 minutes." Very straightforward, Levi laughed. He knew that Sir Fred did not even use 1/3 of his strength. With Sir Fred's talent in swordplay, even if he suppressed his strength to the level of a quasi-knight, Levi would still be no match for him. After training Levi, Sir Fred went to train the militia. Levi sat there and opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 3, 3666/10,000. Golden Cross / Level 3, 4399/10,000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration. Beast Taming, Level 3, Maximum. Special Effect, Wild Heart. Forging, Level 3, 1314/10,000, Special Effect, Fine Grade Certainty. In the past year, he had made great progress in the 4 skills that he had been working on. The slowest and most difficult technique to cultivate was undoubtedly the Black Snake Breathing Technique. In a year, he had only gained more than 3,000 proficiency points. Without the secret medicine, he would need at least 2 more years to reach level 4. This speed was fast, but Levi was not satisfied. This world was filled with danger. Without strength, one could only lower their head. For example, the wild boar gang bullied him and dared to snatch his people. And he really couldn't do anything to the other party. It couldn't be helped that they had the backing of the Wilderness Brotherhood. The cultivation speed of the Golden Cross / was quite fast. At this speed, he would be able to master Ripple Force in about a year. At that time, with Ripple Force, he would be able to fight an official knight even if he was a quasi-knight. As for beast taming, he had reached his limit. Levi had read almost all the books on beast taming available on the market. He also had 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory cubs as his targets, so it was not difficult to upgrade this skill. Levi was now confident that he could be called a master beast tamer in the field of beast taming. What made Levi overjoyed was that after the beast taming skill reached its limit, a special effect was born. This was something he had never expected. Wild Heart, you can perceive the thoughts of most wild beasts by observing their movements and listening to their voices. You can use body language and special pronunciation techniques to communicate perfectly with the domesticated wild beasts. This was the effect of Wild Heart. The most direct change was that when the 3 little bears met Levi again, they were no longer afraid or fierce. Instead, they were very close to him. Levi could also magically sense the thoughts of the 3 little bears. This was a wonderful feeling. Therefore, with such a godly skill, the 3 cubs were all taken good care of by Levi. Their bodies had also undergone earth-shaking changes in the past year. They were now nearly 2 meters long and weighed more than 500 pounds. Of course, compared to their mother, who weighed several tons, they were still tiny. Without weapons, adult men could no longer subdue the cubs, and when the 3 cubs attacked together, even Levi, who was a quasi-knight, had to be careful. If one was hit by their palms, it would be hard to withstand with level 3 Black Snake Breathing Technique. Levi knew this when he saw the Siberian tiger smash the car window in his previous life. Never underestimate these cute-looking little guys. The most terrifying thing was that they were still babies that were less than 2 years old. Training the beast taming skill was only one of Levi's gains in the past year. The other skill that he was most interested in was his level 3 forging skill. Although this skill was not limited to level 3, it also had a special effect. Fine grade certainty, everything you forge will be of high quality. It was a simple and unadorned introduction to the special effects, but it was the key to Levi's plan to become rich. With this level 3 blacksmith, it would be very difficult for him to be extremely rich. After all, he was alone and did not have that much time to focus on forging. However, it would not be a problem for him to support his cultivation. In the past year, Levi had forged a total of over 100 knight's longswords in his spare time. Among them, 50 of them were high-quality ones, which he used to arm his militia. Before level 3 forging, he could only occasionally produce fine-grade longswords. However, after level 3, as long as the longsword was forged by him, it would definitely be fine-grade. Even if an official blacksmith, Old Toby, came, he would definitely be far inferior to Levi in terms of high-quality rate and forging efficiency. After all, Levi was a quasi-knight. Whether it was his stamina or his control over his forging strength, his upper limit was far superior to an ordinary person like Old Toby. However, if one wanted to become an official blacksmith in this world, it was not enough to only forge longswords. The difficulty of forging longswords was the easiest. The craftsmanship was complicated, and it represented the high-end achievements of this world's forging skills. It was the lifelong pursuit of every blacksmith. For Levi, who was already at level 3, the increase in his proficiency in forging a knight's longsword was negligible. Now, every piece he forged could only increase his minimum proficiency by 1 point. It was like a drop of water in the ocean when compared to the 10,000 proficiency points he had. As such, Levi decided to start forging knight armor. However, Levi's forging efficiency was too high, causing the iron in the territory to be insufficient. Previously, the iron ore used for smelting in the territory was mainly imported from other territories. However, due to the chaos in recent years, as an important strategic resource, the lords who owned iron ore in the territory rarely sold them. As for charcoal, there was no need to worry. With the endless Montenegro mountain range at its back, wood resources were inexhaustible for a small territory like the Blackwater Valley. Levi planned to sell some extra knight swords first. He had no plans to expand his army for the time being. He just needed to make a 50-man elite team. If he had too many people, the territory would not be able to support them. Next, he planned to look for iron ore in the Montenegro mountain behind his territory. He vaguely remembered reading some articles on how to find iron ore in his previous life. He could try it when the time came. Of course, now that the snow had sealed the mountain, whether it was selling the knight's sword or finding iron ore, these things could only be done in the spring of the next year. Levi temporarily stopped forging and focused on his breathing technique and sword skills. Year 1005 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of winter. Levi, who was cultivating the breathing technique, was suddenly awakened by the faint howl of a wolf from the mountain behind the castle. His expression was solemn. From the sound, these wolf howls were not far from his castle. Just as he was about to ask about the situation, Sir Fred rushed in and said, "Young Master Levi, the territory has been attacked by wolves. There are hundreds of them. Many of the cows and sheep raised by the farmers have been eaten, and a few farmers have been dragged away. You stay in the castle and don't come out. I'll lead the team outside to kill the wolves." "What? I'll go too." Levi's expression changed. Because Blackwater Valley was located at the bottom of Montenegro Mountain, it was normal to encounter occasional wolf attacks. However, this was the first time he had heard of such a large-scale wolf attack. Seeing how determined young Master Levi was, Sir Fred did not stop him and said solemnly, "Then please don't leave my side, young master." Putting on their armor, riding their horses, and closing the castle gate, Levi and Fred hurried to the scene of the incident. Now that Levi had advanced to a quasi-knight and mastered the high-level vibration force, the militia under his command also had a knight's longsword, and Sir Fred was in charge. He did not believe that he could not subdue these beasts. Chapter 19. The wolves are here. The wolves are here. Run. The wolves are here. Help. Shouts resounded throughout the Blackwater Valley. One by one, the mountain wolves that looked as thin as bones were running around in the fields, in the cattle pen and sheep pen behind the houses. How could the livestock be a match for the ferocious mountain wolves? Damn it! Go to hell! The militiamen held long swords, simple armor woven from rattan, and wooden shields as they fought the wolf pack. However, there were also many people who were scared out of their wits by the terrifying wolves. Sam, the young man who had just joined the militia this year, held his knight sword in a trembling hand. His limbs were trembling. Although he had mastered basic combat skills and his training results were among the best among the militia, he was still a young man who had just joined the militia. However, when he was facing the terrifying mountain wolf, the oppressive feeling and the bloody aura made him tremble uncontrollably. "Sam, what are you doing?" "Fight!" a militia captain shouted from afar. "Captain! My legs won't listen to me!" the young man called Sam cried. His crotch was already wet, and soon, it would freeze in the cold winter. He was really scared to the point of peeing. It was just like how some birds would still be paralyzed on the ground due to stress after escaping from the claws of a raptor. Humans would also fall into a state of blankness after encountering sudden shock and fear. This was the kind of fear that was engraved in their bones before the era of civilization. A mountain wolf's eyes glowed with a green light as it roared and pounced at Sam. It had been hungry for a month. After not finding food for a month, it no longer cared about the fear of weapons and fire created by humans. It only wanted to eat meat, no matter if it was an animal, or a human. Mom, I'm also going to throw myself into the arms of Heavenly Father. Sam closed his eyes, and his mind was a mess. Right at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. A sharp arrow pierced through the sky and nailed the mountain wolf's head with lightning speed. The mountain wolf whimpered and fell to the ground. It screamed and died not long after. Sam was still in a daze. For a moment, he did not know if he was still alive. Until a broad and powerful hand patted Sam's shoulder. The Heavenly Father will not accept cowards who give up struggling. Stand up, hold the sword in your hand, and fight with me. Levi walked over from behind and woke up the soldier who had been scared silly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How could such soldiers go to the battlefield? He still lacked actual combat. After saying that, Levi leaped up and arrived in front of another mountain wolf. Levi's arm shook like a phantom. The sharp blade was unsheathed, and it was the golden cross slash. High-level vibration force. Kaka. The mountain wolf's head was directly sliced off by the sword light. Blood spurted out and splattered all over Levi's face. Golden cross slash proficiency +3. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, drew his bow, and shot a hungry wolf that was digging out a cow's stomach 50 meters away. Sam, don't be afraid. No matter how sharp a wolf's fang is, it can't compare to the sword in your hand. Continue fighting. Sir Fred came over and patted Sam's shoulder to comfort him. Sam wiped his tears and looked at the young lord who had chopped off the mountain wolf's head with a single sword strike. He was only 14 years old, 5 years younger than her. He was still a child. However, the bravery and fearlessness displayed by the young lord made him feel like a good-for-nothing. Sam. What kind of man are you, what kind of man are you? Kill. Sam's legs trembled as he charged at the mountain wolves that were surrounding his companions. On the other side, Sir Fred saw that Levi had gone crazy and quickly followed. There must be a wolf king in such a large wolf pack. Moreover, to be able to rule such a large wolf pack, the wolf king's strength was probably not weak. Although no traces of the wolf king had been found so far, Sir Fred believed that the wolf king must be spying on everything in the dark. As expected, a long howl came from the mountainside. A mountain wolf king the size of an adult male polar bear coldly looked down at Levi and Sir Fred, who were on a killing spree. With its biological instincts, it could sense that the two people were very powerful, especially the middle-aged man. If it did not get rid of these two humans, the losses of its wolf pack might be even more serious than the last battle with the giant bear of the Northern Territory. After all, the intelligence and weapons of humans were incomparable to those of the giant bear. Moreover, it could smell the scent of the giant bear of the Northern Territory on the human youth. It had also sensed the scent of the youth on its dead companion. Therefore, the highly intelligent mutated wolf king made up its mind to get rid of these two humans no matter what. It jumped like a white ghost and quickly ran down the mountain. Even the cheetah's explosive speed was far inferior to this wolf king. To some extent, the mutated wolf king was no longer an ordinary wild beast. Like the night, it had broken through the strength limit of the mountain wolf pack and was no longer an ordinary wolf. At the foot of the mountain, beside Levi, there were already many corpses of mountain wolves. After discovering Levi, the demon god, the mountain wolves did not run away. Instead, they surrounded Levi fearlessly, trying to bite him to death with their numbers advantage. However, Sir Fred was always protecting Levi. As a retainer of the Black Snake family, his mission was to protect the safety of the Lord. Facing the pack of wolves, Sir Fred displayed his terrifying strength for the first time in front of Levi. The sword in his hand was like an impenetrable wall. Any mountain wolf that tried to sneak attack him was killed by Sir Fred with a single slash. Not a single mountain wolf could withstand a single strike from Sir Fred. However, Levi could also see that Sir Fred had already used the power of the breathing technique. He was breathing heavily, and his body was emitting white steam in the cold winter. His eyes began to turn from gentle to fierce. Young master, a powerful enemy is coming. I will face it with all my might. Protect yourself. Sir Fred said coldly and called 5 militiamen to guard Levi. Levi nodded. He also saw a white line rapidly rushing over from afar. It was a giant white wolf that charged into the battlefield like a white bolt of lightning. The 3 militiamen in front of it were easily knocked away by it. One of them was even torn apart by the wolf's claws and died a terrifying death. "Wolf King," Levi said coldly. With the protection of the militia, he drew his bow and shot at the Wolf King with his maximum level archery. Even when faced with moving prey, Levi was always able to hit the target with 100% accuracy. However, this time, facing the Wolf King, although the arrow hit, it was pushed away by the Wolf King's sharp claws. "What kind of speed is this?" Levi was shocked. "Sir Fred, be careful. This Wolf King is not simple," Levi quickly warned. The strength of this Wolf King was definitely more powerful than an ordinary knight. To Levi, it was more terrifying than 100 ordinary mountain wolves. Chapter 20. Sir Fred's expression was solemn. He was wearing armor and holding a sword with both hands, preparing to attack. On the other side, the mountain wolf king leaped and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. Its claws were as big as tiger claws as it slapped at Sir Fred. Sir Fred rolled on the ground and stabbed his sword into the mountain wolf king's stomach. Unexpectedly, the mountain wolf king twisted its body in the air like a nimble feline and dodged the sword. "Damn it, is this still a mountain wolf?" Sir Fred was shocked. He had been to many places in his life, but he had never seen such a strong mountain wolf with such skilled combat skills. This was definitely a knight-level battle strength. However, it was impossible for a mountain wolf to have a knight-level battle strength unless it had undergone some extremely rare mutation. Bang! The wolf claw collided with the knight's longsword. The Wolf King was in pain. He felt an extremely strong vibration force on the knight's sword, causing his claws to go numb. He knew that the person in front of him was not simple, so he did not dare to use his claws to fight head-on. Instead, he made use of his speed and agility to dodge Sir Fred's attacks and consume his stamina. Sir Fred saw through Wolf King's plan. After he stood still and confronted the Wolf King, he could see the determined killing intent and the shining wisdom in the Wolf King's eyes. "Kill them!" Sir Fred took the initiative to attack. He did not believe that he, a dignified knight, could not defeat a beast. On the other side, Levi knew that with his strength, it would be difficult for him to participate in the battle with the Wolf King. In order to reduce the population and property losses of the territory as much as possible, he began to clean up the ordinary mountain wolves' evil-doing in the territory. After he brought people to clean up the ordinary wolves, a group of people would surround and beat up the Wolf King. How could they not defeat it? With the militiamen around him, Levi's advantage in archery was fully displayed. Although he really wanted to use these wolves to practice his sword skills, under such circumstances, it was obviously not a good time to practice his sword skills. Thus, Levi's arrows were like the death god's death talismans, continuously taking away the lives of the mountain wolves. In the end, the iron arrows that Levi had brought were all used up. Except for the Wolf King's arrow, the other 36 iron arrows all hit the target, killing 25 of them on the spot. This achievement stunned the militia. With the help of Levi, the humanoid auto-aiming hack, the pressure on the militia, who had been suffocated by the wolf pack, was finally relieved. Without arrows, Levi could only fight in close combat like the other militiamen, wielding a longsword and wearing armor. As long as he was not surrounded by too many wolves, he would not suffer any fatal injuries. However, the ordinary militia couldn't. Their rattan armor couldn't defend against the terrifying bite of the mountain wolf. Levi saw that many of the militia were injured, some had been dismembered by the wolves, and some wolves were eating the corpses of his own soldiers. Levi's eyes were bloodshot, and his blood essence surged. He circulated his breathing technique with all his might and charged toward these beasts. Golden Cross / Proficiency +3. Golden Cross / Proficiency +2. Golden Cross / Proficiency +4. Every perfect kill was accompanied by an increase in proficiency. By the time Levi reached the end, he could no longer count how many he had killed. His armor was already stained with wolf blood. Although these soldiers were his serfs, they were not worth mentioning in this era and could even be traded. However, they were also the sons and fathers of their families. They were living people. Now that so many people had lost their lives, Levi felt for the first time how worthless human life was in this world. The flames of war, evil spirits, and even these beasts could take everything away. I want to become stronger, but it's not enough. Levi roared in his heart as he felt a sense of hunger in his stomach. He knew that with his current realm, he could not circulate the breathing technique at full force for too long. That kind of intense energy consumption needed to be replenished accordingly. "Do you have any food on you?" Levi asked in a low voice as he felt a terrifying sense of hunger. At this moment, he was like a hungry wolf. The militiamen were shocked by him. They looked at Levi, whose eyes were bloodshot and looked bloodthirsty, and said with trembling voices, "No, no, my lord. I'll go get you something to eat." "No need." Levi directly tore off the hind leg of a mountain wolf under him. He did not care if there were any parasites or bacteria on it and directly started gnawing on it. Anyway, with the breathing technique, parasites should not pose any threat. Most importantly, if he did not eat something, Levi was worried that he would go berserk. Once or twice might not be a problem, but if he did this too many times, one day, he would fall into the abyss and be unable to turn back. Therefore, Levi had to prevent such a thing from happening. This incident had happened in a hurry, and Levi did not have enough time to bring enough food. It could be considered that he had learned his lesson. After eating half a wolf leg, Levi felt much better. He suddenly realized that he was no different from those hungry wolves. In the martial arts novels of my previous life, I'm probably the kind of terrifying demon who drinks raw meat and blood to become stronger, he could not help but mock himself. In the end, Levi led the militia to kill the mountain wolves in a frenzy. Most of the mountain wolves were killed. There should be more than 60 of them. The remaining dozens of mountain wolves did not care about the Wolf King anymore and ran into the deep mountains and forests. As for Levi, he had lost 7 militiamen, 12 serfs, 20 cows, and 30 sheep. Such a loss was simply adding insult to injury to the already poor Blackwater Valley. One had to know that in the entire Blackwater Valley territory, there were only about 300 families and less than 1,000 people. After I promote to a knight, I have to clean up the wild beasts around the territory. In this backward era, these wild beasts are potential dangers to the territory. It was a pity that he did not have a gun. Otherwise, Levi would have used his proficiency panel to train his marksmanship to the maximum level. He would have been able to kill as many mountain wolves as he could. Even if it was a wolf king, he would be able to take it down with one shot. On the other side, the Wolf King, who was fighting with Sir Fred, saw that the situation was hopeless. It did not expect that the young man's archery was so accurate that it lost more than half of its subordinates in such a short time. Now, those remaining subordinates were so scared that they didn't care about the king and ran away. If the Wolf King continued to stay here, it would only die. It tried its best to dodge Sir Fred's attack, but its hind leg was still cut by the sword. Then, the Wolf King limped and quickly retreated. Its speed was so fast that Sir Fred could not catch up. "We let this beast escape." Sir Fred frowned. This Wolf King was too smart. This time, it had suffered a loss. It would be difficult to completely finish off the other party. "It's fine. As long as we have the Wolf King's blood, we can give it to Little Fatty and the others. The Wolf King won't be able to escape," Levi said coldly. He was quite confident in the giant bear of the Northern Territory's sense of smell. Chapter 21. The territory was in a mess. Blood flowed like a river. There were corpses of livestock, humans, and even more wolves. Levi put away Frostmourne with a solemn expression. "Bury the dead properly, and send the injured to Dr. George. Deliver the unfinished beef, mutton, and wolf meat to my castle. Then, peel off the wolf skin and sell it to the fur merchants. Next, I want to eliminate the root of the problem and completely eliminate the scourge hidden around our territory," Levi said to the old butler Alfred. "Yes, my lord." The butler had yet to come back to his senses. The encounter just now was too terrifying. Those bloodthirsty and terrifying wolves appeared in droves. However, this young lord could freely and calmly hunt among these wolves. He couldn't help but think of the cold and stern Black Snake Knight, Baron Sauter. "You're becoming more and more like your father," Butler Alfred muttered to himself and quickly went to do his work. Levi and Sir Fred returned to the castle. "Sir Fred, let these 3 guys smell the blood of the Wolf King on your sword." Levi brought Sir Fred to the courtyard, where the 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory cubs that were the size of Siberian tigers were playing. "Little White, Little Grey, Little Fatty, come here," Levi called out, and the 3 little bears immediately ran over. In the past year, Levi's expenses had been increasing to feed these 3 bears. Although he and Sir Fred could eat a lot, it was nothing compared to these guys who ate at least 10 kilograms of meat a day. The three of them were still young. Once they mature, they would have to eat nearly 100 kilograms of meat a day. Otherwise, they would not be able to support their huge bodies. Raising bears for 1,000 days to use it for a moment. Levi did not raise these three good-for-nothings as pets. In this era of scarce resources, such extravagant hobbies and ideas could only be realized in dreams. Huff huff. When the three cubs saw Levi, they jumped over happily and stood up. Then, Sir Fred let the three of them smell the blood of the Wolf King on his sword. After a year of training, with the help of Wild Heart, Levi could clearly sense the thoughts of the three little bears. At this moment, after smelling the smell of blood, the three little bears immediately became agitated. Levi was the first to sense the thoughts of the three little bears. "You're saying that this guy killed your mother?" Levi asked. As the three bears were all male, Levi was used to calling them the three brothers when communicating with them. The three brothers nodded and rubbed their fists, eager to give it a try. They were still far from adulthood. However, ordinary mountain wolves were no longer their match. "All right, take me to it now. Today, I will avenge your mother, my citizens, and my soldiers," Levi said coldly. "My ripple force injured the Wolf King's hind legs, so it can't move properly. It can't go very far, and its strength has decreased. Now is indeed the best time to beat the drowning dog. When the Wolf King recovers, it will be difficult to hunt it again," Sir Fred said. "Then I'll have to trouble Sir Fred to bring 10 of the strongest soldiers, and we'll enter the mountain, to hunt a wolf." After arranging the aftermath of the wolf disaster, Levi and the others followed behind the three brothers and headed up the mountain. The Wolf King's hind leg was injured, so it kept bleeding. Therefore, it was convenient for the three brothers to follow the Wolf King's scent. From the Wolf King's route, Levi could tell that the Wolf King was extremely intelligent. It kept trying to take detours, and several times, Levi and the others had reached a dead end. However, with Levi's maxed-out hunting technique and the three brothers' strong sense of smell, they finally found the Wolf King's lair in Montenegro Mountain after spending a lot of effort. On a huge rock, the huge Wolf King was crazily tearing at a corpse that belonged to a mountain wolf. It was eating its own kind, but when it sensed Levi and the others approaching, it stopped and howled. From all directions, dozens of mountain wolves began to gather around it. The Wolf King's eyes were bloodshot as it glared at Levi's group. It was the first to notice the three cubs. It was as it had guessed, this human had taken in the three cubs. "What a beautiful creature! It's a pity that you're going to die." Levi looked at the Wolf King and sighed softly. Then, he drew his bow and shot an arrow through the void. Bang! A mountain wolf blocked the path of the injured Wolf King. It was shot by an arrow and died. The Wolf King stared at Levi with terrifying and cold eyes. Levi felt as if he was not facing a beast but a person. Following the Wolf King's order, the already injured wolves pounced toward Levi and the others again. "Sir Fred, you go and stall the Wolf King. I'll deal with the other wolves." After saying that, Sir Fred had already rushed forward. The Wolf King stood up and staggered. Obviously, the injury on its hind leg made this king unable to stand steadily. If it was an ordinary knight, that sword might not be able to injure the Wolf King so severely. However, Sir Fred's ripple force directly shattered the Wolf King's leg bone from the inside out. The battle for revenge this time was going very smoothly. Not long after, Levi killed all the mountain wolves at the cost of 4 soldiers being injured. This time, he was well prepared and had brought a lot of iron arrows. As long as the soldiers created an opportunity for him to attack, he could kill all of them. In this battle, the three brothers also displayed their terrifying strength as the giant bears of the Northern Territory for the first time. They were only 2 years old, but they could already hunt mountain wolves. The battle on Sir Fred's side had also come to an end. The injured Wolf King was no match for Sir Fred. In addition, Levi kept ambushing the Wolf King and shooting arrows at it. In the end, Sir Fred used his most powerful ripple slash. Levi could even see the air rippling under this slash. Then, the huge head of the Wolf King fell to the ground. Until the moment of its death, the Wolf King's cold eyes had been staring at Levi. That feeling made one shudder. "Ha, what are you looking at?" Levi stepped on the Wolf King's head. Such a high-quality wolf skin would be worth at least 5 gold coins if sold to those great nobles. Levi ordered his subordinates to start skinning the Wolf King. This was money, and he could not waste it. This is great. These damned beasts killed a few of our comrades. Now, we finally have our revenge. Tie these corpses to the sleigh and pull them down the mountain, Levi ordered. These wolf skins and meat could make up for some of his losses. At the same time, little Fatty of the three brothers suddenly ran to Levi's side and rubbed his head against Levi's as he growled in a low voice. Levi understood. When little Fatty was exploring the Wolf King's lair, he found a cave with a strange human skeleton inside. Chapter 22. Levi did not pay much attention to it, thinking that it was the remains of some hunters that the Wolf King occasionally hunted. He came to the cave. The cave was not deep, and there were many corpses inside. Most of them belonged to ordinary people, and there were even many children's corpses. This damned beast had eaten many people. No wonder people from his territory who entered the mountain would suddenly disappear every few years. The three brothers were currently surrounding a corpse, curiously sizing it up. Levi came to the side of the skeleton and found that it was unusually tall, more than 3 meters in height. Most importantly, compared to the other skeletons, this skeleton was complete. The other skeletons were all broken, and the skull and ribs were scattered all over the ground. It was obvious that the wolves had eaten it. The corpse leaned against the wall of the cave in perfect condition. Its hands remained in the posture of holding a sword in the air. It sat there without anger, like a king with a terrifying aura. It had been in this position for an unknown period of time. This person is so tall. Just his skeleton alone is 3 meters tall. How tall was he when he was alive? Levi was shocked, but thinking about it, it was normal. In this world, there were breathing techniques that could change one's fate. Many people were abnormally tall. Not to mention others, Levi himself was only 14 years old, but he was already 1.8 meters tall. When he finished developing, growing up to 1.9 meters would definitely not be a problem. Therefore, there was a high chance that this was a knight who had died here for some unknown reason. Moreover, he had died of natural causes and not been bitten to death by the wolves. Not only that, but the wolves were also very afraid of this skeleton. Therefore, even though the other skeletons had been shattered, this skeleton was still intact with only some wear and tear due to a long amount of time. Levi also noticed that there was an ancient iron ring on the little finger of the skeleton's right hand. On the iron ring were the words of the Emerald Kingdom, Melon. On one hand, Levi was constantly on guard to prevent the skeleton from turning into an evil spirit that could harm him. On the other hand, he was looking forward to finding something valuable on the skeleton, such as a treasure map. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. After studying it for a long time, he found nothing except the ring with the name Melon. Sir Fred also came in and took a preliminary look at the skeleton. This should be the skeleton of a knight. Moreover, from the fact that this skeleton can still be so dignified after death. High chances that it's an expert among grand knights. I think someone came here a long time ago and took away his armor and knight's sword. Sir Fred said. By the way, is the skeleton of a grand knight valuable? Levi blurted out. He was too poor and wanted to see if he could cash in anything. Sir Fred looked helpless. This can't be sold. Who knows what powerful forces or dangerous stories are involved in this skeleton? Of course, Levi knew. He was just asking casually. But then again, in the history of the Emerald Kingdom, I remember that the Black Snake Knight seemed to have mentioned a melon family, known as the Giant family. Their family emblem is the Frost Giant. They practiced the giant breathing technique which was of excellent quality. However, that family was destroyed by the Church's Radiant Knights 800 years ago because of blasphemy. Could it be that this Grand Knight is a member of the Melon family? Sir Fred suddenly said. It's very likely. He's also a Grand Knight and has a ring engraved with melon. It shouldn't be wrong. 800 years ago, this place didn't seem to be our family's fief. Our family only became the Lord of Blackwater Valley 200 years ago. Levi suddenly understood. Perhaps this person escaped from the holy sword of the Radiant Knights and hid in the deep mountains, not daring to show his face until he died. Sir Fred guessed. Then I have to see if this person left any treasures behind, Levi said as he began to search the surroundings carefully. In the end, he confirmed that there was nothing special about the skeleton except that it might be a Grand Knight's skeleton from the Melon family. Levi's interest waned, and he prepared to leave. He would slowly study the historical records in the future. However, little fatty seemed to have discovered something and kept sniffing. Then, he found a spot and excitedly dug around the skeleton. Under his influence, Little White and Little Grey also started digging even though they weren't sure what was going on. This time, Levi was a little curious and stopped. Seeing this, Sir Fred smiled and shook his head, then went out to be on guard. Not long after, the three brothers dug a huge pit around the skeleton. Compared to the giant bears of the Northern Territory, Levi felt that the three brothers were more like groundhogs. Thud! It was accompanied by the sound of claws scratching something hard. Levi's gaze was instantly attracted. In the pit, there was an iron box that was a 1 meter square in size. Little Fatty looked at the metal box in satisfaction as if he was worthy of Levi's praise. Interesting. Levi did not expect the giant bears of the Northern Territory could be utilized like this. He patted the heads of the three brothers and rewarded them with the jerky that he had brought with him. He then called in a few soldiers. To prevent the iron box that could be a potential trap or a mechanism, he brought Sir Fred and the three brothers far away and ordered the soldiers to pry open the box. "What's inside?" Levi asked. "Lord, there seems to be a set of armor inside." "Wow, my lord, there seem to be some gold coins under the armor." "We're rich! We're rich!" the soldiers shouted excitedly. Levi was also happy. Sure enough, this place was very likely to be the last place where the Melon family's Grand Knight fled. He took the family's treasure and fled here. He might have died here because of serious injuries or some other reason. Just as he was about to go in and see how much money there was, he heard a soldier scream, "Ah! Damn it, this armor is actually alive. It's hitting me. It hurts." A few soldiers covered their heads and ran out. Behind them was an empty set of armor. At this moment, a soldier's knight's sword was held in its iron glove. With standard and superb knight sword skills, it beat a few soldiers to a pulp. "Let me handle it." Seeing this, Sir Fred did not have time to think about why the armor could come alive. He immediately unsheathed his sword and quickly fought with the armor. One person and one armor fought back and forth intensely. Levi subconsciously thought of evil spirits. After all, he was someone who had encountered evil spirits before. As for the fact that the armor could come back to life, Levi could not think of any other explanation other than encountering an evil spirit. Until he saw the chest of the armor, carved with the image of a frost giant that could stand tall and breathe cold air, and the words on it, "Melon." He rushed into the cave while Sir Fred was fighting with the knight's armor. He came to the skeleton and looked at the ring with the same word "melon" on the little finger of the skeleton's right hand. He had a bold idea in his mind. He pulled the ring off the little finger of the skeleton. Then, on the inner wall of the ring, he saw a row of tiny words. "Tailor-made magic armor frost giant. Which Gullwig's product?" Chapter 23. The moment Levi pulled the ring off the skeletal finger, the moving knight armor on the outside suddenly scattered into a pile of armor parts and piled on the ground. Sir Fred, who was fighting fiercely with the knight armor, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was an official knight, but he couldn't subdue a pile of armor. It was simply unimaginable. This is an evil spirit attack. That's right. This is definitely an evil spirit. It occupied the armor and attacked us. I didn't expect it to be defeated by Sir Fred. He is too strong. Oh my god, the evil spirit has finally appeared in our Blackwater Valley. Merciful Heavenly Father, destroy these hateful evil spirits. The soldiers thought that the evil spirit possessed the armor, causing it to attack everyone. Sir Fred was silent. Although he had never seen an evil spirit, he felt that an evil spirit that could easily kill the Rock Bear Knight and the Frost Wolf Knight should not be this weak. But he couldn't think of a better explanation. Only Levi looked at the pile of armor, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. A wizard was found without any effort. Who would have thought that there would be clues about wizards in the back mountain of the territory? Now, I can be 100% sure that there are wizards in this world. At least, they appeared before. All this while, Levi, who had been searching for clues about wizards but to no avail, had once wondered if wizards were just legends. But now, looking at the words on the ring, he finally confirmed it. It's a pity that she didn't leave her contact information. This ring is also from 800 years ago. I wonder if this witch is dead. Speaking of which, Ms. Rowland from Grimm's Travels and Gullwig are both witches. Could it be that all the wizards in this world are female? If I really find a way to become a wizard in the future, would I have to change my gender? Levi thought about it but shook his head helplessly. He had only found some clues about the existence of wizards. He was still far from truly stepping into the realm of wizards and entering that strange and mysterious world. Obviously, this armor should be custom-made by Witch Gullwig for the Grand Knight of the Melon family. Perhaps the blasphemy of the Melon family 800 years ago is related to this. Thinking of this, Levi couldn't help but recall a religious story about a heavenly father he had read some time ago. This story came from the Codex of Creation compiled by the third Pope of the Church of Holy Light, which recorded the story of a heavenly father. The heavenly father selflessly let his 7 most loyal followers eat his remains in the mortal world. Those who eat the legs would gain God's speed, those who eat the ribs would gain God's endurance, those who drank blood would get God's boldness, those who eat the heart would get God's spirit, those who eat the arms can obtain God's power, those who eat the bones can obtain God's defense, and those who eat the brain would obtain God's wisdom. These 7 followers are called the 7 Knights of the Sky. They inherited God's speed, endurance, boldness, spirit, power, defense, and wisdom. Therefore, the black gas borne by the knights should essentially belong to the remains of the saints' God's power. It should be called holy power. God loves the world more than himself, and the world should love God like their parents. God nurtures knights with the flesh and blood of saints. Knights should set an example, be loyal to God, carry out God's will, and spread the glory of the Heavenly Father. This was the introduction to the origin of knights in the Codex of Creation. It was also why the officials referred to the black gas as holy power. It was unknown whether it was true or not, but in a miscellaneous note written by a scholar who studied folk religion, the story of the origin of the knight in the Codex of Creation also mentioned an interesting mythical story that was not recorded in the book. Among the 7 knights of the sky mentioned in the Codex of Creation, the knight who obtained God's wisdom was extremely ambitious. The Heavenly Father and angels in the heavens lived in the astral world. In the later generations of the human world where saints became extinct, this knight and his descendants used their wisdom that far exceeded mortals to steal the authority of the gods in the astral world with their mortal bodies. They wanted to obtain the most fundamental thing that made gods a god, divine persona. In short, this knight who should have practiced the concept of God in the mortal world wanted to ignite the divine fire, condense the divine persona, and become a god himself. This undoubtedly incurred the wrath of the gods. After so many years, the angels of the astral world descended to the mortal world, wanting to suppress this group of people with supreme divine power. In the end, they discovered that in the years when the gods were not around, this group of people used God's wisdom to study a series of destructive spells. With their mortal bodies, they mastered controlling the natural elements, and even the ability of life and death reincarnation that only gods should master. That battle affected the entire continent where the 7 kingdoms are located. There were even fallen angels, but in the end, the angels still won. The knight who obtained God's wisdom and his descendants were all destroyed. That group of people is the legendary wizards, and the first-generation knight who inherited God's wisdom was the ancestor of wizards, Sauron. This is a legend I heard from a retired old priest. I have a feeling that wizards still exist in our world, but we have not discovered them. This was because Levi had collected quite a number of legends and books about wizards some time ago. Whether it was travel notes or unofficial history, he had read them all. Whether it was true or false, he was able to notice something when he put them together. At first, Levi thought that these were all myths. However, considering the history of the Melon family and Witch Gullwig who was behind the frost giant magic armor, it was not just a myth. Perhaps, there really are gods. Levi thought of a terrifying fact. The gods and the church are definitely hostile to a group with great potential like wizards. Perhaps this is why wizards rarely show their faces on this continent. Then should I continue to pursue the path of a wizard? Levi asked himself. In the end, he sighed in his heart. He could not answer this question for the time being. Time would tell him the answer. In the end, after confirming that there were no other valuable items there, Levi had the soldiers pack the armor into boxes. He still did not know the connection between the armor and the ring, nor did he know how to use it. He could only go back and slowly study it. He also had someone seal the cave. In the cave, only the tall skeleton was left, silently witnessing the changes of 800 years. Only the Church of Holy Light, the Colossus, stood behind and did not fall. Don't let anyone know about the encounter with the evil spirit today. That will only bring unnecessary panic to everyone. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. Levi threatened. After knowing the church's attitude towards wizards, he felt that he had to be more careful when looking for clues about wizards in the future. Even a powerful family like the giant family was destroyed by the Radiant Knights. It would be even easier for the church to destroy him. Chapter 24. Back in the territory, Levi counted the rewards he had gained from killing the Wolf King. It could be said that it was very generous. Including the ones he had killed in the territory, Levi had obtained a total of 108 mountain wolf corpses. Mountain wolf hides were the favorite fur of the nobles in the Northern Territory. Under normal circumstances, one piece was worth about 10 silver coins. In this world, one gold coin was worth 100 silver coins. In other words, Levi could sell these mountain wolf hides for 10 gold coins, which was equivalent to 1 or 2 months of the territory's financial income. As for the mountain wolf meat, Levi took out a portion offered as a condolence to the families of the deceased in the territory. The rest was stored in the castle. Anyway, the Blackwater Valley in winter was a natural refrigerator, so he did not have to worry about it going bad. Levi planned to make them into something like bacon if they were not finished by the time the weather turned warm. These 3 brothers were too gluttonous. Raising 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory was not something that an ordinary baron could afford. Wolf meat just happened to solve his urgent need. One had to know that the territory of these guys in the wild was often tens of thousands of square kilometers. Of course, the mountain wolf's value was nothing compared to the things in the iron box he got from the cave. There was a layer of gold coins in the metal box. Levi counted them and found a total of 327 gold coins. Moreover, since these gold coins were all cast 800 years ago, they were even more valuable than the current gold coins. If they were remelted, Levi estimated that they could be recast into 500 standard gold coins, which was equivalent to 7 to 8 years of income for his territory. In this era, many lords had their own rights to cast coins. However, in order to facilitate transactions, the kingdoms and nobles still set a unified coin standard. The number of gold coins circulating in the market was generally similar. But compared to the Melon family, this amount of gold coins is not much. It's just a drop in the ocean. The portion that I obtained should only be a small part of it. Levi was not greedy. With so many gold coins, he could buy 5 bottles of ambergris, which should be enough for him to break through to a night. However, even though he had obtained this windfall, Levi's goal of continuing to rely on forging to earn a lot of money did not change. After all, he needed a stable source of income for his long-term cultivation. He could not count on something as good as a free lunch every day. Of course, what Levi was most interested in was the armor that was sealed in the iron box. It was called magic armor, and it should be armor made by wizards using magic. After Levi's research over the past few days, he had finally figured out something. On the inside of his armor, he found some strange patterns. He guessed that these patterns were the magic circles of the wizards. He even found the instructions carved by the creator of the armor, Witch Gullwig, for the Grand Knight of the Melon family. Fortunately, the words used by the wizards were no different from the ones used now. In other words, the wizards deliberately used words that ordinary people could understand in order to make it easier for the Grand Knight to read and understand. All in all, Levi now knew how to use this armor. Please note that Frost Giant is a custom-made armor produced by Ms. Gullwig. It needs to be activated by the Melon family bloodline or the user who has mastered the giant breathing technique. The Frost Giant armor is made entirely of mithril, and the following spells are fixed on it. 1. 0 Ring Cantrip Automatic Assembly. After the master gives the command, the armor can automatically assemble around the master's body and adapt to the size of the body. The cantrip does not require ether stone, but it needs to be charged with the ether drifting in the world. The charging time is 1 day. 2. 0 Ring Cantrip Mirror Master. After the master gives the command, wear the armor and perform a battle technique. The armor will automatically store the master's battle routine and solidify it in the armor's memory array. It will automatically protect the master when the master is unable to move. However, the battle routine is rough and the actual combat effect will be weaker than the master. Do not rely too much on it. The charging time is 7 days. 3. First Ring Spell Frost Giant's Sigh. This spell is tailor-made for Mr. Melon. It can only be used by the Melon family bloodline or the Frost Giant breathing technique user. After using this spell, the temperature within a radius of 10 meters can be rapidly reduced to freeze the enemy. The charging time is 30 days. If you use Ether Stone, there is no charging time limit, but the number of times you can cast the spell per day will not exceed once. Lastly, once the custom-made magic armor is sold, it cannot be returned. A product from Gullwig must be of the highest quality. After Levi finished reading the manual, he felt very complicated. On one hand, through this manual, he saw the tip of the iceberg of a real and interesting world of wizards. On the other hand, he could not use such a good and awesome magic armor that was comparable to black technology. The ring is just a switch. The real key is the bloodline of the Melon family. It seems that this is a big deal between the Grand Knight and the witch. He asked the witch to make a heaven-defying armor for him or his family. Unfortunately, in the end, there was no way to reverse the situation. Before the death of the Grand Knight, he hid the armor underground. Perhaps he was looking forward to the day when his family's descendants could get this armor and rely on it to make a comeback. Even if someone else gets this armor, it's just a pile of scrap metal because they don't have the Melon family bloodline. Levi was unwilling to give up. He tried several times but failed. The witch was not lying to him. As for the giant breathing technique, it was essentially the same as the bloodline requirement. This was because the giant breathing technique was a typical bloodline breathing technique. It was the same as the black snake breathing technique of the black snake family. Non-bloodline descendants could not cultivate it. Moreover, even if Levi wanted to get the Melon family's bloodline through other methods, it was impossible because this family had long been exterminated. I can't use a divine artifact. Levi couldn't help but curse. It's not completely hopeless. After all, I have the proficiency panel. Others might not be able to cultivate the bloodline breathing technique of other families, but that doesn't mean that I can't. I can find an opportunity to verify it. If it's possible, I'll do my best to find the giant breathing technique. It was not just for this armor. Most importantly, Levi felt that if he were to search for traces of wizards in the future, this armor would be of great use. I have to find a way to check the history of the Melon family. Maybe I can find something useful in the dust of history. Levi took good care of the armor. This mountain wolf invasion could be considered a blessing in disguise. Not only did he earn back all his losses, but he also found clues to a new wizard. This made Levi even more determined to find a wizard. Of course, the most important thing now was to cultivate the black snake breathing technique. Breathing techniques were the foundation of strength. It's time to buy ambergris. Levi made up his mind and prepared to leave the territory to prepare the ingredients for the black snake secret medicine. Chapter 25. Year 1006 of the Holy Brilliance calendar was the month of vitality. It was another year when the grass grew and the birds flew. It was the season when all things revived. It had been a few months since the wolf disaster in Blackwater Valley, and the lives of the people had returned to the right track. After clearing out the wolf pack led by the Mountain Wolf King, there were very few traces of wolves. Levi judged that there should only be a pack of mountain wolves in this Montenegro mountain in his territory. Although his act of extermination might change the ecological balance of this small area, Levi could not care less. Besides, even if the snow deer and wild rabbits were to populate, they would be nothing but food for Levi, who had maxed out his archery skills. On this day, Levi wore a light chainmail and a linen robe. In the entire Blackwater Valley, only he and Sir Fred had chainmail. This kind of armor with complicated workmanship was relatively expensive. So far, there was no way to distribute it to all the soldiers. Young Master Levi, you must pay attention to your safety. The people of the Northern Territory are tough, and the recent war in the kingdom has led to an increase in the number of bandits and wandering knights who have lost their fiefs. Although you have already advanced to a quasi-knight, you still have to be extremely careful. Don't casually come into contact with strangers. Run if you can. Money is just a worldly possession. You are the last hope of the Black Snake family. Sir Fred's face was solemn as he nagged. His tone was like a mother before her child left for a long journey. Levi smiled. Don't worry, Sir Fred. I'm already 15 years old. I can take care of myself. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the territory while I'm away. Sir Fred nodded, and Levi waved his hand. Carrying a big bag, he quietly left the territory in the quiet night. His cultivation speed was getting slower and slower, and he needed more and more resources to cultivate. This time, he had to solve 4 problems. The first was the purchase of ambergris required to concoct the black snake secret medicine. The second was to find a buyer for the weapons and armor that he had forged. It would be best if they were long-term stable and reliable buyers. The third was to collect more breathing techniques, especially bloodline breathing techniques, and see if he could cultivate multiple breathing techniques at the same time. If he could, he only needed to find a way to find the giant breathing technique and use the frost giant magic armor. At that time, Levi's strength would have a qualitative change. The fourth was to try his luck and see if he could find some clues about the wizards. After solving the first 3 problems, Levi could cultivate the breathing technique without any worries. As for the fourth one, he would leave it to fate. It would be best if he could find one. If he couldn't, he would take his time. Just the path of becoming a knight was enough for him to work on for a long time. The destination of Levi's trip was Icewind City, which was located a few hundred miles east of the Blackwater Valley. It was located in the Icewind territory of the Earl of Silver Mountain and was also the largest city within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was one of the 4 major cities in the northern region. If he wanted to buy something as rare as ambergris, he would have to go to a big city. Levi was worried about having someone else do it, so after thinking about it, he decided to go by himself. Firstly, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He had been a quasi-knight for some time now. Coupled with advanced vibrations stage of the Golden Cross Slash, and his top-level archery, he was not completely powerless even if he faced a knight. Therefore, if he encountered any unexpected situation, he should be able to deal with it. Moreover, he was only going shopping, not to fight, so under normal circumstances, there would not be any danger. However, just in case, Levi had made sufficient preparations for this trip. He had prepared a few dozen caddies of dried rations and meat, as well as 50 arrows. The iron arrows were too heavy and inconvenient to carry around. In addition, he carried a few high-quality knight swords that he had forged himself. He wanted to use these swords to open up his market in the Northern Territory. Of course, he left the best quality for his soldiers. As long as there was iron, he did not lack weapons. He did not intend to dominate the world. He was satisfied as long as he could have a fully armed elite army of a few hundred people to protect himself in the Blackwater Valley and not be bullied by evil forces like the Wild Boar Gang. The main focus should still be on cultivation, and the rest could only be considered side tracks. Levi did not ride a horse. With his quasi-knight physique, the horse was not much faster than him. Instead, it would attract attention. After all, anyone who could ride a horse was not an ordinary person in this era. After walking along the muddy path with half-melted snow for a day and a night, the evil spirit that he was most worried about did not appear, which made Levi heave a sigh of relief. He was afraid of encountering these undead ghosts that were ineffective against physical attacks. However, on the second day, at a pass that he had to pass to enter the Icewind territory, trouble still came. A group of yellow-skinned, emaciated, and ferocious bandits blocked his way. The leader was a burly man in cloth armor, holding a large saber in his hand. "Little guy, if you don't want to meet the Heavenly Father, then obediently put down the things in your hands, put your weapons on the ground, and raise your hands," the leader said. "That's right. We, the Wild Grass Gang, kill without batting an eye." "He he he." One of the bandits laughed. Levi looked around and saw a total of 13 bandits. Based on their appearance, they were all dressed in tattered clothes and looked malnourished. There was a high chance that their professional skills were not very good. The person in the lead was quite something. He should be at the standard of a quasi-knight. Levi could feel the faint white mist on his body, which was a sign of his breathing technique. He threw everything on the ground and quickly drew his bow. Bang! The arrow pierced through the air and shot directly at the quasi-knight. However, the other party was clearly mentally prepared for Levi's retaliation and dodged the arrow. "Very good. It seems that you are prepared to die." He put on the iron helmet on his waist. This was the only knight equipment he had picked up on the road, which could prevent his head from being shot. Bang! Bang! However, in that short moment, Levi shot 2 more arrows. However, his target was no longer the leader. With his maxed-out archery skills, he did not need to aim. The 2 arrows shot out like flowing water and directly exploded the heads of 2 ordinary bandits. They did not have much equipment. In fact, they had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could train to such a terrifying level in archery. Even the master archers of the kingdom would have to admit that they were inferior. Damn it! The brawny man quickly ran over and slashed his saber at Levi. The others also surrounded him from all directions. They had to close the distance between them and the master archer as soon as possible. Otherwise, that kid could kill them all by himself. Seeing this, Levi smiled and pulled out Frostmourne from his waist. White smoke rose from his body. Chapter 26. White smoke rose like smoke. Levi stomped his foot and exploded. The knight's sword turned into an arrow that left the bow and pierced through the void. Golden cross slash. Vibration force. Thud. The brawny man with the knife instantly felt his hand with the knife split open. The violent shaking almost made him throw the knife away. This is Quasi-Knight. You're also a Quasi-Knight. How is this possible? How could there be such a young Quasi-Knight in such a remote place? The brawny man found it hard to believe. Although this youth had a strong build, one could tell from his face that he was not very old. He was at most 17 or 18 years old. Such a young Quasi-Knight was either a disciple of a great noble with abundant resources or someone with true talent. Aren't you the same? Are you afraid? Levi grinned. With a backhand slash, the sword directly broke the brawny man's rusty chopper, which was of poor quality. The blade snapped. The brawny man looked at the half-blade and was dumbfounded. While he was still in a daze, Levi's sword had already pierced through the brawny man's simple cloth armor and stabbed into his chest, shattering it. Then, Levi drew his sword and stood up. All of this happened in a flash. The other bandits did not expect Levi to kill their boss so quickly. They had all witnessed their boss's strength. Before this, they had already successfully carried out several waves of robberies under the leadership of their boss. Although they were all small-scale robberies against poor civilians who did not have much money, to begin with, their boss had already left an invincible impression in their hearts. Therefore, when their boss decided to establish the Wild Grass Gang and develop in this area, they agreed without hesitation. Now, their boss's corpse was lying in the snow. They panicked and began to scatter. Naturally, Levi would not let them go. Since they dared to rob him, they had to be prepared to die. After a few arrows, those who were running were all shot dead and fell to the ground. Those who were still alive saw that it was impossible to run away, so they knelt on the ground and began to beg for Levi's forgiveness. "Sir, please don't kill us. We are all ordinary people. We just want to make a living. I didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to rob you of the rations you are carrying to fill my stomach. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. You can't kill me. I still have a blind wife at home to support. I beg you." These people spoke one after another, and their eyes revealed an extremely strong desire to live. It was as if the teenager in front of them was a terrifying death god. "Go," Levi said calmly, his eyes flickering. "Thank you, you are a good person. We won't dare to do it again." These people were bewildered, but in the end, they turned around and started to run. Levi looked at them coldly and began to draw his bow. On the snowy ground, Levi found some dry wood and piled the 13 corpses together. Then, he used a flint to light a raging fire. "Let the flames warm your world after death," Levi muttered to himself with a gentle and calm tone. Among the 13 bandits, the youngest was about his age and was still a child. Levi believed that most of them were telling the truth before they died. It was difficult for people to lie when they were in extreme fear. However, what did this have to do with Levi? If he didn't have the strength, he would be the one who would be destroyed. There were many reasons for these people to become bandits. The most important reason was that they were created in this chaotic and dark era. However, there was only one reason for their deaths: they wanted to harm Levi. In the end, after Levi collected a dozen silver coins from these poor people, he continued on his way. Not long after, he arrived at Icewine City. From afar, he could see the giant silver-white city among the mountains, as well as the most eye-catching white Holy Brilliance Church in the center of the city, which had a hint of Gothic style. Not bad. Compared to my father's Flower City in Tulip Hill, it's not inferior. Flower City is exquisite and gorgeous, while this Icewine City is magnificent and has a clear Northland style. After showing his pass, Levi entered the city smoothly. Compared to his desolate Blackwater Valley, which had a total population of less than 1,000. Icewine City was too lively. Just the population of the permanent residents of Icewine City alone numbered 100,000. In addition to some illegal households, traveling merchants, and travelers, the population of Icewine City would only increase. Of course, this couldn't be compared to the modern cities in his previous life, which had a population of millions or tens of millions. However, compared to the early medieval period in Europe, which had a similar level of product development, it was still much stronger. However, it was understandable. After all, the size of the Emerald Kingdom was many times larger than Europe. Levi did not delay. He brought his luggage and headed directly to the largest merchant association in Icewine City, Jade Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce was naturally not simple to be able to be crowned with the name of Jade. It had the backing of the royal family and the shadows of a few Grand Dukes, such as the Duke of Montenegro. If he wanted to invest in the Jade Chamber of Commerce, he had to be at least an earl. Therefore, this was a super chamber of commerce jointly established by a large noble family, which almost monopolized all walks of life in the Emerald Kingdom. The one in Icewine City was only a branch, and the headquarters was in Emerald King City. Levi touched the heavy gold coins in his arms and felt relieved. He now had a few hundred gold coins on him, so he could be considered a tycoon. "Hello, do you have ambergris?" Levi asked. He wasn't worried about being recognized. He was just an unremarkable little lord in the Northern Territory. There was no internet in this era, and he hadn't made a name for himself. Who would recognize him? When the staff of the Chamber of Commerce heard that the customer was asking about ambergris, he knew that the customer in front of him was rich. Moreover, there was a high chance that he was a knight who practiced breathing techniques. He was already used to it. "I'm sorry, sir. There's no ambergris in the shop now. If you sigh, don't go. You can look at other things." Levi's figure had already disappeared from the street. "Fortunately, I've already mentally prepared myself. If even the Jade Chamber of Commerce doesn't have ambergris, then there's only one place in the entire Icewine City that might have it. If it doesn't have it either, then I'll just go home and slowly work on it. It's just a matter of spending more time." Levi casually bought a white wolf mask from a gift shop. After putting it on, he walked around the streets and alleys. Finally, amidst the melodious sounds of harps, playful whistles, and the laughter of men drinking, he arrived in front of a warm tavern. The tavern's dim yellow lights were lit in the evening. Through the window, he could see the furnace burning inside. On the wooden sign at the tavern's entrance, it read, "Shining Tavern. Entrance ticket for today, Lion King's Spirit. Come, come, my friend. Drink this cup of Lion King's Spirit. May you shine like a Lionheart Knight in the future." At the entrance of the tavern, a burly man stood there. Everyone who entered had to pay a gold coin to buy a glass of the Lion King's Spirit. Then, they had to drink it to prove their wealth and courage. This was because the Shining Tavern was a tavern on the surface, but it was an underground trading market in secret. Commonly known as the Black Market. Chapter 27. No one knew when the Shining Tavern began to appear in the major cities of the kingdom. Not only in the Emerald Kingdom, but the Shining Tavern also left traces in the other 6 countries. This was an organization that covered the entire continent. It had many functions such as underground transactions, bounty commissions, and so on. Of course, in the eyes of the ordinary people who were rejected by the exorbitant price of 1 gold coin, this was a place for the filthy rich and the royal family to have fun. There were scantily dressed beautiful women everywhere. Many of them came from foreign lands and had a unique charm. Inside and outside the tavern were 2 different worlds. Levi's father was a Grand Knight, so he naturally knew about the Shining Tavern. If possible, he did not want to enter. But now that the Jade Chamber of Commerce had run out of stock, he could only try it here. "Give me a glass of Lion King's Spirit." Levi took out a gold coin and handed it to the burly man who had the strength of a knight. To be able to let a knight-level powerhouse guard the door, it could be seen that the Shining Tavern was not ordinary. This was a magical organization that seemed to be somewhat detached from the nobles, the royal power, and even the theocracy of the church. 1 gold coin could buy a cow, a good knight's longsword, and a high and mighty priest of the Church of Holy Light in Icewine City to pray for you. But here, it was only worth a glass of wine. Of course, this was also an admission ticket. The burly man handed over a glass of wine that was shining with a faint golden light. "Drink it and you can go in." This was the Lion King's spirit, used to commemorate the powerful legendary knight, the Lionheart Knight. There were only 7 types of wine in the entire Shining Tavern, and they were rotated 7 days. As an entrance ticket to the tavern, they were all sold for 1 gold coin. Lion King's spirit, blood wine, 100 flowers wine, snow beer, black rum, gold spirit, and nameless wine. Other than that, there was no other wine. These 7 wines were said to be in memory of the 7 deceased legendary knights. Lionheart Knight Rhine, Blood Knight Brad, Flower Knight Elena, Snowflake Knight Flair, Black Knight Blake, Golden Knight Gregor, and Thousand-Faced Knight whose real name no one knew. Therefore, many people guessed that the big boss behind the Shining Tavern must be the legendary knight. That was why he could open a black market in the 7 countries and under the nose of the nobles and royal families in the major cities. Levi was not worried that the wine would be poisoned. After all, the reputation of the Shining Tavern was very famous in the underground world. After drinking, he walked into the tavern, and the liveliness and noise hit his face. The scent of hormones was mixed with the strong smell of alcohol. At the bar counter, a beautiful lady boss was drinking 100 flowers wine. Many people in the tavern wore masks like Levi, but there were also many who were bold and skilled and showed their real faces. The boorish men were drinking and flirting with the maids in the tavern. Then, they were scolded by the lady boss, but they did not dare to talk back. As everyone knew, anyone who dared to attack the staff of the Shining Tavern would not have a good ending. Levi passed through the noisy crowd and arrived at a domed room behind the tavern. This was where the tavern's trading market was located. In front of simple stalls, people were selling their goods. There was also a large wooden sign with various commission contents written on it with chalk. These commissions were all personal commissions, and the Shining Tavern was only responsible for the platform. There were all kinds of content, so it gave birth to a profession that specialized in accepting commissions in exchange for rewards, bounty hunters. Many wandering knights had become bounty hunters. Levi walked around the market and finally stopped in front of a person wearing armor. There was a small black bottle in his stall. Even though the lid was closed, the thing inside still emitted a strange and charming fragrance. Levi had smelled this fragrance many times when his father was concocting secret medicines when he was young. It was ambergris. 200 gold coins per bottle. No bargaining. This armored man was obviously an official knight. Levi could feel the powerful aura from him. Although he was not as powerful as Sir Fred, he was still as dazzling as a flame in front of him. Ambergris has always been sold at 100 gold coins per bottle. The price is stable. How can you sell it at 200 gold coins? Levi couldn't help but say. The knight sneered, "You still want to buy ambergris with 100 gold coins? If you think it's too much, you can go to the Jade Chamber of Commerce and see if you can buy it." Now, in order to advance to a legendary knight, the White Horse Knight of the royal family has almost monopolized all the ambergris in the Jade Chamber of Commerce. There is basically no ambergris on the market. If you don't want to buy it, don't stop me from doing business. This knight obviously had a bad temper. Levi thought to himself, no wonder the Jade Chamber of Commerce was out of stock. It turned out that all of them had been bought by the White Horse Knight. Of course, Levi knew about the White Horse Knight. He was known as the strongest genius of the Jade royal family in the past 1,000 years and the #1 person below the legendary knight. Levi had no choice. He did not want to wait for the price of ambergris to drop. Who knew when that would happen? "How many bottles of ambergris do you have here?" Levi asked. "How much do you need?" The knight looked at Levi. 2 bottles. Levi had 500 gold coins on him now, and he was going to buy ambergris. Even if it was expensive, he had to buy it. With 2 bottles of ambergris and the Black Snake secret medicine, it should be enough for him to break through to an official knight. "All right, I didn't expect you to be so rich despite your mediocre strength. You should be a noble son in the Northern Territory," the knight said to himself. However, since Levi did not reply, the knight did not bother to ask for trouble. Levi took 2 bottles of ambergris from the knight. After checking that there was no problem with the goods, Levi threw down 400 gold coins, which was equivalent to more than 5 years of his territory's financial income. His heart was bleeding. "You're lucky. If I didn't need money urgently, I could have earned at least 100 gold coins more by selling these 2 bottles of ambergris at the shining auction the day after tomorrow. If you still need ambergris in the future, you can look for me at the Shining Tavern. After the knight finished speaking, he hurriedly took the gold coins and left. It was obvious that this guy had a way to obtain ambergris. After buying the ambergris, Levi achieved the most important goal of this trip. He still had more than 100 gold coins on him. He planned to buy a bloodline breathing technique and go home to see if the proficiency panel could break the bloodline restriction and allow him to cultivate the breathing techniques of other families. After walking around, he did not see anyone selling breathing techniques. Levi could only wait for the Shining Auction the day after tomorrow. This was a small auction held in the Shining Tavern on the last day of every month. There would be some precious items auctioned there. There were definitely breathing techniques. When Levi was young, he had once participated in the Shining Auction in Flower City with his father. At that auction, an extremely rare and excellent quality non-bloodline breathing technique was sold for an astronomical price of 5,000 gold coins. Chapter 28. There was still some time before the Shining Auction, so Levi found an empty space and started setting up his stall. There was no need to pay for the booth fee. It had already been paid in the glass of wine in the tavern's entrance ticket. How rich is this Shining Tavern? In the true sense, it's as rich as a country. Levi placed the knight's sword that he planned to sell in front of him, feeling envious. Compared to the Shining Tavern, the Jade Chamber of Commerce was nothing. Levi estimated that this tavern in Icewine City could earn hundreds of gold coins a day just from the cost of the wine alone. In a year, it would be tens of thousands of gold coins. This was almost the annual income of a high-level earl. Levi's father had wanted to invest in the Shining Tavern, but even with his identity as a Grand Knight, he could not find a way to invest in it. Moreover, the Shining Tavern has never seemed to accept new shareholders. "Buddy, how much is this sword?" A person wearing the same white wolf mask stood in front of Levi's stall. "Fine quality longsword, 2 gold coins per piece. No bargaining. We can accept custom orders and large quantities of purchases. You will need to provide a design for custom orders," Levi said in a low voice. "It's a little expensive." The man turned around and left. Levi was not in a hurry. He was still very confident in the knight's sword that he had created. 2 gold coins were definitely not expensive. Those who could enter the Shining Tavern were basically local big shots or knights. Levi believed that there would be people who knew what was good for them. Not long after, a muscular knight wearing an iron helmet stood in front of Levi. A heavy meteor hammer hung from his waist. Judging from his aura, he was obviously an official knight. "Buddy, I heard that you accept the custom production of weapons and armor." Levi raised his head, and the expression under the white wolf mask changed slightly. "It's another official knight, and his aura is even stronger than the official knight who sold me ambergris. He's also using a meteor hammer, so he should be cultivating a strength-based breathing technique." Levi analyzed in his heart. "That's right. You need to provide blueprints, weapons, defensive equipment and even some special firearms to customize them. As long as you have the design, I can do it," Levi said confidently. "It seems that you are an impressive blacksmith," the official knight said in a calm tone. "It's all right. I'll buy these 2 swords. In addition, I hope that we can reach long-term exclusive cooperation. The weapons and defensive equipment you forge will be sold to me first, and you can't sell them to other lords. As for the price, I can buy them at a price that is 20% higher than the market price," the knight said. At the same time, he threw 5 gold coins on the stall, allowing Levi to successfully earn back the money for the drinks. "No problem. The transaction location will be set at the Shining Tavern," Levi said. With his strength, it would be easy for others to rob him if he were to trade outside. However, no one could cause trouble here in the Shining Tavern. The black market had its own rules. "Sure, it's a pleasure working with you. How I should address you?" "White Wolf Gerald." Levi touched his mask and suddenly remembered a game from his previous life. "All right, Mr. Gerald. Let's meet at the Shining Tavern on the last day of every 3 months. I hope you can come on time. I need a large number of weapons, armor and horse gear. These are the design drawings. By the way, Sir White Wolf, I wonder if you're interested in joining a great organization with a limitless future and a bright future?" The knight suddenly asked, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Levi. "No, I don't." Levi refused decisively. The knight was silent for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, "If you change your mind, you can tell me when we meet again in the future." Then, the knight left the Shining Tavern. Levi looked at the man's back excitedly. "With that, the problem of sales has been solved. I know that the quality of my forging will definitely not be a problem. The special effect of fine-grade certainty is no joke. That should be a knight from a certain territory." It seems that his ambition is not small. He bought so many weapons and defensive equipment and even wanted to pull me into his team. He must be plotting something, but what does this have to do with me? Levi shook his head. In any case, no one knew his identity. Even if that person purchased weapons and armor to rebel, he would not implicate him. Meanwhile, in a mansion somewhere in Icewind City, the heavily armored knight who had finished his deal with Levi took off his iron helmet, revealing his scarred face. He knelt on the ground, and in front of him was a half-naked, muscular man who was breathing in and out white smoke. "Vice President, I found another good blacksmith and have discussed a collaboration with him." The knight lowered his head and said. "Not bad, Wild-born Knight. I'm very satisfied with your recent performance. The Lord of the Wilderness will definitely see your loyalty and hard work." The muscular man who was called the Vice President put on his clothes. When he stood up, he was 2.5 meters tall, like a small giant. Even the Wild-born Knight seemed small in front of him. "I haven't been to Brotherhood's headquarters for a long time. How's the situation with our equipment?" The brawny man put on his armor and asked. "Currently, our Brotherhood has a total of 2,500 sets of defensive equipment and weapons, as well as 1,000 alpine war horses. After years of hard work, we have dozens of blacksmiths forging the equipment we need every day. We are also looking for new blacksmiths in various ways across the country to purchase weapons and equipment to speed up our improvement," the Wild-born Knight said. He was a small leader in charge of the production of weapons and armor. Other than being an official knight, he was also a skilled blacksmith. "Yes, not bad, but it's far from enough. If we want to overthrow these greedy and hateful nobles, we need at least 10,000 fully armed cavalrymen and hundreds of official knights who will charge into the front lines. I'm only one step away from becoming a Grand Knight. After I advance to become a Grand Knight, our Wilderness Brotherhood will have 2 Grand Knights. Our actions won't be so restricted," the Vice President said. "Congratulations, my lord." The Wild-born Knight's expression was excited, and it seemed to be sincere. "Oh right, the deal with the lamp spirit last time was pretty good. With the help of the lamp spirit, I successfully broke through from a high-level knight to the realm of a peak knight. My breathing technique has also improved. I guess I still need the lamp spirit to help me advance to a Grand Knight. I'll have to trouble you with this matter." The Vice President took out an ancient black snuff bottle. Chapter 29. Holy Brilliance Calendar Year 1006, the last day of the month of Vitality. The Shining Auction was held in the Shining Tavern as promised. The auctioneer was the beautiful and sexy Lady Boss. She wore revealing clothes and came to the center under the hungry gazes of the brawny men. The auction officially began. Levi wore the white wolf mask and sat in the last seat. With his wealth of 100 gold coins, he should only be able to buy one item at this auction. After all, those who could come to the Shining Tavern were all rich people in the northern region. In this era where nobles were everywhere, and these titles were common, who was not a noble? Every month, there would be 10 items on auction, and they were usually entrusted by the members of the tavern. According to Levi's knowledge, one could become a member of the Shining Tavern by paying 100 gold coins in one go, and the membership would be valid for 5 years. During the period of validity, members could enjoy free admission, and service fees for auctions would be waived. Levi knew that many of those damn rich nobles were members of the tavern. For example, his father was a noble Shining member when he was alive, but unfortunately, membership could not be inherited. The first item was a knight's sword. With Levi's current level 3 forging skills, he could tell that the craftsmanship of this knight's sword was very exquisite, far superior to his own. It should have been made by a master, and its design was simple and unadorned, a little like the craftsmanship of the past. This is the sword of a Grand Knight of the Vigigad family from 100 years ago. It was forged by the craftsman, Flaming Hammer Hagrid Eamon. It's a divine weapon. Whether it's for real combat or collection, it has a high price. The starting price is 10 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 5 gold coins. With the lady boss's charming voice, the atmosphere was ignited. Oh my god, the first item is already so awesome. The Flaming Hammer, a famous craftsman in the Northern Territory 100 years ago. He was once the royal blacksmith. His products must be the best. A blacksmith who knew the industry exclaimed. Levi was also surprised. In the past year, he had learned about the history of forging in the kingdom from Little Milan and some forging books. The Flaming Hammer was definitely an amazing blacksmith. In essence, blacksmiths were not divided into realms like knights. However, people still divided blacksmiths into 3 ranks according to their fame and the quality of their forging. The current Levi was a blacksmith apprentice. However, as a level 3 blacksmith, he should be considered an advanced apprentice. He was only one step away from completing his apprenticeship and becoming an official blacksmith when he would be able to forge armor. Above blacksmith apprentice was an official blacksmith. Little Milan's father, Old Toby, was one. The armor worn by Sir Fred and Levi was made by Old Toby. Unfortunately, Old Toby was snatched away by the Wild Boar gang, but Levi would get him back sooner or later. Those who had reached the peak of their forging career and were recognized as forging masters by the nobles and knights of the kingdom were called blacksmith masters. Such a person would receive a large number of commissions every day. Countless noble knights would beg to have a divine weapon forged for them. They had a noble status, and they were definitely treasures in any force. The difference between an official blacksmith and a blacksmith master was comparable to the difference between a knight and a grand knight. In the end, this knight's sword made by a blacksmith master was bought by a rich noble at the price of 100 gold coins. No matter how good the knight's sword was, it was definitely not worth 100 gold coins due to the limitations of technology in this era. It could only be said that the value of the blacksmith master's brand was too great. Levi was also determined to continue forging. Once he became a blacksmith master, he should be able to achieve freedom and wealth. The second item up for auction was a knight's plate armor made of the best ghostly iron produced in Rocky Mountain. It was said that a thumb-sized mithril had been melted into it. Compared to ordinary iron, ghost iron had much higher performance in all aspects, but its melting point was also extremely high, making it very difficult to forge. Mithril, on the other hand, was a legendary material. It could only be produced in places where meteorites fell from outer space. According to Witch Gullwig, mithril was an extraordinary material recognized by wizards. It was the most cost-effective material for conducting ether. This knight armor was sold for 480 gold coins. This trashy plate armor is far inferior to my frost giant magic armor, and it can be sold for a few hundred gold coins. Mine is made entirely of mithril, so its value can't be measured in mortal gold coins. Finally, it was time for the breathing technique segment that Levi needed. Everyone, the breathing technique that we are auctioning this time is a package of 2. They are the Frost Wolf breathing technique of the Frost Wolf family and the Giant Bear breathing technique of the Rock Bear family. The starting price is 100 gold coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 gold coin. Although these 2 breathing techniques are shallow quality, as breathing techniques of nobles, they still have some collection value. If there are breathing technique collectors present, you can consider them. The lady boss seemed to be worried that these 2 breathing techniques would not sell, so she spared no effort in promoting them. Hearing the lady boss's words, Levi's expression changed. He did not expect that the item being auctioned was the breathing technique of his 2 neighbors. It seems that the descendants of my 2 neighbors, Frost Wolf Knight and Rock Bear Knight, have been reduced to selling their ancestral breathing techniques for a living after their father died. However, these 2 breathing techniques are only at the shallow level. Moreover, they are bloodline breathing technique. Other than me, no one else would buy them. At the auction house, the other nobles and knights began to discuss. However, after a while, there were only scattered bids. In the end, when Levi raised the price to 120 gold coins, no one else bid. Levi successfully bought 2 bloodline breathing techniques for 120 gold coins. This price was reasonable. If it was a non-bloodline breathing technique, even if it was a shallow one, it would cost at least a few hundred gold coins. The bloodline breathing technique was a priceless treasure to the disciples with the noble bloodline, but to most outsiders, it was of little value. After all, they couldn't be used for cultivation. They could only be used for collection. Even if the nobles had money, they wouldn't spend it like this. Especially in this era of war, money should be used on weapons, defensive equipment, and necessities like food. After the auction ended and Levi received the breathing techniques, he hurriedly left the auction site. He changed into a new set of clothes and went to the Jade Chamber of Commerce to prepare the other ingredients for the secret medicine. Other than ambergris, the other ingredients were very common. As for the snake blood required for the secret medicine, Levi bought a basket of white crystal snakes, which were unique to the cold climate of the Northern Territory. In addition, Levi also strolled around the library and bookstores in Icewind City. He spent a lot of money buying anything that might be related to wizards. After that, Levi hurried through the night. This time, he took a more remote mountain path. Other than encountering some wolves along the way, he did not encounter any bandits. Year 1006 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the second day of the month of grass. When the travel-worn Levi arrived at the Blackwater Valley, Sir Fred, who was in the castle, finally relaxed when he saw Levi return. Chapter 30. Young Master, you're finally back. Sir Fred opened the city gate for Levi to welcome him. Nothing happened in the territory while I was away, right? Levi asked. Everything is normal in the territory. Did your trip go smoothly? It's all right. After exchanging pleasantries with Sir Fred, Levi returned to his room. This time, he had spent all the gold coins at the bottom of the metal box. Levi had become a pauper again overnight. But I gained a lot this time. 2 bottles of ambergris, 2 bloodline breathing techniques, a stable sales channel for weapons and armor, and some miscellaneous books. Levi had basically achieved his goal for this trip. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was to concoct the secret medicine. The next day, Levi had a good night's sleep, and the sky was bright. The concoction of the black snake secret medicine did not require any technical work. This was different from the alchemy in his previous life. It did not require any fire refinement. He only needed to mix them according to a fixed ratio and then knead them into small pills. Therefore, Levi successfully concocted 200 secret medicine. If too much of the secret medicine was mixed, the effect of the ambergris would be diluted too much, resulting in it not being effective. According to the formula, these 2 bottles of ambergris could be used to make about 200 pills. If he took 1 pill a day, it would be enough for Levi to cultivate for the next half a year. After concocting the secret medicine, Levi swallowed it. After preparing the food, he could not wait to start cultivating the black snake breathing technique. His breathing technique cultivation has been delayed since he spent 2 days outside. About an hour later, Levi completed 1 round of breathing technique cultivation. Black snake breathing technique proficiency plus 10. Taking the secret medicine is really different. Under normal circumstances, I can only increase my proficiency by 1-2 points by circulating the breathing technique once. With the secret medicine's enhancement, my proficiency increased by several times. Unfortunately, at the level of a quasi-knight, I can only take 1 secret medicine a day. I can't take more than that. Going too far is as bad as falling short. After taking the black snake secret medicine, he could clearly feel that when he was circulating the black snake breathing technique, there was a cold current flowing through his body. This cold current seemed to be the effect of the black snake secret medicine. With the support of this cold current, Levi maintained a high level of concentration and was in an extremely efficient state of cultivation. After cultivating the breathing technique, wisps of white gas began to spread out from the pores of Levi's body. After the white gas passed, some black stains were expelled from his body. The black snake secret medicine actually has such an effect, expelling some of the impurities in my body. After eliminating the toxins, he took a shower and felt relaxed. Levi took advantage of the fact that he was still in a good state to practice the Golden Cross / Golden Cross / proficiency plus 3. That's right. The black snake secret medicine seems to be able to help people maintain a high level of concentration, thus increasing their efficiency and entering a state of enlightenment. Therefore, not only the breathing technique but also the cultivation effect of the sword skill is far better than usual. This is good stuff. Not only that, Levi did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that after consuming the black snake breathing technique, his physical fitness had improved slightly. He guessed that it might be a special effect brought about by the first time he consumed it. After practicing the breathing technique and the Golden Cross / a few more times, he completed today's cultivation mission. Then, Levi took out the frost wolf breathing technique and the giant bear breathing technique that he had bought at the auction. These two breathing techniques were both shallow breathing techniques, and they were also bloodline breathing techniques. Among all the breathing techniques, they were the least valuable. Levi was the first to open the giant bear breathing technique legacy scroll. On the goatskin parchment, there was a picture of a small person similar to his own black snake breathing technique. The small person was in all kinds of different postures. If the black snake breathing technique was strange, then the posture of the giant bear breathing technique small person had big movements. It was more like some fierce fist techniques from his previous life. In the middle of these small people was a huge bear the size of a small mountain. The huge bear roared at the sky and emitted a wild aura. This was the clan emblem of the rock bear family, rock bear. It's obvious that the giant bear breathing technique is a breathing technique that focuses on strength. This is a complementary technique to my black snake breathing technique. Levi then looked at the other frost wolf breathing technique. The contents of the legacy scroll were similar to the giant bear breathing technique. It was nothing more than a few small figures in different poses, surrounded by a silver-white giant wolf in the middle. This was the frost wolf family's crest, silver frost wolf. Levi noticed that the appearance of this giant wolf was actually somewhat similar to the mountain wolf king he had killed. It was not just its appearance, but its expression and aura. However, since the mountain wolf king was already dead and had turned into ashes, it did not matter if it was related. Frost wolf breathing technique is a breathing technique that focuses on reaction speed and agility. Not bad. If I can learn these two breathing techniques, with black snakes as the main defense, rock bear's main strength, and frost wolf's main speed, wouldn't I be a polygon warrior? Levi smiled. Let's start with the frost wolf breathing technique. My strength is still alright. I have the armor and the black snake breathing technique for defense, so I don't lack them for the time being. What I lack the most now is speed and flexibility. All martial arts in the world are invincible, only speed is invincible. Let's see if I can put the frost wolf breathing technique into the proficiency panel first. As long as it can enter the panel, let alone a breathing technique, even if it's a god's forbidden spell, I'll think of a way to bring it to the maximum level as long as I have the time. The proficiency panel was Levi's greatest reliance. It seemed that this cheat was ordinary and could only reflect proficiency. However, this was the most awesome part of the cheat. It meant that some extremely difficult things were all reflected through the proficiency of data. On the other hand, Levi only needed to play games to increase his proficiency. Where there is hard work, there must be something to be gained, and there must be feedback. Cultivation was no longer blindly based on experience and rough perception. Instead, there was a clear reference and a detailed goal to continuously advance. It was not something that could be completed in a day or two if one wanted to learn the basics of breathing techniques. It took Levi half a month to learn the black snake breathing technique. Although the frost wolf breathing technique was at the shallow level, it would still take some time for Levi to fully understand the postures of the pictures. Levi did not stay idle while he was cultivating the breathing technique. It was as if his energy was endless. Whenever he had free time, he would go and forge. He was going to study the blueprint that the knight had given him and try to forge armor. In 3 months, he would have to hand over a batch of goods. As the days passed, Levi's life was extremely fulfilling. In the courtyard of the castle, the 3 brothers were also growing up happily. As a huge amount of food entered their stomachs, their bodies were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a period of time, they would grow a little bigger. Year 1006 of the Jade Calendar, the 3rd day of the month of flowers. Levi also learned from Sir Fred that his 2 neighbors, the heirs of Frostwind Territory and Rock Hill, had sold their ancestral fiefs and moved to Icewind City, becoming the lowest landless aristocrats. The buyer of the fiefs was the Church of Holy Light. It was said that the church wanted to build a new church in the Silver Moon territory so that the holy light of the Heavenly Father could warm the people in this extremely cold land. Levi cursed in his heart. He always had a premonition that his peaceful life would be broken by the arrival of the church. Chapter 31. However, even with the church's arrival, Levi believed that he was a well-behaved person. As long as he did not provoke the church, they would not do anything to him. It was just that he couldn't afford to miss out on paying the tithe and various other church taxes like before because the emperor was far away. It couldn't be helped. The church was the one who set the rules of this world. Regardless of whether the gods were real or not, the 7 Orthodox churches were well-deserved giants. In the Emerald Kingdom, the Church of Holy Light was the sky. In the end, it's because I don't have the strength. If I had the strength of a Grand Knight, I would be able to stay away from worldly disputes and protect myself anywhere in this world. And if I become a legendary knight, just like the Shining Tavern that is rumored to have a legendary knight overseeing it, I will directly open the black market in the cities and territories in the various kingdoms. You won't be able to say anything if I don't pay taxes to you. In an era where miracles did not appear, legendary knights were gods in the mortal world. Therefore, Levi's goal was clear. He also wanted to become a legendary knight and become a god in the human world. In the blink of an eye, the month of flowers had passed. According to Sir Fred's intelligence, the church had acted quickly. They had just sent away the masters of Rock Hill and Frostwind territory, and then they started to order the serfs in the territory to build a church that was even more magnificent than Levi's castle. At the end of the month of flowers, Levi practiced the Frost Wolf breathing technique step by step according to the legacy scroll. It's already been a month. I've only been cultivating the Black Snake breathing technique for half a month. Does the bloodline breathing technique really require a bloodline? Levi was unwilling to accept this. Logically speaking, he should be able to learn the basic level of the breathing technique in a few days. However, he had been cultivating the basic level of the Frost Wolf breathing technique for a month and still had not learned it. This made him a little discouraged. I'll hold on for another month. If it doesn't work, I'll try the giant bear breathing technique. If the second technique doesn't work either, I'll give up. That magic armor can only be melted into mithril and reforged into ordinary armor. Levi muttered to himself. It would be a lie if he wasn't disappointed. However, this month was not a fruitless one. With the help of the Black Snake secret medicine, his Black Snake breathing technique's proficiency increased by 1,000 points in just 1 month, which was more than twice the normal rate of cultivation. According to this speed, he could become an official knight before he finished the Black Snake secret medicine. The prerequisite was that he had successfully condensed the life seed. The proficiency of Golden Cross Slash had also increased by more than 1,000. He had also made a breakthrough in forging. This month, he had been forging armor plates. This was a delicate job, much more difficult than forging a knight's sword. As it was his first time forging, Levi was not very familiar with it. Coupled with the fact that he had a lot of things to do recently, it took him a month to finish the main parts of the armor. On this day, Levi was hammering on the forging table in the castle again. He used the cold forging method to forge the armor. The knight had asked Levi to design something similar to plate armor. This kind of armor was relatively easy to make, and it was better than the cumbersome chain mail. Moreover, only this kind of plate armor could defend against crossbows and longswords on the battlefield. Chain mail could only defend against some ordinary bows and arrows, but it was lighter. Levi's upper body was bare, revealing his strong muscles. The last part of the plate armor, the breastplate, was also gradually taking shape under his repeated tempering. In the end, with the notification of proficiency, Levi's set of plate armor, which was specially designed for that night, finally took shape. As for Levi, he could be considered an official blacksmith. Forging proficiency plus 101. The sharp lines, the rough beauty, the heavy temperament, and the metallic fragrance made Levi admire his masterpiece with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Let's set the price at 25 gold coins per set. Levi thought to himself, under normal circumstances, the market price of this kind of plate armor is about 20 gold coins. However, with the buff of fine-grade certainty, the quality of his own equipment would definitely be better than those forged by ordinary blacksmiths. It was not expensive at all to sell them for 25 gold coins. Only nobles and knights had the money to buy a full set of armor that was worth 20 oxen. It was already good enough for an ordinary quasi-knight or an attendant to have a part of it. It couldn't be helped. The most important reason was that this world's productivity was backward, and iron production was extremely low. After transmigrating to this world, Levi realized how blissful he was in his previous life. Even though he was a noble, his happiness was far from what it was in his previous life. The comfort and convenience brought by technology would only become precious once he lost it. I've gained hundreds of forging proficiency points just by forging this plate armor. This is really a big project. Once I forge a few dozen pieces, I should be able to advance to level 4. I wonder if the special effects will change. Levi Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 3, 5011/10,000. Golden Cross / Level 3, 5427/10,000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration. Beast Taming, Level 3, Maximum. Special Effect, Wild Heart. Forging, Level 3, 2008/10,000. Special Effect, Fine Grade Certainty. Levi looked at the proficiency panel. Although there was no change in the number of levels compared to a few months ago, the progress bar had made significant progress. As soon as he put away the armor, he saw Sir Fred walking over. He had been waiting here for a while. "Sir Fred, what is it?" Levi asked after putting on his clothes. "Young master, the people from the church are here." Sir Fred shrugged and said. "How many people came?" "Just 2. A priest and an official knight." "Then let's go take a look." Levi put on his noble attire. For safety, he wore a layer of chainmail underneath. Ever since he learned about the dangers of this world, Levi had been wearing a 2-layered chainmail when he slept. There was also a piece of heart-protecting armor on his chest. It was very uncomfortable, but it was safer. Outside the castle, a priest in a white holy light robe was accompanied by a church knight in silver armor. He stood outside the castle gate and waited for the master to open the door. "Sir Abraham, Baron Blacksnake is really rude. He actually made us wait in this poor place for so long," the slender knight said unhappily. As an official knight of the church and a member of the Radiant Knights, he was respected by everyone wherever he went. The priest glanced at the knight and said calmly, "Knight Glimmer, don't be impatient. Your weakness will be caught by the enemy." As the castle gates opened, Levi and Sir Fred slowly rode out on their horses. Levi had a smile on his face as he dismounted and gave a standard noble salute. "Dear Priest Abraham, I sincerely welcome you to Blackwater Valley." Chapter 32. Blackwater Valley, in the meeting hall of the castle. Priest Abraham sat upright, and Knight Glimmer stood straight beside him. Levi sat opposite Priest Abraham, with Sir Fred protecting him. Levi looked a little reserved and afraid, and these small expressions were captured by Priest Abraham, who was good at observing people's expressions. As expected, he's still an immature youth. The priest muttered to himself. Before he came, he had naturally done the investigation of the surrounding nobles. He paid special attention to Blackwater Valley, where a big shot like the Black Snake Knight had appeared. He had heard that this little baron was timid and afraid of trouble, and now that he looked at it, it was indeed the case. Priest Abraham coughed and said seriously, "Baron Levi, I'm here to buy Blackwater Valley." Priest Abraham said straightforwardly. In this era, the church itself was a super overlord. Through various annexation methods, the territory directly controlled by the church was second only to the royal family. Many local churches and monasteries directly or indirectly controlled many manors and land. One of the most important methods of annexation was to buy their territories from the fallen nobles. Hearing this, Sir Fred's expression changed and he looked at Levi. Levi was not in a hurry to refuse. If the other party offered a good price, then it did not matter if he sold it. He just lowered his head and remained silent. Priest Abraham smiled and continued, 2,000 gold coins. This price is twice the price I offered to the heirs of the Rock Bear family and the Frost Wolf family. It's mainly out of the respect the church has for the Black Snake Knight. I also know that the annual income of Blackwater Valley is less than 100 gold coins. This amount of money is enough for Baron Levi and Sir Fred to live comfortably for the rest of your lives. Baron Levi should also be aware that a remote and poor land like the Blackwater Valley was destined to not develop into a fertile land. The natural conditions here limited the development of this place. Rather than that, it would be better to sell it to us and let the church manage it. After saying that, Priest Abraham looked at Levi with a smile, calm and confident. He believed that this famous coward and prodigal wouldn't refuse such an excellent offer. However, the current Levi was no longer the same as before. With his own forging skills, he could earn back 2,000 gold coins sooner or later. Why would he sell the land? It was easier to sell land than to redeem it. Under normal circumstances, the nobles in this world would not trade their territories, which were the foundation of their status, unless they were desperate, such as the heirs, Baron Frost Wolf and Baron Rock Bear. Using 2,000 gold coins to buy Blackwater Valley was a little low. Although the valley was remote and backward, it was huge. Even though most of the land was steep and uncultivable, the church was going too far to buy it for 2,000 gold coins. The most important thing was that Levi had already established absolute prestige in this territory. This was an intangible value that could only be exchanged for long-term management. Even if he used the money given by the church to buy a new territory, it meant that he had to start from scratch and readjust. The time cost was too high. I'm sorry, Priest Abraham. Our Black Snake family has already lived here for 200 years. Every brick and tile here is filled with the feelings of our family. Every citizen here also treats us as their masters. As their lord, how can I abandon them? Levi shook his head and refused. Sir Fred heaved a sigh of relief. This was the backbone that the descendants of the Black Snake family should have. They couldn't protect Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill because there were too many interests involved in those two territories. With their strength, they really couldn't participate. However, the Blackwater Valley was the ancestral land and the last territory of the Black Snake family. They absolutely couldn't lose it. Moreover, even if it was Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill, Levi was still the owner of those two territories in name. It was just that he did not have any real power. However, if Levi had the strength one day, he could take them back. With this name, it would be justified to take them back. However, if the title deed was sold and the ownership of the land was transferred to the church, it would completely belong to the church. If they wanted to get it back, they would either have to buy it back from the church or wage war against them. These two choices were impossible. Oh, Baron Levi, are you not going to consider it? Priest Abraham said with a smile, but his tone was unquestionable. To be honest, a small baron actually dared to reject him. This made Priest Abraham a little impatient, but he was very good at hiding his emotions. I'm sorry, but if the priest's purpose is to take away the last territory of our family, I can't agree. Even if I agree, my people won't agree. Levi looked nervous, but his tone was firm. Although he was still weak now, this did not mean that he had to make endless concessions on issues related to his core interests. The Wild Boar gang had snatched away old Toby, who was only a blacksmith. The territory could still operate without him, but without the territory, how could he cultivate the breathing technique? Without the territory, he would have to spend a lot of money on his clothes, food, accommodation, and transportation. Moreover, he had no source of income. He couldn't possibly work as a blacksmith for others. 2,000 gold coins might seem like a lot, but it was actually not worth it. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. However, I welcome Baron Levi to come to the Silver Moon territory to discuss this matter with me at any time. Let's move on to the second matter, about the tax arrears in the Blackwater Valley. Baron Levi, you should know that you have 3 territories under your name, all of which need to pay taxes to the church. After your father passed away, the church gave Tulip Hill and Stormy Hill the most preferential tax policies in order to take care of the Black Snake family. As for the Blackwater Valley, the church has always turned a blind eye because of its remote location. Baron Levi, you should know that according to the rules, the church can levy taxes on all territories under the Heavenly Father, regardless of whether the church has previously levied taxes on them. There is no time limit for the tax to be levied. The church can decide whether to levy taxes on them or not. In other words, from the time your family took over the Blackwater Valley until now, the church has had the right to collect taxes for the past 200 years. It's just that the church didn't do so before. Baron Levi, what do you plan to do with the taxes that Blackwater Valley owes? Priest Abraham asked calmly. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. We will pay the taxes that we should pay, Levi replied. He sneered in his heart. He could not enjoy the tax benefits that the church had given to the Black Snake family. After all, the income from those 2 territories was not for him. To put it bluntly, because of the death of his father, a top-notch expert, in this era of chaos and greed, all kinds of large and small forces wanted to divide the last bit of things his father left behind. It was not a bad idea for the church to buy the land. At least they would pay for it. At that time, the situation in Tulip Hill and Storm Hilly was much more severe than now. The minions of the Duke of Montenegro threatened Levi directly or indirectly. The feeling of being weak is really unpleasant. Even though they were unhappy, they couldn't directly refuse paying taxes. If he rejected this, it would mean that Levi had completely rebelled against the authority of the church. Levi was not afraid of Abraham, a mere priest. He was afraid of the Church of Holy Light, which was a huge force formed by monasteries, churches, clergymen, and complicated networks all over the country. This included the most powerful armed forces of the Church of Holy Light, Radiant Knights. A force made up of hundreds of official knights and 7 grand knights, the invincible sword of the Church, was enough to flatten all forces in the kingdom that dared to resist them. Levi had the proficiency panel. Becoming a wizard might be unknown, but becoming a grand knight or even a legendary knight was a sure thing as long as he was alive. Therefore, he knew that he had to endure some things. Priest Abraham had turned buying land into paying taxes. To be honest, it was already a benevolent action among the people in the church. He had given Levi a way out. "All right, thank you for your cooperation, Baron Levi. This is the total amount of taxes that we have calculated for the past few years for Blackwater Valley. In view of the great contribution of the Black Snake Knight to the cause of the church, we have already waived the huge late payment fee for the tax arrears. We will only take the principal. Please pay it, Baron." Priest Abraham handed over a tax bill. He had obviously prepared it long ago. First, he would discuss buying the territory with Levi. It would be best if he agreed. If he didn't agree, then fine. He could pay the taxes he owed immediately. Levi took the tax receipt and looked at the amount on it. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. 1,000 gold coins. This old fellow had traced back to 100 years ago. Chapter 33. Levi's chest was burning with rage. They didn't collect it when the Black Snake Knight was alive, but they started to collect it when he died, right? He even said that he would be exempted from late fees for his father's contribution. But in the end, his rationality calmed him down. Regardless of whether these laws were good or evil, after all, laws were born to protect the interests of rulers. It could only be said that weakness was the greatest sin in this world. "This is a large sum of money. I can only pay in installments," Levi said. "Sure, then we'll have to add interest for the delay. In addition to the taxes that Blackwater Valley will have to pay in the next 10 years, from now on, Blackwater Valley will pay 150 gold coins to the church every year. After 10 years, the taxes shall be paid normally," the priest said calmly. This was equivalent to the church's usury. In fact, usury was also a source of income for the church. It was impossible to support the church with only 1/10 taxes and indulgences. "All right," Levi agreed. He could not go against the church yet. Even though he would have to pay the church 1,500 gold coins in taxes in 10 years, he could only accept it. The old man had already calculated everything. He clearly wanted his territory. Levi could only agree temporarily and could not resist. However, who knew what would happen in 10 long years? After signing the contract, the priest swaggered away with night glimmer. Levi narrowed his eyes. The killing intent in his heart spread, but it was suppressed by his own rationality. Sir Fred sighed. "Why don't the two of us find an opportunity to kill Abraham in the next 2 days? With our cooperation, it won't be difficult to kill Night Glimmer," Sir Fred suddenly said. "It's useless. If Abraham dies, the church will send other priests. It's meaningless unless we can kill all the Radiant Knights," Levi said. "Money is not a problem. I'll just hand over 150 gold coins a year. However, one day, I'll take back all this money with interest." After saying that, Levi returned to his cultivation state. He was too weak now. Other than saying harsh words, there was nothing else he could do. Whether it was the church or the Wild Boar Gang, they were all bullying him because he was weak. After all, Sir Fred was almost 50 years old, and his physical strength was gradually declining. On the other hand, he was still young and had not grown up yet. Levi's method was to endure. It was useless to be angry. This was the rule of the world. How could an egg fight a rock head-on? Ordinary people would not be able to defeat a tiger even if they were extremely angry. How could he, who was not even an official knight, fight against a giant like the church? "I have the proficiency panel. My future is bright. I can't lose my life because of a moment of impulsiveness. The most important thing now is to become an official knight." After the incident with the church, Levi worked even harder on his cultivation. He had never worked so hard in his previous life. Cultivating the black snake breathing technique, comprehending the frost wolf breathing technique, forging, managing the territory, and countless things weighed down on Levi. leaving him no time to rest. Year 1006 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the warm month. This was the most comfortable time of the year in Blackwater Valley. It was neither hot nor cold. It had been 2 months since Levi started practicing the Frost Wolf breathing technique. Just as Levi was about to give up on the Frost Wolf breathing technique, he finished cultivating it as usual. Suddenly, he felt a familiar feeling. It was the same feeling he had when he first learned the Black Snake breathing technique. Levi was ecstatic as he opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Black Snake breathing technique, level 3, 6467/10,000. Frost Wolf breathing technique, level 1, 1/1000. Golden Cross / level 3, 7000/10,000. Special effect, advanced vibration. Beast taming, level 3, maximum. Special effect, wild heart. Forging, level 3, 4123/10,000. Special effect, fine grade certainty. I finally learned it. Levi jumped up in excitement. Once it was recorded in the proficiency panel, the rest would be much easier. He had not been so excited for a long time because this meant that he could learn the breathing techniques of other bloodlines without the need for other noble bloodlines. It was just that the time taken to learn it was a little long, but this was not a problem. As long as it was on his panel, he would cultivate it to the limit sooner or later. Levi was full of confidence. He suddenly had an idea. When he had the strength, he would think of a way to collect all the top-notch night breathing techniques in the world. Whether it was strength type, speed type, endurance type, or defense type, he wanted them all. In that case, even if he could not become a wizard, he should be able to stand at the top of the world by relying on the accumulation of a large number of breathing techniques. It even surpassed the achievements of a legendary knight. He would become the well-deserved god of the world, the king of the century. For a moment, the haze of being robbed by the church was swept away. Hee, old dog Abraham, just you wait. Levi struck while the iron was hot and continued to cultivate Frost Wolf breathing technique. Just like that, the days passed. At the end of the month of Flowing Fire, Levi personally led the team, bringing along the armor and weapons he had forged during this period of time, to the Shining Tavern in Icewine City. As promised, he made a deal with the unknown knight, still in the name of White Wolf Geralt. There were a total of 6 sets of premium plate armor and nearly 100 knight swords, which were sold for less than 300 gold coins. Unfortunately, he did not meet the knight who sold ambergris. Levi went to the Jade Chamber of Commerce, but they were still out of stock. In the end, he could only bring the gold coins back to the territory. In an instant, he had 300 gold coins in his account, solving the tight financial crisis in the territory. However, the iron ore in the territory was completely depleted. Levi had no choice but to search along Blackwater Valley based on the limited knowledge he had in his previous life. After spending a lot of time, he finally found a small exposed iron mine dozens of miles upstream of Blackwater River, finally solving the ore crisis. In order to maintain the supply of iron, many of the militia in the territory were arranged to mine, chop wood, burn charcoal, and make iron. The number of blacksmith apprentices had also increased. Levi planned to make the forging industry an important pillar industry in his territory while ensuring the stability of basic agricultural production. The ordinary knight swords and shields would be forged by Little Milan and other blacksmith apprentices, and the most important armor would be forged by Levi himself. When Little Milan became an official blacksmith, he would snatch the old blacksmith Toby back, and he would be able to relax a little. Just like that, from mining, burning charcoal, and smelting, to the final forging, the division of labor was clear. Under such high-efficiency operations, the production of weapons and armor finally increased by a lot. Of course, Levi would not treat his subjects unfairly. The most outstanding blacksmith apprentices would receive a salary of 1 gold coin a year. This made the apprentices who had never seen gold coins happy and full of energy. During the month of the furnace, the territory had forged 4 sets of armor and 50 knight swords. When it was the month of wheatfield, it was the season of wheat harvest. When the wheat harvest was completed, Levi was pleasantly surprised to find that in the first year of the new policy, wheat production had increased by 5%. This was an unprecedented increase. As expected, in this era, the best way to mobilize productivity was to motivate the labor force with a full tummy. Apart from that, Levi's Frost Wolf breathing technique was also progressing very quickly. Frost wolf breathing technique also had its own secret medicine, but compared to the black snake secret medicine, the frost wolf secret medicine was much simpler. The main ingredient was wolf meat. There was plenty of wolf meat in Levi's castle, and he ate it every day. With an ample supply of wolf meat, the frost wolf breathing technique advanced from level 1 to level 3 in just 4 months. The double blessing was that Levi's black snake breathing technique had also made substantial progress. Chapter 34. Levi. Black snake breathing technique, level 3, maximum, the limit can be broken. Frost wolf breathing technique, level 3, 234/10,000. Golden cross / level 3, 9527/10,000, special effect, advanced vibration. Beast taming, level 3, maximum, special effect, wild heart. Forging, level 3, 6666/10,000, special effect, fine grade certainty. Levi looked at the proficiency panel, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The first was the black snake breathing technique. Under the effect of the black snake secret medicine every day, Levi took 2/3 of the time he had originally expected to reach the limit of level 3. However, this was not the limit of the black snake breathing technique. However, there was an important stage that could not be bypassed before the black snake breathing technique could be upgraded from level 3 to level 4. That was the condensation of the life seed. Once the condensation was successful, Levi would become an official knight and have amazing results. As for the frost wolf breathing technique, due to its lower quality, the cultivation of the breathing technique was similar. In addition, Levi was already a quasi-knight, so it was not difficult for him to cultivate it. This bloodline breathing technique was difficult to learn in the early stages. Once it was recorded on the proficiency panel, it would be very easy to cultivate. The frost wolf breathing technique's effects were also particularly remarkable. Levi's flexibility and agility were far beyond what he had before. Some time ago, he had specially gone to the deeper parts of Montenegro Mountain and found a wolf pack made up of more than 10 mountain wolves to test his strength. As a result, without wearing any armor, Levi used the perfected level 3 black snake breathing technique and frost wolf breathing technique, as well as the level 3 golden cross / killing 10 mountain wolves easily. This was already far beyond the standard of a quasi-knight. If an ordinary official knight did not wear armor, they could only deal with a dozen mountain wolves at most. Therefore, Levi estimated that his strength was above that of a quasi-knight and was not weaker than an ordinary official knight. However, he did not have a real opponent to verify his strength. When Sir Fred sparred with Levi, he always unconsciously gave in to Levi, making it difficult to test Levi's true strength. As for his sword skill, golden cross / he was on the verge of breaking through. If everything went well, he would be able to break through to level 4 in the upcoming month of Northern Wind and master the ripple force that Levi had been looking forward to for a long time. On this day, Levi stood on the city gate tower and watched Sir Fred lead a team, pulling a carriage and setting off into the distance. It was time to deliver the goods to the knight from Icewine City. During this period of time, Levi had prepared a total of 12 sets of armor. He kept 5 sets and distributed them to the 5 strongest militiamen under his command. As for the other 7 sets, he let Sir Fred lead the team to deliver the goods to Icewine City and also to buy ambergris. Originally, Levi was the one who did all this himself, but he felt that these few days were the golden time for him to condense his life seed, so he did not want to delay any longer. Therefore, he could only let Sir Fred go in his place. However, with Sir Fred's reliability, Levi believed that nothing would happen. I still have over 300 gold coins in my account. After selling this batch of goods, I should be able to earn another 300 gold coins. 600 gold coins should be enough for me to cultivate for a period of time. Levi muttered to himself. After watching Sir Fred's team disappear on the horizon, Levi turned around, returned to the castle, and closed the door. Next was the most important moment. After cultivating the breathing technique for more than 2 years, he had finally reached the most crucial step from a knight attendant to a quasi-knight. Once he succeeded, Levi would no longer need to be as timid as before. Although an official knight was not invincible, it was enough to deal with most enemies in this world. In the bedroom, Levi, who had recovered to his peak condition, prepared food and water in advance. Looking at the picture of the black snake on the wall, he began to condense the life seed according to the experience that Sir Fred had imparted to him. From the perspective of Levi's previous life, the life seed was similar to the Danshan in his previous life. However, the dantian was located in the abdomen, while the life seed was located near the heart. Levi's black snake breathing technique was circulating at a speed far beyond normal. He was performing the posture of the black snake breathing technique over and over again, like a python that was ready to attack. His twisted and knotted muscles contained infinite power. A large amount of white smoke rose from Levi's body. He could feel that the water content in his body was rapidly decreasing, but this was not the time to drink water. Levi endured the extreme discomfort caused by dehydration and continued to circulate the breathing technique. His blood became thicker and thicker. He felt that if this continued, he might die. However, at this critical moment, Levi was not willing to forcefully stop the fight. I must succeed. He used the proficiency panel to work hard bit by bit. How could he fail at the last step? Levi shouted in his heart. Boom! As Levi circulated his breathing technique to its peak, a powerful aura surged from his limbs and bones like a tide, flowing through his blood circulation and surging toward his heart. An intense pain came from his left chest. The pain was too painful. Heartache in the literal sense. Levi knew that this was a crucial step in condensing the life seed. If this aura had not entered his heart, Levi could have given up. At most, he could find an opportunity to condense it again in the future. However, once this aura reached his heart, there was no longer the possibility of giving up. If he didn't succeed, then, die. The surging power would blow up the knight's heart and blow up his organs. Many people were simply not determined enough and died at this step. The more shallow the breathing technique, the easier it was to make mistakes in this step. Fortunately, the black snake breathing technique was an excellent breathing technique, so the danger was much lower. The success rate of condensing the life seed was also much higher. Levi's cultivation was based on his proficiency panel. He had to take one step at a time, and his foundation was very solid. In the end, after enduring the intense pain for 5 minutes, Levi, who was pale, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed loudly. From the millennium to the present year 1006, 6 years had passed. From a page, a knight attendant, to a quasi-knight, and then to the present. He, Levi, was now an official knight. Although Levi did not have X-ray vision, after becoming an official knight, he could vaguely sense that there was a black snake-like gas on the surface of his heart. It was indistinct and winding. At the end of this gas, countless capillary-like things spread out, crawling all over Levi's heart and connecting with all the blood vessels on it. Black gas. Chapter 35. The life seed was just a name, not a real seed. The snake-shaped black mist on the surface of Levi's heart was the life seed cultivated from the black snake breathing technique. It could also be called the black snake seed. The capillary-like things at the end of the black mist were completely connected to Levi's blood circulation system through his heart. From then on, the energy that Levi obtained from eating would be circulated through his blood, promoting the growth and strengthening of the life seed on the surface of his heart. The black gas emitted by the life seed would also flow through Levi's blood circulation system. Under the effect of the breathing technique, it would flow into Levi's limbs and bones. This was the circulation of black gas. The life seed was like a new organ in his body, and with a thought, Levi could control any organ that he wanted. Faint black gas flowed out of the life seed, and finally, it passed through the blood and reached a small area on Levi's arms. At the same time, Levi saw a snake-shaped black gas crawling on the back of his forearm. He felt his muscles tighten. His muscles began to harden in a short period of time. He touched them. The texture was similar to that of a car tire. It was rough and tough. The black snake breathing technique focuses on defense. This defense will first be reflected in the small area on the back of the forearm. This way, even when faced with the enemy's cold weapon barehanded, the hardened area on the forearm can be used to block and defend. I wonder if I can transfer it to my palm. Levi tried, and in the end, he managed to transfer this small piece of black gas to his palm with great difficulty. The black gas on his forearm disappeared. This discovery made Levi ecstatic. When he tried to move it to his left chest, he failed. With his current realm, this black gas could only move in the small area of his forearm and palm. If he wanted the black gas to spread to more places, he would have to constantly strengthen the life seed. In the end, if he could reach the same realm as his father, the black gas would basically cover his entire body. Even the bottom could be covered by the black gas and become a real big black spear. After eating and replenishing his stamina, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 4, 1/20,000, Special Effect, Basic Defense. The Black Snake Breathing Technique has broken through to Level 4. It finally has a special effect. Basic Defense. By covering part of the body with black gas, it can resist blunt attacks to a certain extent and reduce the damage of sharp attacks. Levi looked at the description of the effects of basic defense and decided to experiment with it. Only by thoroughly knowing one's own strength would one be able to fight better in actual combat. Since Sir Fred was not around, Levi thought for a moment and went to the bear pen of the three brothers. At this moment, the three brothers were happily leaning against the rockery, eating delicious fish meat in a paralyzed posture. "Little White, come here," Levi called out to Little White, who was the calmest of the three brothers. When Little White heard the voice, it immediately ran over and stood up happily, wanting to give Levi a loving hug. Now that the three brothers were almost 3 years old, they stood 3 meters tall. Levi, who was more than 1.8 meters tall, looked like a dwarf in front of Little White. Little White's weight had reached an astonishing 800 kilograms. In his previous life, it was already about the same weight as a large adult male brown bear. Each brother would have the strength of a quasi-knight. If Levi had not just advanced to an official knight and his strength had not been greatly enhanced, he would have been pushed down even if Little White had deliberately used less strength. All right, stop licking. You're going to lick my skin off." Levi laughed and put down Little White. "Come, Little White, use your claws and attack me with half of your strength," Levi ordered. Little White whimpered, clearly not understanding the situation. It did not understand why Levi wanted it to attack him. Little White shook his head like a rattle drum, not daring to make a move. "It's okay. This is my order. Come on." Levi patted Little White's head. Little Grey and Little Fatty also came over to watch the show. Little Fatty looked eager to try. "Go to the side. Your attack is neither light nor heavy." Levi waved at Little Fatty, who left helplessly. In the end, Little White mustered up its courage and got into a battle stance. Levi did not use his knight's sword either. He was half naked and did not even wear any leather armor. "Come on." Levi waved his hand, and Little White rushed over. The bear paw brought the wind with it as it charged toward Levi. Good timing. Levi circulated his black snake breathing technique, and the life seed in his heart quickly sent the black gas through his extraordinary blood circulation to his palms. Bang! Levi was sent flying backward. He flipped a few times and deflected the terrifying impact. He used his palm to meet Little White's bear paw. Although he was an official knight, he was not a strength type. His strength was several times that of an ordinary adult, but it was still impossible for him to be a match for the giant bear of the Northern Territory, which weighed 800 kilograms as a cub, even if it only used half of its strength. Levi stretched his muscles and opened his palm. Looking at the black rubber-like palm, scratches appeared. These scratches cut through the black protective film, but they did not hurt Levi's flesh. "Ha ha ha, again." Levi had a happy expression on his face as he once again fought with Little White. A man and a bear fought in a primitive melee. Xiao Grey and Little Fatty were cheering for Little White. In the end, Little White panted heavily and sat on the ground. It was obvious that it could not take it any more. Although Levi was a little tired, he could still fight. If the black membrane on his palm was broken, he could use the black gas to repair it. As long as the black gas in the life seed was not exhausted, it could recover indefinitely. And after his test, under the full strength of the battle, the black gas in his life seed could last for about 5 minutes. Although it wasn't long, it was enough. On the battlefield, many things could be done in 5 minutes. However, in general, the black gas did not increase Levi's strength as much as he had imagined. After all, with the armor, he could not use the black gas. That's enough. With my current strength and the golden cross / that's about to reach level 4, it's definitely not something an ordinary official knight can compare to. Levi muttered to himself. He put on his clothes, bid farewell to the three brothers, and returned to his bedroom. The black snake breathing technique required a total of 20,000 proficiency points to break through to level 5. Although an official knight was powerful, it was only the beginning of the knight's path. The difference between an official knight and a grand knight was even greater than the difference between a knight attendant and an official knight. In the entire Emerald Kingdom, there might be thousands of official knights, but there were no more than 100 grand knights. There was still a long way to go on the road of gaining experience. Chapter 36. An official knight was extremely important to any noble force in the kingdom. Even if Levi did not have a territory, he could still rely on his own strength to join the territories of other nobles and become their knight. However, Levi, who was already used to being a lord, naturally did not want to be a slave to others. In his previous life, he had enough of being a dog to capitalists. In this life, he did not want to live at the mercy of others like in his previous life. It's time to celebrate my breakthrough to a knight. I won't cultivate today. I'll have the twin maids give me a massage tonight. Under all kinds of pressure, Levi was like a machine that never stopped, crazily cultivating, working hard, forging, and making money. Although this was extremely fulfilling, humans were not machines after all. They would eventually get tired. Today, he felt that it was time for him to relax for a few days. In the next few days, he did not plan to cultivate the breathing technique. He would sleep and practice the golden cross /. A balance between work and rest was life. Cultivation was not the goal. Longevity and freedom were the goals. Cultivation was just a tool. At night, Levi soaked in the bathtub and broke through to become an official knight. He expelled a lot of toxins, and the twin maids massaged his muscles from both sides. "Young master, your body is too hard and rough. My hands are hurting." Ariel pouted, inadvertently revealing some of her breasts as she said in a delicate voice. "If you're tired, take a rest. Your sister will continue. The two of you will take turns." Levi closed his eyes and enjoyed his rare peaceful life. After a peaceful night, Levi returned to his bedroom to rest after his bath. "I hope Sir Fred's trip will be successful." Levi was still worried about Sir Fred, not about the goods worth hundreds of gold coins. Sir Fred was the only family that Levi had left in the world, and he did not want to lose him. Just like that, Levi fell into a deep sleep. The starry night was silent. In the dark night, a figure covered in black night clothes sneaked into the black water valley like a ghost. He came to the side of the Black Snake Castle and stood in the valley. He looked at the towering castle built against the mountain and muttered to himself. "The location of this castle is not bad. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Unfortunately, to me, it is just a decoration." After waiting for 7 days, the Serpent Vulture Knight has finally left. "Hehe, Baron Levi, I, Fantasy Goblin Knight, will take your head without hesitation." The man in the knight suit was wearing simple leather armor and was extremely agile. He was Fantasy Goblin Knight and an emotionless assassin. He came from an assassin organization with members all over the kingdom, Sound of a Dead Bird. This was an organization similar to the Assassin Guild. They were scattered all over the country and took orders from the 5 top leaders of the organization. The target of the assassination could be a commoner, a noble, or even an official knight or a member of the royal family. As long as one gave enough money, there would be some powerful assassins who would complete the mission for them. The Fantasy Goblin Knight was one of the assassins. He mainly did assassination missions in the area around Icewind City. He had received an assassination mission from a broker a while ago. The client had a very high status. He didn't even know who the client was, but he didn't care. As long as the money was in place, even if the target was an official knight, Fantasy Goblin Knight would find a way to get rid of him. As a wandering knight, the Fantasy Goblin Knight had no worries. After killing someone, he would flee thousands of miles away. No one could catch him. Ever since his debut, he had completed many assassination missions perfectly. The assassination list included a baron, 3 noble disciples, a countess wife, and even 2 official knights. Therefore, he did not think it would be difficult to assassinate Levi. After all, Levi's squandering and cowardice was well known in some circles that were familiar with the Black Snake Knight. However, a truly dedicated killer would go all out even if he had to kill a 100-year-old woman. Therefore, the Fantasy Goblin Knight was fully armed with hooks, daggers, poison, quicklime, and everything else. He carefully approached the castle. There were soldiers patrolling below the castle. Under the cover of the night, he observed his surroundings and decided to climb over the wall with the least soldiers. He would then find Levi's bedroom and quickly assassinate the sleeping Levi. Then, he would bring Levi's head to collect the commission money. Perfect plan. The Fantasy Goblin Knight sneered in his heart. He found the wall with the weakest defense. There was only a sleepy soldier under this wall. He slowly approached and relied on his movement technique and agility to circle around the soldier's back. Shadow Lord. The fantasy goblin knight didn't believe in the Heavenly Father but in a very unpopular Shadow Lord. This god's authority was slaughter, deception, and shadow. He was the object of faith for most assassins and a small number of schemers and politicians. After that, he cleanly dealt with the soldier. The soldier was just an ordinary person. Although he had received training, he was still far inferior to an official knight like the fantasy goblin knight. The corpse of the soldier quickly turned cold in this season of the northern wind. The fantasy goblin knight didn't care about the corpse. He would have disappeared into the wilderness before the sun rose tomorrow anyway. He used the grappling hook to climb over the high wall and gently jumped down. He landed perfectly and elegantly patted the dust off his body before raising his head. He found 3 huge shadows curiously sizing him up. These 3 shadows were Little White, Little Grey, and Little Fatty. The back of this wall with the weakest defense was the bear pen of the 3 brothers. The fantasy goblin knight had never thought that he would one day sneak into the castle and face 3 bears. Damn it, Levi! He actually raised bears in the castle. Shadow Lord, these aren't ordinary bears, but giant bears of the Northern Territory, even though it doesn't look mature yet. The fantasy goblin knight exclaimed in his heart. The 3 brothers were also dumbfounded. When the fantasy goblin knight was outside, they smelled an unfamiliar smell approaching the castle. Levi's training for them included familiarizing themselves with the scent of every soldier and servant in the castle. This way, if any strangers approached, they would be able to sense them immediately. Therefore, the fantasy goblin knight thought that his infiltration was flawless, but he didn't know that he had been discovered by the 3 brothers. Now, he had to face the attacks of 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory. Even though they were still cubs, this made the fantasy goblin knight, an official knight, feel a little nervous. Damn it! After this mission is completed, I will ask for more money. Chapter 37. The 3 brothers rushed toward the stranger at the same time. This was the order that Levi had been instilling in them. If any stranger did not enter through the main entrance, they would be killed immediately. The fantasy goblin knight's body tensed up. Damned beasts, how dare you attack an official knight? If you were adults, I would leave without looking back if there were only 1 of you, let alone 3. But now, you're just a bunch of little fellows. The fantasy goblin knight's siren breathing technique was rapidly circulating. The siren breathing technique was a shallow non-bloodline breathing technique. The focus of this breathing technique was speed and flexibility. Other than that, it had another function, which was that it had extremely strong flexibility like the 8-clawed siren. He could change his body shape by shrinking his bones, and increasing his flexibility and agility. The fantasy goblin knight shrunk his bone to make his body smaller and more powerful. This gave him a huge increase in speed and agility. He was like a nimble gopher, moving freely between the 3 brothers' attacks, dancing elegantly. Although the 3 brothers' attacks were swift and fierce, they basically couldn't touch the fantasy goblin knight. I told you, you guys are no match for me. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would definitely use my ring-tailed sea snake dagger to make you 3 beasts bleed to death. The fantasy goblin knight quickly jumped over the bear pen and disappeared into the night. The 3 brothers roared in the direction where the fantasy goblin knight had disappeared, but they were clumsy and could not get out. However, the commotion still alerted the patrolling soldiers. When they rushed over, they looked at the anxious 3 brothers and did not know what had happened. Thinking that the 3 brothers were hungry, the soldiers hurriedly went to find food for the 3 brothers. At the same time, they strengthened their patrols and vigilance. On the other side, after the fantasy goblin knight got rid of the 3 giant bears, he elegantly tidied up his clothes and put on a black crow mask that looked like a crow's mouth. This was the Bird of Death mask, the standard mask of the Bird of Death's voice organization. Firstly, it was to prevent people from seeing the face clearly. Secondly, this mask also had anti-gas and dust-proof effects. This way, when the killer used quicklime or other poisonous gas to attack the target, he would not accidentally hurt himself. What was professionalism? This was called professionalism. Bird of Death's voice, an absolutely professional assassination team. The fantasy goblin knight did not only do this job for money. He had been in this job for more than 10 years and had already earned thousands of gold coins through assassination missions. This was more than many small nobles, enough for him to live out his old age and the rest of his life. But he didn't do that. He liked this kind of life where he danced on the edge of a knife, and the money he earned was squandered by him. Killing people was such a wonderful thing. Every perfect assassination was like creating a beautiful music piece of death. The fantasy goblin knight could not help but hum a warm nursery rhyme from his hometown. Little white rabbit, cute little white rabbit. I'm going to pluck your fur. Little white rabbit, obedient little white rabbit. I'll pull out your head first. Little white rabbit, a kind little white rabbit. Then I'll pull out your tail. The fantasy goblin knight used his skilled lock-picking skills to gently open Levi's door. There was almost no sound during the process. A qualified killer had to learn how to use stealth. He walked to Levi's bedside like a musical talisman. On the bed, Baron Levi was lying on his side, sleeping with a blanket over him. His breathing was steady, and his expression was relaxed. He was snoring softly, and it seemed like he was sleeping soundly. The fantasy goblin knight pulled out his dagger and gently smeared poison on the blade. Dying in your sleep is the kindness bestowed upon you by the Shadow Lord. Goodbye, Baron Levi. The fantasy goblin knight thought. The sharp dagger stabbed toward Levi's heart. This sharp dagger would crush Levi's heart, and for safety's sake, even if he did not die from the first strike, the super poison from the ring-tailed sea snake would quickly spread throughout Levi's body through his blood, killing him. However, in the next moment, a pitch-black palm grabbed the fantasy goblin knight's right arm and snatched his dagger. All of this happened too quickly. It was as if Levi had not slept at all and had long been prepared. The fantasy goblin knight felt as if he was being grabbed by a huge force. The siren breathing technique he had cultivated was at the shallow level. Although it was much stronger than the average person, it was still nothing compared to Levi's excellent level black snake breathing technique. He grabbed the fantasy goblin knight's collar and stood up. His 1.8 meter tall body stood on the bed and pulled the fantasy goblin knight up. He was wearing 2 layers of chainmail vest and a piece of heart armor with a black snake pattern engraved on it. Levi had always slept like this. This was the only way he dared to sleep. Therefore, even if the fantasy goblin knight stabbed his heart, it wouldn't harm him. You want to harm me? Levi had indeed been sleeping, but after he was awakened by the 3 brothers' roars, he did not fall asleep again. He was only pretending to be asleep. According to his training requirements for the 3 brothers, if they found someone climbing over the wall, they had to roar. Therefore, Levi guessed that someone had sneaked into his castle, and those who could climb over the wall and enter the castle were most likely experts, and it was very likely that they were coming for him. He pretended to be asleep to see what the infiltrator was up to. As expected, a stranger in black came to his room and actually wanted to assassinate him. He looked like he was sleeping, but in fact, he was already prepared to face the enemy. The fantasy goblin knight's left hand turned into a claw and clawed at Levi's face. Levi cultivated the frost wolf breathing technique, so he dodged the fantasy goblin knight's attack very quickly. Then, he grabbed the fantasy goblin knight's arm and twisted it. With a crack, the fantasy goblin knight's arm broke. He was in extreme pain, but that was not the end. Levi grabbed his other arm and twisted it. Then, Levi jumped down from the bed and threw the fantasy goblin knight onto the hard floor and the floor cracked. Even as an official knight, all the ribs in the fantasy goblin knight's body were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was a mess. With Baron Levi's speed and strength, he was definitely an official knight. And it seemed that he had been an official knight for a long time. Wasn't Levi only 15 years old? That burly figure, that devil-like muscles, that explosive power, and that black palm that looked like a demonic claw. Damn it! Was this 15 years old? He had prepared a lot of backup plans, but at this moment, he was caught off guard and was directly beaten by Levi until he was paralyzed. Levi was worried that the person who had appeared in his bedroom and tried to assassinate him would have other means to harm him, so he planned to knock this person out first. After he had complete control over him, he would ask who sent him to assassinate him. Then, he subconsciously punched the fantasy goblin knight's head with all his might. In the next moment, there was a crack. His head cracked. Levi stood rooted to the ground and thought, oh no, I just advanced to an official knight. I didn't control my strength well. The killer died just like that? Damn it, was he that strong? Chapter 38. Although this was not the first time Levi had killed someone, it was his first time killing someone in his own bedroom. He looked at the corpse on the ground and took off the black metal mask. The head that was split open could no longer be seen clearly. How unlucky! I have to change rooms to sleep in tomorrow. But I really don't know this person. He should be an assassin hired by my enemy. The problem is, I'm just a teenager who has never provoked anyone. Who would send someone to kill me? For a moment, Levi began to recall his life where he had been kind to others. In the end, he could only think of two people who might have motives to kill him. One was Priest Abraham. After all, he had just rejected the church a while ago, and he had not treated the high and mighty priest nicely. It was indeed possible that he would kill him. The second possibility was the Duke of Montenegro and the two earls closest to him, the Earl of Silversilk and the Earl of Blood. After all, these people had occupied his territory. Although he might not care on the surface, these people knew that if he really grew into a person like the Black Snake Knight one day, he might take back his territory. Therefore, they might as well go all out and kill the Black Snake family completely. But if that was the case, why did they let me go back then? This doesn't make sense. Levi muttered to himself. Or, it was done by that old dog Abraham. In short, other than these two, I don't think I have any conflicts of interest or grudges with anyone else. Could it be the work of the Wild Boar Gang? They stole my people before, and now they want to kill me. However, the Wild Boar Gang is an evil force in the underground world. They shouldn't hire assassins. They're not afraid of losing their reputation. Levi paced back and forth in the room, feeling a little frustrated. I've been so low-key and tolerant. Why do you still want to kill me? No, I have to think of a way to find out who wants to harm me. Once I find out, and if I can defeat him, I have to get rid of this person. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. His castle was surrounded by high walls, and soldiers were patrolling it. This killer was able to sneak in so easily, so his strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, he was good at stealth. Thinking of this, Levi took out a knife and cut open the assassin's chest. On the assassin's heart, there was an illusory black gaseous object that looked like an octopus lurking on it. Countless capillaries were rooted in the heart. Life seed. As expected, this person is an official knight. The mastermind behind this must be extraordinary if they sent an official knight to deal with me. Levi's expression was uncertain. Following the killer's death, the octopus-shaped life seed began to slowly dissipate. Levi watched silently. This was his first time dissecting an official knight. As expected, similar to the situation in his body, there was a similar life seed in his heart. However, his life seed was in the shape of a snake, while this life seed was in the shape of an octopus. Levi took off the assassin's clothes and searched for some clues. In the end, he found a booklet in the inner lining of the killer's clothes. There were only a few pages in the booklet, and the cover was a figure hidden in the shadows. The style was dark and strange. The Tribute of Shadows. Levi muttered in his heart and opened the booklet. The content inside was similar to some religious books. The entire book introduced a god. Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord? Never heard of it. Levi shook his head. Although the number of gods in this world wasn't a lot, there were still quite a few. In addition to the Heavenly Father that the Church of Holy Light believed in, there was also the Mother of Earth of the Church of Earth, the Snow Goddess of the Church of Winter, the Lord of Storm of the Church of Storms, the Eternal Fire of the Church of Eternal Life, the King of 10,000 Dragons of the Church of the Dragon, and the Lord of the Stars of the Church of the Stars. These seven were the seven orthodox gods that the people of the seven kingdoms believed in. The reason why the seven orthodox gods were called orthodox gods was that the churches they belonged to had great influence in the seven countries, and they called themselves orthodox gods. Other than the seven orthodox gods, Levi knew of the Lord of the Wilderness Brotherhood, the Lady Silence of the Silent Monastery, and the God of War that some war enthusiasts believed in. Therefore, it was normal that Levi did not know about the Shadow Lord. In essence, this Bird of Death's voice was an organization with very few people. There were not many people who believed in the Shadow Lord, so it wasn't widely spread. In the past, Levi would not have cared much about these gods, but after confirming the existence of wizards, he realized that some myths and legends might not be as simple as he thought. If this world could have wizards who mastered supernatural powers, why wouldn't there be more powerful gods? Levi was still very respectful toward the gods. Although he did not believe in these things, he respected the beliefs of others, but the premise was that they did not harm him. After Levi finished reading the Tribute of Shadows, he discovered that on the last page of the booklet, there was actually an inheritance diagram of a breathing technique. The inheritance diagram was similar to the breathing technique inheritance diagram that Levi had previously obtained. However, in the middle of the small person's images was a turbulent sea. In the middle of the sea was a huge sea monster that looked like an octopus. It was a bit like the sea monster legends that had been circulating in parts of Europe in his previous life, North Sea Kraken. There are people who carry the breathing technique inheritance with them. Levi found it funny. What he didn't know was that the siren breathing technique was the most common breathing technique used by the members of the Bird of Death's Voice organization. This organization would give some manuals with the siren breathing technique to the children of civilians who they thought had potential but didn't have the ancestral breathing technique. They would train their killer skills from a young age and provide resources for them to practice the siren breathing technique. This way, they could ensure that the organization had fresh blood at all times. The siren breathing technique was a breathing technique that was extremely suitable for assassination. It emphasized the flexibility and agility of the body. When cultivated to the level of an official knight, it could even change a person's body shape through a principle similar to the bone shrinking technique. If it was combined with some makeup techniques, it could even change one's appearance. In fact, if the fantasy goblin knight had not underestimated his enemy and gotten too close to Levi, catching him off guard, even if Levi was an official knight, it would not have been so easy to kill the fantasy goblin knight. Levi put away the Tribute of Shadows, which contained the breathing technique inheritance diagram, along with the crow's mouth mask, the dagger, and other assassination tools. Levi tore the worthless killer's corpse into pieces and threw it into the burning fireplace. He watched the corpse burn in the fire while it crackled and emitted a charred smell. Vaguely, Levi seemed to see the shadow of 8 claws dancing wildly in the flames and gradually disappearing. When he focused his attention, all that was left was a charred skeleton. Breathing techniques are really strange. Levi's heart was calm. Chapter 39. Up until now, all the breathing techniques that Levi knew were related to various creatures, and these creatures often became the family emblem of the nobles, engraved on their coat of arms. For example, the black snake of the Schneider family, the rock bear of the rock bear family, the silver frost wolf of the frost wolf family, the black whale of the Montenegro mountain family, and the emerald dragon of the royal family. All breathing techniques were related to these creatures that did not actually exist in this world. In order to publicize their noble bloodline, the major families would make up all kinds of legends and make their family emblems the protagonists of these legends. For example, the Black Snake family's Black Snake with a Candle. Levi had been influenced by his father since he was young. The Black Snake with a Candle was a snake of hope that brought light to the chaotic and dark world, the holy snake of salvation. However, after cultivating some other breathing techniques and seeing some unbelievable phenomena, Levi had some guesses in his heart. However, he still needed to see more breathing techniques in the future or even become a legendary knight to verify these guesses. The dagger that the fantasy goblin knight used to assassinate Levi was a short dagger that was about a foot long. The end of the dagger was curved like a snake's tail. There's a high chance that this dagger has been smeared with poison. I have to be careful. The workmanship of this dagger is actually just so-so, but the material is very good. It seems that some rare metal has been melted into it. I can remelt it and make a short dagger that suits me. This way, it will be convenient for me to defend myself. Levi muttered to himself. With his current level 3 forging, this was not a problem. This mask is a bit like the beak mask from the Black Death in medieval Europe. It has a high probability of preventing poisonous gas. And this bag of lime is too sinister. Luckily, I reacted fast enough and didn't give this person a chance to attack. Otherwise, I would really be in danger. Levi examined the killer's tools one by one and felt that the power behind him was not ordinary. When Sir Fred comes back, I'll ask him. He has been to many places since he was young and is knowledgeable. He might know something. After a sleepless night, Levi did not dare to sleep, so he decided to cultivate the breathing technique instead. After the assassination attempt, Levi became even more vigilant. He felt that it was not safe to sleep in a bedroom that was easy to find. He decided to build a shelter in the castle that only he and Fred knew the location of. He would store supplies and set up some alarm mechanisms in the shelter. He would sleep there at night. In order to survive in this dark era, it was not too much to be cautious. In the morning, after Levi finished practicing the breathing technique, he heard the noise of the militia outside. He walked out and found the corpse of a soldier lying there. It was already cold. "My lord, someone killed Poke last night." One of the militia captains looked terrified and incredulous. His soldiers had died silently in the cold night, and he didn't even know it. Levi knew that the assassin had most likely killed them when he snuck in. "Cremate Poke and send some food and money to Poke's wife," Levi said to the butler. "No matter who the murderer is, I will find him and give my people an explanation. Also, increase the patrols in the future. Stay alert at night. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Levi's gaze was cold as he looked at the soldiers. He didn't tell these people what happened last night. And after what happened, he couldn't guarantee that there was no mole among his men. This assassination attempt did not stop Levi's progress. Since his breathing technique was at a bottleneck, he began to focus on cultivating the only sword technique he had mastered, the Golden Cross Slash. After this crisis, Levi learned the importance of strength. If he didn't advance to a knight, what could he do even if he discovered the assassination? It would still be a dead end. It was precisely because he had cultivated the excellent grade breathing technique that he possessed strength that surpassed that of an ordinary knight. In addition, he had also cultivated the Frost Wolf breathing technique, which made up for his lack of speed and agility. That was why Levi had survived. Levi felt that he had taken the right path. He wanted to cultivate more breathing techniques to strengthen his physical body in all aspects, including speed, strength, physique, endurance, and defense. He wanted to master more combat techniques and life-saving methods to make himself a completely multi-talented warrior. He wanted to have an invincible panel and become a man who had an invincible buff the moment he appeared. Perhaps the level of his breathing technique was very low, but by relying on sheer numbers, Levi felt that one day, he might be able to become truly extraordinary through his physical body. After 2 days of crazy training, on a sunny morning in the training ground, Levi's arm shook quickly, and all the power in his body gathered. A whip-like sound broke through the air, and the frost morn in his right hand swept through the air, creating circles of ripples. Then, a force that was many times more powerful than the vibration force was transmitted from Frostmourne to a metal plate that was half a finger thick. Kaka! It was as if Frostmourne has torn through a layer of leather. With Frostmourne's sword tip as the center, the iron plate began to crack and roll outward as if it had been penetrated by an armor-piercing bullet, revealing a fist-sized hole. Frostmourne's blade also wailed. It seemed that even the sword itself could not withstand such a force. Golden Cross / Proficiency +4. Golden Cross / has broken through to level 4. Special Effect, Elementary Ripple. Levi was overjoyed. Ripple Force. Ha 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 ha. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the power of my Ripple Force. Levi's excitement was indescribable. This terrifying lethality was almost like cutting through iron. This was the Ripple Force that Fred had mentioned. Levi had actually mastered it in just 3 years. Of course, the biggest credit is still the proficiency panel. With my talent, it will take me at least 15 years to master Ripple Force. Even Sir Fred took a long time to master it. My talent is far inferior to Sir Fred's. Levi knew his limits and was not arrogant. My current achievements are all the credit of the proficiency panel. Levi sighed in his heart. With a thought, he opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 4, 56/20,000, Special Effect, Basic Defense. Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, Level 3, 321/10,000. Golden Cross / Level 4, 1/20,000. Special Effect, Advanced Vibration, Elementary Ripple. Chapter 40. Ripple Force. The second realm of the Golden Cross / It was a technique that was more advanced than the vibration force. It was not until the moment he mastered this power that Levi realized how wonderful the world of swordsmanship was. Sir Fred once said that if I mastered Ripple Force, it's equivalent to mastering a sword skill that's at least at the excellent level. With my excellent level Black Snake Breathing Technique, excellent level Golden Cross / and level 3 Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, I wonder how strong I am. Fred should be back soon. I have to spar with him. However, I have only mastered the elementary level of Ripple Force. Fred has been immersed in ripple force for more than 10 years. Perhaps he has mastered the advanced level of the skill. I can't be arrogant. Levi felt relieved. The emotions that he had been suppressing for too long were finally released after he had broken through in his breathing technique and golden cross slash. The night stage can be divided into 4 stages: low-level night, mid-level night, high-level night, and peak night. I've just broken through, so I should only be a low-level night. However, my true strength should be at the mid-level. Levi wanted to test his own strength, but no one in the territory was a match for him. Furthermore, it was difficult for Levi to use a killer move like the Golden Cross Slash on his own people. Forget it. I'll do forging and stabilize my realm first. Currently, Levi had already treated forging as a way to improve his mood and strengthen his mental state. Forging was a skill that tested patience and concentration. In Levi's opinion, breathing technique cultivation and forging complemented and promoted each other. It was especially suitable to cultivate together. The furnace started to burn, and the bellows started to blow. The dagger that Levi had obtained from the unknown assassin was reforged. Crackling, crackling, ping, ping, ping. Beneath the blast furnace, Levi was sweating. Time passed slowly, and a pitch-black dagger gradually took shape under Levi's tempering. After a series of quenching and other processes, a dagger appeared in Levi's hand. Forging proficiency +2. Compared to the previous dagger, which had a strange and curved shape, the shape of Levi's recast dagger was closer to the bronze short sword from the Warring States period in his previous life. Levi fiddled with it for a while and even tried to use the high-level technique of exerting force like ripple force. In the end, he succeeded. As Sir Fred had said, the Golden Cross Slash was more like a force-exerting technique than a sword technique. If it reached a certain unfathomable realm, even a hammer or even a Gatling gun could exert ripple force. However, Levi could only use the ripple force through such sharp weapons. He also realized that compared to his sword, Frostmourne, this dagger could withstand the torture of the ripple force more easily. It's still a problem with the material. Frostmourne is only made of ordinary iron. Although the workmanship and quality are good, it's obviously not enough to use ripple force as I wish. If only I had those high-tech alloys from my previous life. When I have the chance in the future, I'll still have to use better materials to forge a personal sword for myself. After the forging was done, Levi returned to the castle and began to build a secret room that belonged to him. The next morning, Sir Fred brought a group of people back to Black Snake Castle. "How's the situation?" asked Levi with a smile. "Young Master Levi, I'm glad I didn't fail you." Sir Fred dismounted and handed a bag to Levi. Levi opened it and saw a bottle of ambergris and a pile of gold coins. "Thank you, Fred." With that, Levi's heart was finally at ease. Thinking about it, it made sense. As an official knight, Sir Fred would not get into trouble unless he took the initiative to cause trouble. "Does the Jade Chamber of Commerce have ambergris in stock now?" Levi asked. Sir Fred shook his head. "No, the people from the Chamber of Commerce said that the ambergris has been out of stock for a long time. I only found out the reason after asking around. The dragon breathing technique practiced by the White Horse Knight and other royal families also requires ambergris as a secret medicine ingredient. It would have been fine in the past, but because of the Millennium Holy War, the Tuva Empire, which is the main producer of ambergris, has banned the export of ambergris to the Emerald Kingdom. The number of earthly dragon beasts in the Emerald Kingdom is pitifully small, almost extinct, causing ambergris to become increasingly scarce. If this continues, we might have to go to the Tuva Empire to get ambergris in the future," Sir Fred said. Levi frowned. He did not expect that the war would affect him in such a way. "However, the ambergris I have now is enough for me to use for a period of time. I'm not in a hurry, but I still have to find a way to solve it. The black snake secret medicine is very helpful for cultivating the black snake breathing technique. Not only can it increase my cultivation speed, but it can also continuously strengthen my physique. I can't stop taking the medicine." Levi pondered. "Right, it seems like you've already become an official knight, young Master Levi," Sir Fred asked with a smile after returning to the meeting hall. "That's right, Fred. A few days ago, I officially became a knight and condensed the life seed." Levi did not hide anything from Sir Fred. Sir Fred was someone he could trust. If he wanted to betray him, he would have died countless times. becoming an official knight in 3 years. Your speed is not inferior to a genius like your father. If your father saw your current achievements, he would be so happy. Unfortunately, Sir Fred sighed. If only the old master was still alive. He could not help but mutter. After the master and servant were feeling sad, Levi told Knight Fred about the assassination that night. Sir Fred blamed himself for not being by Levi's side, which led to the assassination. Then, he held the beak mask and said slowly with a serious expression. This is the Bird of Death mask. Bird of Death? Yes, according to the rumors, the Bird of Death is a black divine bird that stands on the shoulder of the god of death. The Bird of Death looks like a crow, and people will die once it opens its mouth. There is an organization, and its members will walk in the human world with the appearance of the Bird of Death. They will accept huge commissions from others and assassinate anyone, whether they are civilians, nobles, or even the royal family. This organization is extremely mysterious. In the history of the kingdom, their shadows can be seen in some major events. This organization is called the Bird of Death's Voice. Rumor has it that the founder of this organization is a legendary knight. Who is it? The Thousand-Faced Knight, Nameless. Chapter 41, Thousand-Faced Knight. Nameless Thousand-Faced Knight. He was probably the most mysterious legendary knight in history. No one knew his name or when he became a legend, and no one had seen his appearance. His title was simply Thousand-Faced Knight. This was how it was deeply imprinted in the hearts of many people in the future. This was a nameless legend. If the Thousand-Faced Knight founded the Bird of Death's Voice, then this organization was mighty. Levi asked, Fred, who do you think might want to get rid of me? It's most likely the Duke of Montenegro, said Fred after some thought. Levi said, but the Duke of Montenegro had the chance to get rid of me 6 years ago. Sir Fred responded, that's different. 6 years ago, it was the time of the Holy War. Your father had just died. It would have been easy to cause some unnecessary trouble to get rid of you at that time. But now, 6 years have passed. The Black Snake Knights have turned into the dust of history. As the heir of the Black Snake Knights, you have long disappeared from everyone's sight. It is the most appropriate time to find a killer to eliminate you and prevent future troubles. However, the Duke of Montenegro probably did not expect that in just 6 years, you have grown from a child to a real knight. Levi wondered, could it be Abraham from the church? It's possible, but the probability is not high. If the church wanted to make a move on you, there's no need to go through so much trouble. After all, to the Duke, killing a noble for no reason would require him to be wary of the kingdom's laws and the rules between nobles. However, to the church, they were the law in the presence of Heavenly Father. Moreover, Abraham only recognizes money. We agreed to give him money, so he would not do this. Sir Fred's analysis made sense to Levi. From the looks of it now, it was highly likely that it was the Duke of Montenegro. After all, these people had occupied Tulip Hill and Storm Hill for so long. But there was still a grudge that made them concerned. That was him, the son of the Black Snake. Although he appeared weak and incompetent, he could not rule out the possibility that the fallen nobles would rise and take revenge, just like in the legends. As long as there was a slight possibility, it would cause trouble for the Duke of Montenegro. It had been 6 years since the Holy War, and no one remembered the Black Snake Knights. No one cared about a minor baron in such a remote area. At this time, it would be appropriate to hire an assassin in his territory and kill him without anyone knowing. It's quite difficult to be a noble. I've tried to show that I'm not interested in power. I've tried to keep a low profile and live as much as possible in my world. I don't get involved in worldly disputes, but some big shots are always used to looking at me with the eyes of power. They treat me as an imaginary enemy, a weed that gets in the way by the roadside and wants to pull me out. These big shots could do anything with a flip of their hands. They were far-sighted, scheming, high and mighty, and looked down on everyone. Levi, an ordinary person who was not good at power struggles, could do only one thing. He would silently increase his proficiency until his strength was enough to change everything. Then, he would crush their heads and trample on their dignity. Sir Fred looked at the red-eyed Levi and suddenly said, Young Master Levi, although you've advanced to an official knight, you're still far from being able to fight the Duke of Montenegro. Even the Earl of Blood and the Earl of Silversilk are grand knights, let alone the Duke of Montenegro, one of the 7 Northern 7 Flying Cavalry. They are far stronger than us in terms of personal and military strength. You can't be rash. Don't worry, Fred. I know what I'm doing. From now on, we'll live as usual. We'll keep half of the defensive equipment we forge monthly. If we can, I want to buy war horses and train our militia into real cavalry. A fully armed, well-trained, agile cavalry team can also greatly increase our strength. Levi told him about his plans. Cavalry was a must. In this era of cold weapons, cavalry was essential. An official knight might be able to deal with 10 well-trained ordinary soldiers alone, but he could not deal with a team of 10 cavalry. A warhorse that weighed hundreds of kilograms, coupled with its heavy armor, brandishing its spear, hammer, and great sword, would bring terrifying impact. If Levi had a 50-man cavalry, he could take down more than 2/3 of the barons. If he had a few hundred cavalry, he would not be afraid even if it was an earl's territory. As for a few thousand cavalry, the impact would be unimaginable. During the Millennium Holy War, the Jade King launched a war against the Tuva Empire. In the king's name, he only recruited more than 20,000 cavalry from the nobles. In short, although knights were influential in this world, the number of troops, equipment, and especially cavalry determined the direction of large-scale wars. Levi originally had no intention of expanding his army. At first, he only wanted to earn money for his cultivation. However, he realized that he was wrong. Once he sat in this position, he would have to face diverse challenges all the time. He had to develop his military strength to protect himself. Levi's route was to take the fine route and get a fully armed cavalry first. The construction of the cavalry and the issue of weapons and equipment would eventually fall into place by relying on the territory's forging industry. However, the war horses that the cavalry needed gave Levi the biggest headache. As far as Levi knew, a high-grade pure bloodline alpine warhorse would cost 80 gold coins. If Levi wanted to form a complete 50-man cavalry unit, ignoring the weapons and armor, the war horses would cost several thousand gold coins. And this was the cost of buying them. War horses needed to consume tens of kilograms of feed every day. To ensure nutrition, the meal must be mixed with human food. They would burn a lot of money in total. However, when he thought about the possible dangers in the future, Levi felt that he still had to do it, but he had to be wise about his spending. Ultimately, it was a problem about earning enough money. Sir Fred suddenly said, "I agree with young master's idea about the cavalry. In the future, cavalry is indispensable to reclaim the Black Snake family's territory. However, our finances cannot support the cavalry at this stage." "Oh, right, there's something else that I think I need to tell you. I think I know who the knight you traded with is." "Who is it?" "Wildborn Knight." Chapter 42, Extreme Frost Wolf, Second Life Seed. Wildborn Knight. That's right. When the Wild Boar gang took away old Toby, I investigated this person, so I shouldn't be mistaken. I didn't expect him to appear in Icewine City so openly after joining the Wilderness Brotherhood, said Sir Fred. Levi was also amazed. He did not expect that himself selling his weapon to his potential enemy. After all, the Wildborn Knight had stolen old Toby, and Levi had always wanted revenge. "The Wildborn Knight didn't recognize you, did he?" asked Levi. Sir Fred responded, "No, we were all wearing masks. After I saw that it might be Wildborn Knight from afar, I asked our militia to trade with him. After all, he made his name as Dawn Swordsman. If he met the Wildborn Knight directly, even wearing a mask, there was a slight chance he would be recognized." Sir Fred was still very cautious. Sir Fred asked hesitantly, "Will we still trade with the Wildborn Knight in the future?" Levi thought momentarily and said, "Although the Wildborn Knight is my enemy, I'm still very cool about payment. Let's not alert the enemy for the time being. Let's continue the transaction first. We'll find a more suitable time to fall out." Sir Fred asked again, "Then do we need to do something to the armor that we sell? For example, we can sell some armor that looks the same but has a problem with the quality. Otherwise, wouldn't this deal increase the enemy's strength?" "There's no need. The Wildborn Knight is an official blacksmith. If I do something, he will likely discover it and become suspicious. There's no need to worry too much about boosting the enemy's strength. After the Wild Boar gang joins the Wilderness Brotherhood, the enemy they face is not us, but the church, the kingdom, and the entire aristocratic ruling class. With the size of the Wild Boar gang, it's impossible for them to utilize many weapons and equipment. There's a high chance that he prepared them for the Wilderness Brotherhood. That must be it. Previously, Wildborn Knight invited me to join a mysterious organization when he met me. It was highly likely that he wanted to pull me in and forge armor for them. All in all, we are not the Wild Boar Gang's target. The weapons and equipment we sold to them are just a drop in the ocean to the Wilderness Brotherhood. In that case, we might as well let nature take its course and earn money from the Wilderness Brotherhood first. When the time is right, for example, when the rebels of the Wilderness Brotherhood rise, we'll fish in troubled waters and snatch back old Toby and all the things we sold to the Wild Boar Gang. Levi sneered, take this money as compensation for the Wild Boar Gang taking away old Toby. What Levi did not lack was patience. With the proficiency panel, the speed of his cultivation was far faster than usual. As time passed, the difference in strength between Levi and the rest of the world would only grow. What Wild Boar Gang? What Duke of Montenegro? Once he became a legendary knight, whether it was his strength or the followers gathered by his powerful emotional appeal, he could destroy them. Levi was only 15 years old. Time was always on his side. It was the first month of the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar. In the Blackwater Valley's Black Snake Castle, 3 months after the assassination, Levi finally built his shelter in the castle. To be more precise, the shelter was not inside the castle but in the mountains behind the castle. A tunnel connected to the court led to the underground level of Levi's palace, where the black snake breathing technique was hidden. The shelter was not very big, only 20 square meters. Levi had dug it out bit by bit. For confidentiality and safety, he did not even ask the serfs for help. He had used the golden cross slash to dig this out. Sir Fred was the only one who knew he was busy with this. He was speechless. Levi's shelter had a lot of dried meat, food, and clean water. It looked like a doomsday shelter. The small space in the shelter gave Levi a sense of security, similar to how he felt when he was hiding under his blanket when he was young. Levi was half naked on the shelter's ground and practicing breathing techniques. Suddenly, Levi opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and he exhaled a mouthful of white gas. The white gas shot like an arrow about 10 feet long. He stood up, his bones cracking as he revealed a satisfied smile. He ate some food to replenish his nutrients. His aura seemed to be stronger than it was 3 months ago. His muscles were more perfect and well proportioned. Even the governor of his previous life, Arnold Schwarzenegger, paled compared to his body. His skin was a light bronze color that stood out from the standard white. He was almost 1.9 meters tall, and his arms were probably as thick as the thighs of many adult men. One could imagine the power contained in them. It was hard to imagine that he was only a 16-year-old child. Levi was delighted with his majestic and masculine appearance. This was what his idea of a man should look like. He was no longer a skinny little boy. Besides digging tunnels and building shelters, Levi's training did not slow down during these 3 months, especially his golden cross / training that hones digging and crushing stone skills. His proficiency increased at a crazy rate, by 4,000 points in 3 months. The progress bar of 20,000 points was 1/5 completed in 3 months. As for the black snake breathing technique, due to the enhancement of the black snake secret medicine, his proficiency had also increased by 5,000 points. At this rate, with a constant supply of the black snake secret medicine, Levi could upgrade the black snake breathing technique by 5 levels by the end of this year and become a mid-level knight. However, Levi had already used up the black snake secret medicine. If he wanted to level up quickly, he would have to think of a way to obtain ambergris. Therefore, he decided to end his seclusion and leave the house again. He wanted to find a way to get more ambergris at once. Besides the black snake breathing technique, his frost wolf breathing technique also improved rapidly. Levi's aura was more potent because his frost wolf breathing technique had just broken through to tier 4. With the foundation of the black snake breathing technique and an ample supply of secret medicine, it was easy for Levi to condense a life seed again. In addition, his frost wolf breathing technique was already at the shallow level. The difficulty of cultivating this breathing technique was on a completely different level compared to the black snake breathing technique. With all these conditions combined, Levi had only practiced this breathing technique for half a year since he started and had already advanced from level 1 to level 4. After this breathing technique reached level 4, on the surface of Levi's heart, next to the life seed black snake seed, formed by the black snake breathing technique, a black wolf-shaped mist developed beside the black snake mist. This wolf-shaped mist was the life seed condensed by Levi's frost wolf breathing technique, frost wolf seed. That's right, there were 2 life seeds in Levi's body. Chapter 43, Beginner's Speed, like a leopard. Levi did not know if he was the only one with 2 life seeds, but there were not many, even if such people existed. After his excitement, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi. Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, Level 4, Maximum, Special Effect, Beginner. Speed. This was a maximum of Level 4? As expected, shallow breathing methods were fragile. Levi suddenly felt a little disappointed. Now he finally understood how important a good breathing technique was. The 4th level of the Black Snake breathing technique was the beginning of becoming an official knight. There was still a lot of potential to further develop in the future. The Frost Wolf breathing technique was at the 4th level. It was the beginning of becoming an official knight, yet also the end. There was no way to break this limit so far. This was the maximum level of the cultivation technique itself, and Levi could not bypass it for now. Therefore, at most, the Frost Wolf Knight was a low-level knight unless he changed his breathing technique. Levi muttered, nonetheless, I didn't train for nothing. I still obtained the beginner speed. Beginner speed, your attack, movement, reaction speeds, and other attributes related to agility are 3 times the average human standard. You will be able to dodge some enemy attacks more quickly. 3 times the speed of an ordinary person. Not bad. I'll test it out later. Levi thought that this effect was alright from the introduction. He had achieved his goal of learning this breathing technique. He looked at his other skills. Black Snake breathing technique and Golden Cross slash were still far from breaking through. There was no hope for development in the short term. Due to his busy digging and training in the past 3 months, his forging skills had been delayed. Otherwise, he would have been at level 4 by now. This directly led to a decrease in armor production. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Levi only had 24 hours a day and still had to eat, drink, and sleep. It was not possible to be good at everything. Levi thought, I'll go out after I've forged to the 4th level and sell a batch of armor for 800 gold coins. After all, he was about to reach level 4 and wanted to see what effects level 1 plus forging would have. After returning to the castle through the tunnel, Levi brought Sir Fred to an open space. He planned to test the effect of beginner speed he had just obtained. The test this time was conducted in terms of running, attack and reaction speeds, and many other aspects so that Levi could have a preliminary understanding of his current strength and avoid situations where he misjudged his strength during actual combat. Running speed was the best test. Levi first measured a track of about 100 meters, then, he leaned forward, and the muscles on his legs bulged. Wisps of white gas spread out from his pores, and even a faint hissing sound of steam could be heard. Bang! Levi started timing himself silently. Boom! He shot out like a phantom, like an arrow leaving the bow. Sir Fred looked at Levi and was slightly surprised. Even as a middle-level Emite, he could tell that young Master Levi's explosive speed was extraordinary. 5 breaths. 5 seconds. Levi ran 100 meters. 100 meters away, Levi was panting, but he quickly returned to normal. 100 meters, 5 seconds. This is too ridiculous. Levi was slightly shocked. He vaguely remembered that when he was in university in his previous life, the passing time for the loom sprint was 14.9 seconds, and the highest score was 12.5 seconds. He did not know the average running speed of ordinary people in this world, but because of malnutrition, except for a few nights, the overall rate was probably not as good as in his previous life. Bolt was a monstrous sprinting genius in his previous life. He broke the world record, which was 9:58. Only a few animals, like cheetahs, could sprint faster than him in the entire mammalian world. However, their endurance was not as good as his. Due to the underdeveloped cooling system, it was difficult for cheetahs to run at their limits for more than a few minutes. As for him, although he was still slower than the cheetah, he estimated that he could last for about 10 minutes in that extreme state. Too powerful. This is only a shallow breathing technique but is powerful when cultivated to the limit. Levi was excited. How fast will I be if I can find an excellent or perfect speed type breathing technique and cultivate it to the maximum? Alright, alright. Stop fantasizing and continue the test. Next, Levi planned to test his attack speed and dodging ability. All martial arts were invincible. The fastest speed was the only way to long success. The Frost Wolf breathing technique was a speed-type breathing technique that trained one's agility and flexibility in many aspects. Fred, now you can use your strength to spar with me. You don't have to worry about hurting me anymore. I want to see what my true strength is now and what my limit is, said Levi confidently to Sir Fred. Sir Fred smiled, young master, you said so yourself. Come, attack me fiercely. Then, Levi unsheathed his sword. His Frostmourne was ready. All right, if you want out, just tell me to stop, young master. Sir Fred's expression was solemn as he pulled out his daybreak. Then, he attacked Levi. Sir Fred did not use the golden cross slash. This sword technique was purely a killing move. He used basic swordsmanship. Levi also used basic swordsmanship. The two official knights moved around in the open space, attacking like a storm. Both sides moved aside to confront each other calmly. The sound of slashing echoed throughout the castle. Unknowingly, Levi and Sir Fred had exchanged hundreds of moves, and both sides seemed to be evenly matched. Fred, don't give in to me. In a real battle, the enemy won't give in to me, said Levi solemnly. Fred smiled bitterly and said, all right then. But I'm almost at my limit. Young master, your strength is not much different from mine as a mid-level knight. Then, Sir Fred suddenly exerted his force. The serpent vulture breathing technique he cultivated was also good at speed, and its rate was even faster than Levi's frost wolf breathing technique. Serpent vultures were birds of prey that preyed on various ferocious venomous snakes. They had long eagle claws and were capable of dodging the attacks of venomous snakes known for their speed. Therefore, even if Levi did his best, Sir Fred could deal with him quickly. Of course, the most important reason was the difference in their realms. After all, Sir Fred had been a knight for more than 10 years and was a mid-level knight, while Levi had only just stepped into the realm and had not accumulated enough experience. In the end, Fred put away his sword and gasped for breath. He sighed, congratulations, young master. Your strength has already far exceeded my expectations. It won't be long before you can surpass my old bones. Chapter 44, Forging the Fourth Stage. Please read it. Levi panted heavily and smiled, thank you, Fred. Wisps of faintly discernible black gas pervaded the muscles of his legs. This was the black gas born from the frost wolf seed. This black gas allowed Levi to move faster than ordinary people, allowing his dodging and movement techniques to reach a new level. Not bad. I'm one step closer to becoming a better warrior. Levi stretched his muscles and bones. The frost wolf and the black snake seeds lay dormant in his heart. Vaguely, Levi could see that the frost wolf seed was being suppressed by his black snake seed. It was like the instinctive bloodline suppression of a creature, or rather, the suppression of a superior over a subordinate. There was also suppression between breathing techniques. Breathing techniques born from excellent levels would also suppress the shallow levels. This was a pattern that Levi had discovered after cultivating multiple breathing techniques. The frost wolf breathing technique has reached its limit. Next, I'll prioritize the siren breathing technique recorded in that booklet. The giant bear breathing technique can also be put on the agenda. Levi muttered, breathing techniques that can shrink bones and change body size are rare. They are handy to me. With his current realm and experience, he could not use shallow breathing techniques for too long. It would not cost him too much to develop new breathing techniques. Moreover, the special effects of these breathing techniques were beneficial to Levi. After returning to the castle, Levi went to the forging area. Young Master Levi, this is the steel helmet I forged. Please take a look. Little Milan showed Levi the results of her forging. Levi said amiably, not bad. You're now a mature official blacksmith. I'm rather busy with work, so I'll need you to pay more attention to the forging industry in the territory. If we can exceed the quota this year, I'll ask the butler to give us more money at the end of the year. Thank you, my lord. Little Milan was flattered and went back to work. Levi also found a place to continue forging armor. He wanted to raise his forging skill to the 4th level in one go. About a week later, after spending a lot of time forging, Levi's forging skill had finally reached level 4. Forging, level 4, 222/20,000. Special effect, fine grade certainty. Wind axe. Wind axe, you could create a gust by wielding the axe. You are extraordinarily skilled. Your forging efficiency is extraordinary. Is this the special effect of level 4? Not bad. This way, the future production of weapons and equipment will increase greatly. I'm closer to saving money to arm a cavalry. Levi muttered to himself as he looked at the special effect. He was already at level 4, but it was still not his limit. This meant that this skill was profound. Levi could not help but think of the blacksmith master, the flaming hammer, Hagrid Eamon. He wondered what proficiency level the legendary blacksmith's forging was. Levi sighed regretfully, it's a pity that the legend has died. There's no longer a publicly known blacksmith master in the kingdom. After reaching the 4th level of forging skill, in the remaining time of the first moon, besides cultivating breathing techniques, Levi spent all his time developing armor. With the unique effect of level 4 forging, his forging efficiency doubled. His forging efficiency was already far higher than ordinary blacksmiths. In the time it took for little Milan to forge 1 set of armor, Levi could generate 6 sets of armor. The difference was prominent. Just like that, 2 months flew past without him realizing it. Levi forged iron and practiced cultivation. He had successfully mastered the siren breathing technique, and now it was time for him to gain experience. With the arrival of the month of Germinal, the winter snow began to melt, and the coldness slowly faded. Tiny green buds began to emerge in the frozen soil, and the breath of spring descended on this valley. On this day, on a muddy path, Levi led a small group of soldiers, and an old cow pulled a cart full of weapons and defensive equipment covered in hay. In the past winter, the Blackwater Valley had produced 30 sets of armor. Levi kept half of the best quality ones to equip his team. He planned to sell the rest in Icewine City in exchange for gold coins and repurchase some ambergris. Currently, there were still 50 soldiers in the Blackwater Valley. However, the difference was that these 50 soldiers had become full-time soldiers instead of part-time militia. With their significant earnings from forging, Levi estimated that the annual income of the Blackwater Valley would increase by many times this year, quickly reaching 400 to 500 gold coins. This year, his forging efficiency again increased with his newest level. Levi was confident that his territory's financial income would exceed 1,000 gold coins, an income many northern barons could not reach. In Icewine City, a middle-aged noble in elegant clothes enjoyed dinner in a luxurious and dignified noble mansion. He elegantly cut the beef in front of him with a knife and fork, enjoying the delicious food quickly. At some point, a figure wearing a black robe and a hood suddenly appeared behind him in the shadows of the candlelight. He was the broker of the Bird of Death's Voice organization, responsible for delivering information and intelligence. The fantasy goblin knight who tried to assassinate Baron Levi has been missing for almost half a year. However, according to the intelligence we received from our spies in the Blackwater Valley, Baron Levi is not dead. This means that the fantasy goblin knight is likely dead, or for some reason, he gave up on the assassination and lost contact with us. Now, that big client is doubting the professional ability of our organization. Therefore, Lord Pale Shadow has decided that you will continue to carry out the fantasy goblin knight's failed mission and restore our organization's reputation. Since you are a veteran silver-medaled assassin, the big client raised the commission amount to 300 gold coins. This is a deposit of 100 gold coins. Lord Pale Shadow has high hopes for you. You must be careful this time to ensure success. The nobleman, enjoying the delicious food, took the bag of 100 gold coins from the broker and shook it gently. The sound of metal clashing against metal was so beautiful. He asked softly, "Where is this Baron Levi now?" "He's in Icewine City. According to the spies, he's wearing a white wolf mask, so it should be easier to find him," responded the broker. "I got it. Wait for my news." The middle-aged noble waved his hand, and the broker disappeared into the darkness. The middle-aged man carefully put the 100 gold coins he had just obtained into the iron box in his house and locked it up. More than 3,000 gold coins were inside, which was his savings for the past decades. He tidied his clothes in front of the bronze mirror, picked up his sword, and blew out the candles in the room. "Lord of Shadows, may this assassination be completed flawlessly." Chapter 45, 5 Shadows of Death. The middle-aged noble was named Bernard. His father was once a baron in the north. When he was very young, his terrible gambling father sold his baron fief, and the whole family moved to Icewine City. This made him full of hostility towards his father. Because of his father, he could not become a noble of the feudal land and could only live in the crowded Icewine city with lowly civilians. Therefore, he had been working hard on his cultivation since he was young and had successfully become an official knight. He had cultivated the breathing technique passed down from his ancestors to the highest realm and killed his gambling father. When he was young, Bernard accidentally came into contact with the faith of the Shadow Lord and quickly became a believer. With his strength as a mid-level knight, he joined the Bird of Death's voice and gradually became a silver assassin. The assassin system of the Bird of Death was divided into bronze, silver, gold, and shadow assassins. Gold, silver, and bronze assassins all needed to be assessed and evaluated. It was similar to a title. Generally speaking, one could become a bronze assassin if one had the strength of a low-level knight and had completed 5 successful assassination missions. The silver medal required the power of a mid-level knight and 15 successful assassinations. The gold medal needed the strength of a high-level or peak knight and more than 30 successful assassinations. As for the shadow-level assassins, there were only 5 of them, known as the 5 Shadows of Death. They were the closest existences to the Shadow Lord and his representatives in the human world. At the same time, they were also 5 genuine Grand Knights. No one knew the true identity of the 5 Shadows because the members of the Bird of Death's voice organization and the 5 Shadows were always in a one-way relationship. On the surface, they might be wealthy merchants, or they might be counts or even Grand Dukes. In short, they were highly mysterious. Fantasy Goblin has been a bronze assassin for so long, but he still failed. Baron Levi is quite strong, so we can't underestimate him. Night gradually came, and the stars appeared. Bernard wore his knight suit, and his entire body merged perfectly with the darkness. According to the information provided by the broker, he sneaked toward Levi's location. Bernard's nickname in the organization was Shadow Hunter, which was related to the breathing technique he cultivated. He did not develop the siren breathing technique. Instead, he produced the bloodline breathing technique passed down in his family, Shadow Leopard breathing technique. It was a technique that was highly agile and stealthy. In Bernard's opinion, the Fantasy Goblin Knight's failure was most likely due to carelessness and underestimation. Otherwise, how could Baron Levi, who was only in his teens, be a match for an official knight good at assassination? Bernard muttered, after completing this mission, I can stop. After saving over 3,000 gold coins, I should be able to redeem our family's fief. He had waited for this moment for far too long. Levi bought a nameless wine cup in the Shining Tavern to commemorate the thousand-faced knight. The lady boss rested her chin on her hand and drank wine in boredom. The knights, sorcerers, and masked nobles chatted in the tavern. Not long after, a burly knight in armor walked in. It was the knight who had traded with Levi. He was the Wild Boar Knight that Sir Fred mentioned, the leader of the Wild Boar gang. He was now a member of the Wilderness Brotherhood, and his status could be high. The Wild Boar Knight frowned as he approached Levi. Why was the supply a little low some time ago? I was a little busy a while ago, answered Levi. The Wild Boar Knight looked at White Wolf Gerald and said in a low voice, I can feel that you seem stronger than before. Levi did not say anything. Instead, he asked, did you bring the money? Seeing that the White Wolf Gerald had no intention of talking to him, the Wild Boar Knight did not get angry. Instead, he took out the money and showed it to Levi. The gold coins in the bag made a crisp sound. Levi brought the Wild Boar Knight to the delivery point outside the city and handed over the goods. After all, too many armors and weapons were involved, and it was inconvenient to enter the city. Therefore, Levi later made an appointment with the Wild Boar Knight. The two sides would trade at a place Levi chose outside the town and only meet at the Shining Tavern. With his current strength, he did not have to worry about being robbed by him. The Wild Boar Knight asked someone to load the goods into the truck and said, the quality of your armor is not bad. I can tell that you are a very talented blacksmith. If you join my organization, we will give you more helpers and a blacksmith like you a stage to display your talents. Perhaps you can become a legendary blacksmith master like the Flaming Hammer. Levi shook his head and said, there's no need. The Wild Boar Knight left resentfully because he knew there was no hope of inviting Levi. Levi told his soldiers, you guys return to the territory first. I still have some things to do. Yes, my lord. Levi returned to the Shining Tavern. When trading with the Wild Boar Knight, Levi felt that the Wild Boar Knight, who had once regarded domineering, was all right. He was confident that he could kill him if they fought. However, that was unnecessary. Even if the wild-born knight was his enemy, he could bring him benefits. There were no eternal friends, only lasting benefits. During his extended stay at Shining Tavern, Levi did not find the knight who sold ambergris. He planned to remain in Icewine City for a few days. Levi would have to think of other ways to get ambergris if the knight did not come in these few days. Levi did not know that a silver assassin had targeted him from the Bird of Death's voice. Bored, Levi decided to look at the quests on the bounty pane to see if he could obtain ambergris through bounty quests. Not long after, he saw a related quest related. It was a noble also hunting for ambergris, issued 3 months ago, but no one has completed it. Seeing this, Levi's expression turned ugly. There was a high chance that he could not buy ambergris through bounty commission. Ambergris was getting harder and harder to obtain these days. It was all that damn White Horse Knight's fault. He had only advanced to legendary but monopolized all the ambergris. I might have to visit the Tuva Empire in 2 days. Levi did not want to go to the Tuva Empire unless it was essential. Unknown risks could always arise in unfamiliar environments. While disappointed, he found a quest on the bounty pane that lit his eyes. An official knight is needed for a mission. The requirement is excellent archery skills. Reward, 1 bottle of ambergris, convertible into gold coins of the same value. Chapter 46, Black Rhino Knight and the Earthly Dragon Beast. What a coincidence! This bounty commission was tailor-made for him. Levi even suspected that this quest was bait to lure him in. This mission was issued 7 days ago. Logically speaking, with the rarity of ambergris, this mission should have been accepted long ago. However, the fact that the mission was still there 7 days later could only mean that the person who issued the mission had high requirements for archery. Although he did not know what to do, Levi still accepted the mission as it was the only way for him to obtain ambergris. If he failed, he could give up and pay a small fine. Not long after, the person who issued the quest came to Levi. When Levi saw him, he was amused. It was the knight who had sold him ambergris. In the end, it was he who could provide ambergris. Fate was wonderful. Levi could not help but sigh. However, this person did have access to ambergris. The knight did not recognize Levi and asked severely, "Sir, have you seen the mission requirements? The archery skills demanded for this mission are incredibly high." The knight had a doubtful look on his face. After all, during this period, no less than 10 people claimed to be master archers. After testing them, however, he found they were all liars and did not meet his requirements. "Won't you know if my archery is good or not after you try it?" Sensing his doubts, Levi said calmly. "All right, follow me." Then, the knight left the Shining Tavern. Levi thought for a moment and followed. In the wilderness outside the Icewine City, this knight found a space and specially bought 3 snow rabbits from the hunter. These snow rabbits were alive and kicking. "To confirm whether your archery meets my requirements, I need to test you," said the knight. "No problem." The knight nodded and opened the cage. The 3 snow rabbits dashed in 3 different directions. Not long after, they ran nearly 100 meters. "You can shoot now. If you can shoot 2 of them, you will pass," said the knight. It seemed that he did not hold much hope. If shooting 1 snow rabbit was tricky, striking a second one would be a Sisyphean task for most knights. The snow rabbits were running too fast. If one had not learned the instant shot skill, the second rabbit would have been gone after killing the first one. Levi did not waste any time aiming. He casually shot an arrow at a snow rabbit about to burrow into the bushes before him. He did not even look at the result of the hand and immediately drew his bow again to shoot a second arrow. This arrow was aimed at a snow rabbit running to the left. This snow rabbit had already run 100 meters away. Then, under the knight's shocked gaze, the arrows instantly killed the 2 snow rabbits. As for the third rabbit, Levi withheld his arrow. Although he was confident of striking it, it would be unnecessary. Passing was enough. If he shot too many, it would expose too much of his strength. He believed that this result was enough to convince the knight. Sure enough, the knight reacted and could not help but cheer, "Your archery skills are indeed superb. You have already met my requirements. I will tell you about our mission." The knight introduced himself, "I'm Groff, a bounty hunter. May I know how I should address you?" "You can call me White Wolf." I'm a free knight, responded Levi. To put it bluntly, a free knight was a wandering knight. Some knights who did not have a fief liked to use the fancy term wandering knights on themselves. It was similar to how the unemployed people in his previous life wanted to call themselves freelancers or authors. Groff did not say anything. The man called himself the White Wolf and did not want to reveal his identity. Judging from his manners and attire, it was evident that he was a noble knight and not a wandering one. However, he was not interested in the man's identity. He only needed his superb archery skills to help him accomplish something big. Groff brought Levi to a mansion he had bought in Icewind City. When Levi arrived, he found 3 knights in the mansion. One of them was more than 2 meters tall, and it was evident that he had cultivated a strength-based breathing technique. Beside him was an exaggerated long shield estimated to weigh more than 100 pounds. One of the other 2 was a rare female knight. In this world, men were superior to women. Under normal circumstances, whether it was the noble or royal family, it was rare for women to learn breathing techniques, so real female knights were rare. This female knight was much smaller. She wore light leather armor wrapped around her petite but fiery figure. Coupled with her curly blonde hair and slender legs, she was eye-catching. The last one was a middle-aged man. His weapon was a spear, and he was feeding his beloved horse in the stable. The 3 of them were all official knights. They were all gathered in Graf's mansion. It was obvious that they were here for Graf's bounty mission. Your Excellency White Wolf, allow me to introduce you to the other 3 teammates of our operation. This strong man who is as strong as a mountain is the Black Rhino Knight. The beautiful and elegant lady is Red Spider Knight, and the gentleman feeding the horse is the Green Falcon Knight. This time, we have gathered 5 official knights to ensure this operation is foolproof, said Groff with a smile, looking confident. Levi asked, what is the goal of our operation? Up until now, Groff had not said what he wanted to do. Groff shook his head. He came to a warehouse in the mansion and opened the door. Inside, there was a machine that occupied a lot of space. When Levi saw it, his expression changed slightly. This was a military armor-breaking crossbow used in large-scale wars. It was rumored that it could tear through plate armor and even destroy weak city walls. Our target this time is an earthly dragon beast, responded Groff. Levi immediately turned around and left. Chapter 47, The Mysterious Human Heart. Levi's expression changed as if he did not want to participate when hearing their target. An adult earthly dragon beast was a Grand Knight level fierce beast. It was genuinely invulnerable. Although there were 5 official knights and a military-grade armor-breaking crossbow, one could only hope to destroy such a beast. If something unexpected happened, they might lose their lives. Levi needed ambergris, but it did not mean he could not cultivate the breathing technique without the black snake secret medicine. At most, he would need to spend more time. He was only 16 years old. If he had become a Grand Knight before 30, he would not be inferior to a genius like his father. Therefore, there was no need to take this risk. If the so-called wealth would have to come from danger, how would it be different from gambling? Levi did not like gambling. He wanted to do things with certainty. With the proficiency panel, he could just slowly work on himself. Seeing Levi leave, Groff shouted, Your Excellency White Wolf, don't go. Since I dared to hunt the earthly dragon beast, I naturally have sufficient confidence. I've been observing that earthly dragon beast for several years. Just a month ago, it fought with a Grand Knight of the Tuva Empire and suffered serious injuries. That Grand Knight also escaped with serious injuries. I paid a great price to borrow this armor-breaking crossbow from the military, and I even invited 3 official knights with extraordinary abilities, like Sir White Wolf. With so much preparation, I can't say I'm 100% confident, but I'm 70% confident we can kill the earthly dragon beast. How about this? After this, I will give you 2 bottles of ambergris. Groff had finally met a genuine master archer, so he did not want to give up. Levi's archery skills were crucial to his mission. Although the armor-breaking crossbow was powerful, it had to be accurate. That was why Groff had tried recruiting knights with excellent archery skills from the Shining Tavern. However, after 7 days, all he had gotten to know were scammers. It was not easy for him to meet a real master archer like Levi, and he did not want to wait any longer. He was worried that if he continued waiting, given the earthly dragon beast's powerful body and self-healing ability, it would have recovered from its injuries. Since the armor-breaking crossbow differed from ordinary bows and arrows, as long as there was a master archer like Levi, the accuracy of the armor-breaking crossbow would be multiplied. As long as the armor-breaking crossbow could accurately hit the earthly dragon beast's vital organs, there was still hope for the 5 knights to kill the earthly dragon beast. To put it bluntly, it was just a beast. How could it compare to humans who had tools and intelligence? Levi stopped in his tracks and hesitated for a moment. Swear on the Heavenly Father that you're not lying to me. Is the earthly dragon beast injured? Levi didn't believe it. On the Heavenly Father, I, Groff, will never lie, swore Groff. In this world, due to the church's brainwashing, people generally believed that gods existed. Therefore, if one swore before God, there was still a certain degree of credibility. This was the state of the world here. Levi's heart skipped a beat. He was unsure about leaving in the beginning. After all, when he saw the armor-breaking crossbow, he knew that his role in this mission to kill the earthly dragon beast was to shoot long-range arrows. It was not that dangerous. He just wanted to see if he could take the opportunity to extort from Groff. Otherwise, he would leave. From the looks of it, Levi had achieved his goal. All right, then I'll say it. I'll only be responsible for what I should do. If I encounter any danger, I'll run away. Levi made it clear in advance. No problem. You need to shoot the vital organs of the earthly dragon beast with the armor-breaking crossbow. You don't need to participate in the rest. As for the ambergris, I'll distribute it to you after the task is completed. I don't have any ambergris on hand now, Groff hesitantly said. Levi asked, sure. When do we start? Tomorrow noon. The Red Spider Knights will need to prepare a highly toxic medicine to be smeared on the arrowheads, said Groff. Sure. Then, Levi turned around and left. Your Excellency White Wolf. Tomorrow, we'll meet at the western exit of Icewine City. We'll head to the earthly dragon beast together. Then, Groff watched Levi's figure disappear at the end of the street. The Black Rhino Knight wiped his giant shield and sword and sneered, ha, looks like he's a disciple of a great noble who came out to gain experience. He certainly cherishes his life. I can feel the youthful and lively aura on that white wolf. Although he's wearing a mask, he shouldn't be that old. It seems that he has just advanced to an official knight. However, to do so at this age, he shouldn't be an ordinary noble. He should at least be the son of an earl. If he's the eldest son, marrying him might be a wise decision, said the Red Spider Knight proudly as she lazily stretched. Groff, will you give him 2 bottles of ambergris? An adult earthly dragon beast's gland can produce only about 20 bottles. If that guy can get 2 bottles by shooting an arrow without much risk, I'll need 4. I'll be fighting a seriously injured earthly dragon beast head-on, said the Black Rhino Knight with a dissatisfied expression. I'll be in charge of luring the earthly dragon beasts. I'll also be in great danger, the Green Falcon Knight added. Can you kill the earthly dragon beast without me concocting the poison? I want 5 bottles, said the Red Spider Knight, crossing her arms. Groff sneered, I'm just trying to calm him down first. He's just a noob who's out training alone. How can I give him 2 bottles? As for you guys, don't ask for too much. After all, only I know the location of the earthly dragon beast, and only I can get this armor-breaking crossbow. If you don't want to do it, you can leave. Anyway, it was only challenging to find a master archer. A bunch of wandering knights in the Shining Tavern want to do your jobs. I gave you the mission because we have cordial relationships. Don't let me down. The 3 knights stayed silent when Groff refused. It was difficult for wandering knights like them to make money, so they naturally did not want to give up this opportunity. As long as this mission was completed, they could earn many gold coins from ambergris. Chapter 48, White Blade and Thunderous Arrow. After leaving Graf's mansion, Levi walked towards a nearby inn. He passed through a damp, dark alley and vaguely felt someone was following him. He turned his head to look, but there was no one. He felt something was off and silently circulated the black snake breathing technique. The black snake seed danced with his heartbeat, and wisps of black gas flowed into Levi's arms. If Levi's clothes and armor were lifted, one could see the black gas enveloping his forearm. It was ferocious and terrifying, like a dense mass of black snakes. Suddenly, he raised his head and noticed a black shadow attacking him from above. A dark blue dagger came down from above and stabbed his face. The blade was so fast that Levi only had time to block it with his arms. Slash! First, Levi's clothes were torn apart. Then, the iron rings on Levi's armguard cracked and fell to the ground. The next moment, a sharp object cutting rubber could be heard. Bang! Levi was sent flying backward, falling into the trash pile behind him. The giant black rats within were frightened and fled in all directions. Ouch! Levi did not have time to look at the wound on his arm because, the next moment, sharp throwing knives tore through the air. Levi's frost wolf breathing technique was activated to its maximum. Black gas from the frost wolf seed rushed to his legs. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he ran out of the rubbish pile with a bang, sending the rubbish flying in all directions. He used the black gas to cover his palms and pushed away these flying knives. Knives penetrated the roads on both sides. Clang! With his Frostmourne unsheathed, he activated Golden Cross Slash and Ripple Force. Frostmourne collided with the thin sword of the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow snorted lightly. He felt a sharp pain in his hands holding the sword. The moment the swords collided, a strange force was transmitted from the other party's long sword to his thin one, causing his light sword to tremble non-stop. It even tore his thumb and forefinger. The pain almost made him release the thin blade. He immediately changed his tactics and stabbed his sword at Levi's chest in a strange and tricky direction. Levi finally saw the shadow. It was a man wearing black leather armor and a knight's suit. On his face was a beak mask like the knight who had tried to assassinate him. The Bird of Death's voice. It was this damned organization again. He did not think about why the organization had found him again, nor did he have time to consider why his whereabouts had been exposed. Levi's frost wolf breathing technique and black snake breathing technique were circulated to their limits. The violent white steam directly broke through the obstruction of his clothes. Staring at Baron Levi, who was almost bathed in white gas, Knight Bernard was shocked. Generally speaking, knights could roughly determine their opponent's realm with their white gas. Baron Levy's white aura was not something that a low-level knight could possess. Usually, only mid-level knights could own it after more than 10 years of cultivation. However, the information clearly stated that Baron Levi was only 16. Damn it! Was he a 16-year-old mid-level knight? Or was this not Baron Levi? Did he target the wrong person? Even if it were a mistake, so be it. He could not care less now. He had to bring back the head of the person before him. In the blink of an eye, Bernard's rapier attacks rained down on Levi like a storm, wanting to cut his opponent into pieces. Levi had maxed out his basic swordsmanship, and his foundation was excellent. He blocked, provoked, and hacked. All kinds of movements were executed in one go, flowing like water. They were even more perfect than the experienced mid-level knight Bernard. This shocked Bernard. Levi was also shocked. This assassin was far more potent than the assassin who had tried to assassinate him. He was like a black panther walking in the shadows, skillfully dodging Levi's attacks and continuously counter-attacking Levi with even more bizarre attacks. In Levi's opinion, this assassin's strength was almost on par with Sir Fred's when he was at full power. In other words, this was a mid-level knight. A mid-level knight was one of the best among the knights. After all, high-level knights and peak knights were rare. For most people, becoming a low-level knight was the final destination. The advantage of Levi's excellent breathing technique, the black snake breathing technique, was revealed in the battle. Although he was only a low-level knight, in terms of physical fitness, he was not weaker than the mid-level knight assassin. He was even more powerful than him. In addition, he had cultivated the frost wolf breathing technique at the peak of the 4th level, so his attack speed and dodging techniques were not weaker than this assassin, who specialized in this skill. Moreover, Levi's golden cross slash made it impossible for the assassin to display his true strength. Every time he attacked, the ripple force made the mid-level knight feel like a bull had hit him. His hands and tendons felt like they were about to shatter. Levi sneered. Ha! Die! With a loud bang, the black snake seed unleashed its full strength. Sticky black gas covered Levi's palm, allowing him to grab the blade of the mid-level knight with his bare hands. How dare you! Knight Bernard was shocked. He did not expect Levi to dare to take the blade with his bare hands. Did he not want to live? Ha! You're dying soon. My sword is smeared with ring-tailed sea snake poison. You can't withstand the sword's sharpness even if you have the black gas defense. Bernard sneered. He watched as Levi's palm started bleeding. This guy was dead, for sure. Even a knight's physique could not resist the ring-tailed sea snake poison. This poison was enough to put down a bull. Levi did not care. He was indeed angered. This time, he had to figure out who was trying to kill him behind his back. He grabbed the assassin's thin sword and exerted force. The assassin had to let go of his hands to avoid being stabbed. He cursed, "Crazy! You're crazy! You're overloaded with your breathing technique." He had used all his methods but was still not a match for the crazy person before him. Now that his weapon had been stolen, what was the point of fighting? Immediately, he thought of retreating. The assassination attempt had failed. If he failed, so be it. As long as he stayed alive, there was hope. Escape was the best strategy. He immediately rolled and dodged Levi's sword. Then, he stepped on the wall and climbed onto the roof. The assassin's movements were far too agile. Levi quickly approached an open area and watched from afar as the killer ran and jumped on the roofs. Levi rubbed an arrowhead on the thin sword he had snatched, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. The assassin was about to jump into a dark alley and slip away. Levi accumulated his power. The arrow was like wind and thunder, whistling as it came. The assassin cried out in pain and rolled down from the roof. Chapter 49, The Arrival of the White Wolf and Slaughter in the Night. Levi's hand, which the thin sword had cut, was already numb and itchy. He knew that the poison had started to take effect. He usually needed the corresponding antidote in his previous life, but he did not have such a thing now. He used his black gas to push the contaminated blood out of his body. Then, he washed the wound with clean water a few times. Fortunately, he used the black gas as a defense, so the damage was not significant, and the poison was not too much. The black snake breathing technique was indeed powerful. After forcing out most of the poison, the remaining did not have much effect on Levi. Soon, his palm regained its senses. The black snake seed in his heart was trembling, constantly consuming the energy in his body and transforming it into wisps of black gas to remove the remaining poison. After replenishing his food and bandaging his wounds, Levi left the place in the dark. If he was not mistaken, the assassin should have also been poisoned. Levi did not know if he had the antidote on him, but with his mid-level knight cultivation, that bit of poison was not enough to kill him. Levi's arrow did not hit the assassin's vital organs. As a mid-level knight, he was sensitive to danger. His superb combat awareness and muscle memory allowed him to dodge the fatal attack at a critical moment. However, Levi was sure that he was injured. Now was the best time to deal with him. Bernard pushed open the door of the lonely mansion with a stagger. He closed the door and locked it. An arrow shot him in the back, almost piercing his heart. Baron Levi is a master archer with such fine archery skills. The intelligence didn't mention this. Despite being so cautious, Bernard did not expect the failure of this assassination. Not only did it fail, he was also seriously injured. It was not that he was careless, but the enemy's strength was not what the intelligence reported. Fortunately, Levi was poisoned. It should be acting up now. He will probably die soon. Even if he doesn't die, he should have lost his ability to move. It probably won't be too late to kill him after I deal with the arrow in my back and bandage myself. Bernard endured the pain and pressed down on the tail feather of the arrow. The arrowhead pierced from the other side, and the pain almost made him faint. The arrowhead could only be taken out like this. If he pulled it out, the barbs on the arrowhead would pull out his internal organs. Bernard cursed, "Damn it, little brat, when I'm done bandaging, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." As a mid-level knight, beyond speed, his physique was not something ordinary people could compare to. He could recover slowly if he treated this injury in time and followed up with medicine and nutrition. All of a sudden, he sensed that something was wrong and flowed towards his heart. The leopard-like life seed above his heart started to tremble violently. Oh no, snake poison! Bernard was shocked and furious. He forced himself to calm down. Being agitated would only speed up his blood circulation and allow the poison to reach his heart faster. Even if it were just a tiny amount of poison, the consequences would be unimaginable once it entered the heart. "Shadow Lord, please bless your most loyal believer," prayed Knight Bernard softly. A black gas emerged from the life seed, sending the poison away from his heart. Bernard was treading on thin ice and being extremely careful. This was completely different from when Levi had his palm cut. After an extended period, a stream of poisonous blood spurted from the wound, and Bernard's face turned pale. He began bandaging his bleeding wound and taking medicine to heal his injuries. As an assassin, he naturally carried some life-saving drugs with him. Knight Bernard muttered, "Phew, that was a blessing. The Shadow Lord still cares for me." Suddenly, the door fell with a bang. A burly figure covered in white smoke used his large hands to straighten the white wolf mask on his face and appeared before Bernard. "Damn it! How is this possible?" Bernard was shocked. What responded to him was Levi's short arrow. Bang, 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 bang. 4 straight arrows were shot like flowing water. Splat! Knight Bernard screamed in agony. Arrows hit both his arms and legs. His limbs were in great pain, and he could not support himself. He lay on the ground with his back facing the sky. His face was still filled with disbelief. The white wolf mask appeared above the knight. The eyes staring down at him were cold. Levi's frostmorn slashed down. Kaka. Knight Bernard's limbs were chopped off, and blood flowed out. Only that made Levi feel at peace. "You! What do you want? Kill me!" Bernard did not faint. Instead, he endured the pain and shouted. Levi stepped on Bernard's lower bottom. "Tell me who hired your people to kill me. If you want to die faster." Levi sneered, "You don't want your penis crushed by me." Bernard shouted, You twisted thing." Kaka. The next moment, a piece of meat detached from his body. "Ah, you. Don't. Ah. I don't know. I don't know who wants to kill you. The organization's broker just handed me this mission. Our organization is highly secretive. Besides the broker, the assassins don't know who the employer is." "Oh, right, the broker will come to me tomorrow morning, you can ask him then. I swear on the Shadow Lord that everything I said is true. I beg you, give me a quick death. Kill me." Bernard's heart was like dead ashes. He had already given up struggling. Without his limbs, he was no longer functional. Without his private organ, he was no longer a man. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he might as well die. Levi chopped off Bernard's head and dismembered him. He then piled the corpse pieces and threw them into the fireplace as firewood. He then began to rummage through the cabinets in the room. Soon after, Levi found a locked iron box in an underground secret room in the room. He used ripple force to cut open the chains. A flash of golden light entered his eyes, almost blinding him. The chest was filled with layers of golden coins. Seeing so many gold coins, Levi's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. "I'm rich." Chapter 50, Too weak. Levi did not expect his assassin to be loaded. He poured all the gold coins he had looted into a small bag. He estimated about 3,000 gold coins according to their weight. Is the assassin business so profitable? I might as well stop being a broken lord and become an assassin instead. Levi was slightly shocked. He did not know that Knight Bernard, a silver assassin, had completed many past assassination missions. As the mid-level knight with the highest success rate, a commission could give him dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. Even without the commission, he could still gain a lot of gold coins by stealing from his past targets and rummaging through their property. 3,000 gold coins were expected. Bernard was bent on redeeming his territory. After earning so much, besides some necessary expenses, he did not waste a single cent. It was not challenging for him to make money, just that the fastest ways were through illegal means. Making money would not be challenging if a person could disregard morality, law, and even his own life. It only depended on one's efforts. 3,000 gold coins weighed over 15 kilograms and were now all in Levi's hands. Ordinary people would struggle to carry such a heavy chest, but not Levi, due to his incredible strength. Levi searched the assassin's house again, hoping to find his breathing technique inheritance diagram. Until now, this assassin's speed was the fastest among all the enemies Levi had encountered. If it wasn't for the assassin's lack of understanding about Levi, with his strength as a mid-level knight, Levi might have already died. However, to Levi's disappointment, he did not find the inheritance diagram and could only give up. It was late at night. The cold wind was chilly, and the night crows were cawing. Levi held Frostmourne with one hand and sat at the long table in the assassin's house. He ate the rations he had brought while waiting silently. He had recovered from his previous shocks and returned to his peak state. The minor injuries he had suffered previously did not affect him at all. He was happy that his family's ancestral breathing technique was defensive. When encountering such a sudden attack, the defense was the key. As time passed, Levi remained wide awake. Before dawn the next day, light footsteps sounded on the streets outside the gate. Levi's eyes twitched, and his muscles tensed. He was like a leopard ready to attack. A hesitant figure walked into Bernard's mansion. He looked at the broken door and the bloodstains in the courtyard, full of confusion. It was the broker who was in charge of contacting Bernard. What happened to Bernard? Did his house get robbed when he went on a mission last night? The black-robed figure had yet to react to the situation. A figure as imposing as a demon god had already blocked the door. He wore a white wolf mask, and the sword in his hand was covered in blood. He said in a cold voice, "You're finally here. It's your turn to die." The broker reacted and exclaimed, "You? Are you Levi? You didn't die? Where's Bernard? You killed Bernard." However, what greeted him was a cross-shaped sword light that cut through the darkness and brought light. Boom! The sword filled with ripple force was aimed straight at the broker. Brokers provided intermediary services to the Bird of Death's voice. They were also members of the organization but were not in charge of assassinations, so they were not very good at combat. But even so, this broker was an official knight. He pulled out his sword and swung it at Levi. Kaka! Just one strike. Under the ripple force's effect, the broker's sword flew out of his hand. The ripple force engulfed his entire body, and it was intolerable to him. He did not have Knight Bernard's strength, even Knight Bernard had met with misfortune. He knew that he was no match for Baron Levi. Flee! He had to flee. Baron Levi's strength was too terrifying. He had to tell the organization about this. There was no need to waste the lives of the organization's members on him. Unless the major client paid more money and invited the rare gold assassins or even the 5 shadows to take action personally, the silver and bronze assassins would only be sending themselves to death. He must have also killed the fantasy goblin knight. However, how could Levi let his only lead escape? He jumped like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The explosive speed brought by his level 4 frost wolf breathing technique was not to be underestimated. Although he was not as fast as the assassin, his rate was more than enough for the broker. Levi grabbed the broker's shoulder with one hand and pressed down hard. Boom! Levi's heavy blow pressed down on the broker, and his head struck the ground. He spat out blood, head oozing blood. They were official knights, but Levi was significantly more powerful. Too weak! Too weak! Levi roared in rage as his sword pierced through the shoulder blade of the broker, nailing him to the ground. Now, tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Levi narrowed his eyes and gave off a dangerous aura. I'm sorry, I can't comment. This broker was quite stubborn. Even in this situation, he still refused to speak. He was a death warrior trained by the organization. He was loyal and passionately believed in the Shadow Lord. Only such a person could take on the critical role of a broker. Levi slowly slid Frostmourne across his chest, causing his internal organs and flesh to dangle out of his body, blood flowing. The broker's face was pale as he used his last breath to say, "Kill me. The Shadow Lord will resuscitate me, and I will make a comeback. I will become the cursed shadow that will never dissipate." Ha! He waved Frostmourne and sliced the broker in half. "Keep silent if you wish. You have so much nonsense." Then, he searched through the broker's body, hoping to find some valuable clues. In the end, as he expected, he found nothing. "Ha, you're not going to say anything? If you have the guts, come and send more people. Come on. Sooner or later, I will catch you." Levi's eyes were bloodshot as he slashed his sword. After countless slashes, the broker turned into minced meat, which was thrown into the fireplace. Sizzling sounds were heard. Surrounded by the smell of roasted meat, Levi needed to go outside. He took a deep breath of the cold and fresh air outdoors and ate some dry rations to calm himself and regain his rationality. By the time he fully recovered, the sky had already turned white. The first ray of dawn shone on Levi's face, covered in blood and sweat. He washed himself in the bathroom and looked silently at himself in the bronze mirror. Then, he confirmed that there was nothing valuable in this mansion. He took out the pine trees that Bernard had stored for heating and piled them all up in the mansion. He then spared a fire using flames from the fireplace. The raging fire devoured everything, and his figure disappeared from the mansion where the murder had happened.